What's going on, people? Welcome to Live Palace News Transfer Deadline Day special 3-hour stream. We are here to discuss everything that's going to be going on with Palace, keeping you up to date with all the latest as the news is coming in. Going through your questions, going through your comments. Today, we are also live streaming on Facebook as well. So if you're over on Facebook and do want to join the chat, feel free to head over to Back of the Nest on YouTube to join us live. I'm joined by T and Stan here. AJ should be joining us soon. We'll be rotating as well. At 9 p.m. we should be having Hambo here. 10 p.m. Nick and Louis and Patrick. And there's going to be different voices, different guests, different topics. So it's going to be an interesting 3 hours. Even if you're watching this on replay, people, quickly, let me get through the admin. If you do enjoy the stream, please hit the like button. Let's see how many likes we can get today in the 3-hour stream. And subscribe if you're new here. The goal is 6K next, and as we're closing down on 10. Gents, before I go through how you're all feeling, let me give a quick update on the latest situation right now. So let's start off with the incomings, people. According to David Ornstein, we've had a massive bomb, and that is that Trevor Chalobah has agreed to join Crystal Palace on loan until the end of the season. No option, no obligation to buy him as well. He is undergoing his medicals right now, according to Fabrizio Romano. Eddie Nketiah is done. We are just waiting for the announcement. And that is also from Ryan Taylor Sport. Adding to that, Matt Turner is set for his medical with a loan agreed with Forest, the goalie who has previously played for Arsenal, is set to come to Palace to be second choice goalie. And also, Glasner spoke about transfers today, so we'll give a quick update on that as well. Is that when asked about whether he was disappointed not to bring in a new left back, he said, we are working on it. So we will see. We will see what happens with that. We still got less than 3 hours left of the window. A new left back potentially coming to the football club. That could be on the cards. Right now, it is quiet on that aspect. However, one of the left backs that we've been linked with, Robin Gosens, he has actually joined the side over in Italy, so we can officially rule him out, leaving Archie Brown and Kostic as the two that's been mentioned all summer long as the possibilities of joining us this summer. Maxence Lacroix, he's announced, which is positive news as well. Just got announced about half an hour ago. We're waiting for Nketiah, Matt Turner, and potentially one more, Chalobah, and potentially one more left wing back if we can do it in time. Whether he comes, he doesn't. For the new left back, who he is, only time will tell. All right. Quickly, for the outgoings, there's a few updates on that as well. And by the way, we will be here for 3 hours, so this is all the latest right now. I'm just checking my phone if there's any other updates. There isn't. But for the outgoings, this is the situation. Edouard has started his medical at Leicester City. That's according to John Percy. So he seems like he's on the way out for a loan move, we believe. And Ryan Taylor Sport has also said that Ahamada is set to join Stade Rennes on season-long loan. The loan includes an option to buy for the French club in the region of 8 million euros, which, of course, that would mean that if they did trigger that Palace would lose out money on Ahamada as he joined us for £10 million. That's equivalent to around £76 million. So that's the latest. So Edouard and Ahamada will be seeing if those get announced. And we're still waiting on potentially Chalobah, Nketiah, Matt Turner, and a new left wing back. Now that's all out of the way. How are we feeling? I'll start off with you, Stan. It's been a while. What have you made of all of the business that's been going on this summer?
It definitely has been a while. I'm buzzing to be back on with you guys. What have I made of it? I was probably very, very anxious up until last week because I think that we have been in situations where we've really needed positions over the last few years, and we haven't done it. We've left it really late as well. But I've got to give credit to the club and to the chairman and to the sporting director, because it looks like they have pulled a couple of big rabbits out of a hat, and at the same time they've been giving Newcastle the absolute runaround for about a month. So I'm I do love a busy deadline day when your club has a busy deadline day. It's always quite nice. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, it is always nice to have a busy deadline day. T, we've been here for the past 2 months, reaching. I mean, finally, we're at the end destination.
Day
Saying
after
that,
day after
it's-
day after
yeah,
day.
it's also good. Before we get your thoughts on deadline day, it's also a good time to mention that Palace news will still be going on. We've done it before outside of the transfer window. There's always news coming about. It's not just a transfer show. So, I mean, we'll see how much news there is. But yeah, I'm like that was the case before as well. But in terms of transfer related news, especially with deadline day, T, it's looking like the busiest we've been in a long time. I can't remember the last time we were busy in transfer deadline day, especially with 3 hours left in the window with potentially 3 announcements.
Oh, I remember, DR. I remember because you were somewhere with your friends and you rang up singing "I Want to Be Edouard." That was the last time we were busy on a transfer deadline day.
Were we busy?
And
that busy?
I don't think, yeah,
How many
they
players were we bringing?
we were. That's when we brought in Conor Gallagher at the last minute, right?
I can't remember.
Did we bring in Conor Gallagher late?
No, it was Edouard. Was late.
Edouard, yeah, but we weren't this busy. I
Edouard
can't remember Palace being this busy on 3 hours left
like
in the window
this.
with 3 announcements still probably made. Like we were still waiting on 3 announcements, potentially more.
Can't say that at all. I think this is probably the busiest that we've been. I think this is probably this is shaping up to be one of the most impressive windows that we've had as well. I think in a lot of ways, or could turn out to be. Let me say that. And it's good to know that we've got these things in motion, and we still got some areas and some time left that we might be able to still make a move or two.
Yeah,
I mean, Glasner was not lying when he was on that before he's on that interview saying, "I'm sorry, I've been so busy. We got a lot going on." He wasn't lying.
Yeah. For those who are watching on Facebook, head over to our YouTube channel, and your comments will be read as well. If you haven't already done so, subscribe to Back of the Nest. We'll be doing daily content. There's more content, of course, to come from the Chelsea game as well. So yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy day. I think everything's now slowly kicking off. We started the day kind of late with announcing Lacroix half an hour ago. We'll go through some
Lacroix,
of the quotes.
by the way.
Lacroix. Yeah, sorry, I did. I'm getting there. With the news announced on a 5-year deal. Of course, he's played in the Bundesliga for Oliver Glasner as well. He's, in terms of pace, in terms of height, physicality, he's got it all. And yeah, it's a very exciting signing. It's a very exciting signing that we've known about for quite a while now. It's just been the announcement. But for you, Stan, what do you make of the Lacroix coming in and with Anderson going out the door? Do you think that's a move in the right direction?
Yeah, 100%. He obviously knows Oliver Glasner from, is it Wolfsburg? They played together. Together at. Listen, I think, there's no doubt in that Joe was a great player for us. Like, he was a good player, but he was 28. He had 2 years left on his deal, and he came out in the end saying he was disappointed that Palace didn't offer him what Fulham could. Like, Palace don't offer those types of wages. We sold him for 30. We've got Lacroix in for, was it 18 million? And he's 5 years younger. So I think we'll get the best out of him. And whilst he may not have the distribution and passing range of Joe, what he does have is serious speed. Like, the guy is rapid for a centre half. So yeah, he'll bring a lot he'll bring a lot of quality to the side, I think.
Yeah, he will. And not just quality, but on a 5-year deal, it gives us potential to have another youngster to sell on for a bigger price tag. We got him for around £50 million, which is basically nothing. I mean, the potential, the upside is really there, especially if he plays on the levels that he's done with Glasner previously when they were together in the Bundesliga.
I mean, if you think about it too, man, we're set up now. We fortified ourselves in certain ways for, possibly losing a Gehi next summer. We've done a good job of getting guys in place, which is impressive, and adding, like you said, really young, talented guys that can do a lot for us. I don't know if I could sit here and have expected us to be in this situation with adding the quality of players that we have in that center back after losing Anderson. But this is a good place to be in right now.
Yeah, it is. It is a good place. I think we're heading in the right direction as well. Personally, I feel like it will be an upgrade to Anderson. That's my feeling about it. I think he shoots the back three more than Joachim Anderson does. Joachim Anderson passing, don't get me wrong, was good, but there were other elements of his game which I think Lacroix will get the advantage, especially with his pace and aerial ability. So yeah, I'm very excited about the signing. I think it's a move in the right direction. Where when you sell players for around £30 million, especially with what we're trying to do, you have to try and reinvest that not only just on one player but on multiple players to try and improve the overall squad. So I mean, bringing in Lacroix and few other additions. I mean, we'll talk about Chalobah as well next, who's doing his medical right now. For me, Stan, I feel like our defense, when you're looking at last season, keeping Gay as well at the football club, our defense has improved.
100%. I think it's like, I don't want to go too like crazy here, but that defense is elite. That's an elite. That back three is elite. Like, if Chalobah's coming in, like he's a Champions League level CB, right? Lacroix played Champions League, and Gay, well, he's only on the way up, right? So yeah, I think it's massive. I will add as well, Chalobah, he's from Gypsy Hill, so he's a South London boy as well, which is quality.
And Nketiah, I think, is from South East as well.
He's from Lewisham.
He's a Lewisham.
Yeah, from Lewisham.
Yeah. So I love how T says it like he knows where Lewisham is, but
you know what I'm saying?
I know you've done your research, but it's funny.
Right around the corner, you know what I'm saying?
That's like me. I don't even know. Yeah, you've done your research. That's the good thing about it. You've done your research.
I listen.
But yeah, I think,
listen.
look, honestly, I'm not even exaggerating, but T will get your thoughts and people in the chat. But quickly before we do, thank you for the super chat from David. Of course, super chats do get priority. Saying Tex are doing 3 deals with Everton. Yeah, that is Lyon. I believe they've announced one, but there might be another 2 that's interesting. So he's kind of setting himself up to move over to Everton. But is it what is? The game is the game.
Yeah, O'Brien, Mangala, and is there another one?
Potentially,
I know they tried to get Kakare, but
yeah. So yeah, I mean, we'll try to keep our eyes on that. But for right now, it's very busy with Palace. So I'm trying to keep my eyes on Palace more than any other football clubs. In the past, in transfer deadline days, we've had time to kind of look at other clubs and what they've been doing. But today, I mean, we're waiting on announcements, and we're still waiting on Nketiah to be announced, as well as a few others. So yeah, it's gonna be a busy end to the window, people. But thank you so much for the super chat, David, and all of you as well. Not even just a super chat. Thank you to everyone who's liked the video and been getting involved. I'm reading through the comments now as well. Reiss Nelson. Sure. I'm going to keep my eye out on that because that makes a lot of sense for Palace as well. And yes, so Reiss Nelson has plenty of interest, people. This is according to ex-West Ham United employee who's a very reliable source for West Ham. He's saying that he has plenty of interest from Palace, Fulham, and West Ham. His agent is trying to get him a move. So that could be another player to look out for before the window closes. Reiss Nelson has entered the radar. Which we'll talk about in about a few minutes' time. Just quickly before we move on to Reiss Nelson, I'm going to try to get more on that and see what's up with that, if there's anything else. T, Chalobah, Gay, Lacroix, is that squad good enough to push for European spots? Because I really do think it is.
I mean, I would say yeah, and then when you consider the fact that that'll include Richards and Riyadh in there as well. It's a very, very talented group of central defenders. Now, I guess my biggest wonder is, what's going to be the preferred combination? Who's going to play where? Because I think out of all those players, Riyadh is the only natural left footer. We know that Richards prefers to play on the left. I'm pretty sure Chalobah's right-footed. So interested to see how like what the preferred three is going to be, who's going to be where. I think that'll be fun to see.
Yeah, I think it's Chalobah, Gahey, Lacroix. I think Chalobah will be starting at Palace. I think he's a very good defender. In fact, not just me. I done a preview for Chelsea Fan TV not too long ago. It should be posted tomorrow, as well as Don CFC, Chelsea content creator. So make sure to check out both of them. And the comments from them is that Chalobah is their best defender, arguably. So I mean, we are getting
So why is it that they're in this situation?
They're basically they're confused as well. They think that Chalobah should be playing for Chelsea. But yeah, it's just whether that's the manager, whether that's the owners that just want to let him go. It's a bit confusing, but that's how much they're rated. It's not like we're signing a defender that is not rated at Chelsea. The fans actually really rate him. In fact, they're saying, yesterday when they conceded 2 goals, he should have been playing. He should be part of the squad. He's been disrespected by not being called up. It started all with the American tour, not being called up to the American tour. And then afterwards, they've been forced now. They're forced to send him out on loan or to sell him. And yesterday night, I did have a feeling that this was going to happen because it just made so much sense for Chalobah to join Palace. I don't know about you two, but I think this is perfect. Not just signing him for this season, but I think it sets us up nicely for when Gahey does leave and having his replacement through the door. I think you have a year of Chalobah playing alongside Gahey.
He's only on loan now.
I guess that leads to my next question then. Why do you think it is that the loan move that we're seeing be done for Chalobah does not include an obligation or an option to purchase him?
I'll say T, is that I think that it's just so late in the window. They just want to get it done. Do you know what I mean?
So it's kind of like, hey, let's get pen to paper. Let's get this deal done.
Yeah.
So that at the end of the loan, we'll come back and we'll discuss the purchase.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
By the way, there's two super chats.
Yeah, super chats. I'm going through them. I already read one of the super chats. Another super chat from David. Thank you once again. Backline is fire right up there. 100%. 100%. Yeah, I think 100%. That backline now, especially the 3 at the back, they all fit this system. There should be no excuses. When we're talking about pace, all 3 of them have the pace. All 3 of them are capable to play in the back 3. And I think it suits Chalobah. It suits Chalobah massively. So yeah, I do think due to it being late in the window, this is my guess. I agree with Stan as well that, I think it was a case of just signing him, getting him on loan. That's why there's no option or obligation because they're forced. They can't have Chalobah at the football club. And then afterwards, those discussions could be had, unfortunately, if he performs massively for us, then maybe Chelsea try to sell him onto us on a premium. But I think even in the short term, in terms of what we want to achieve this season, which is looking up the table rather than down, Chalobah fits this squad perfectly. He does. So yeah, I'm very excited by this. It's a step in the right direction. And
I will say, Chalobah is that good. I'm sorry to break it to everyone now that if he has a good season with Palace, he ain't signing.
He probably won't be coming back.
That's a good point as well. I guess that's a downside.
That's a good point too. Yeah, if he plays well, and then I guess I guess there's caveats to it all because if he comes to us, does really well without that option and that obligation, he just goes somewhere else unless he wants to stay. I don't know.
Yeah, in fact, we just got an update right now. 2 updates. Let me just go through them. Eddie Nketiah to Palace, according to Sky Sports, it is very close to be confirmed. And a massive one in terms of the outgoing. As I mentioned, Edouard was doing his medical at Leicester City, and the deal is done. His medical is taking place right now, as mentioned. So, Edouard should be leaving Palace on a straight loan deal. And that's according to Fabrizio Romano. So we'll see if that gets confirmed. But yeah, Edouard.
It's a straight loan. There's no purchase option in there.
I don't think there's a purchase.
He's in the last year of his contract.
Yeah, about to say so we're just letting him go, basically.
Well,
because did he not extend?
Well, earlier on today, I think it was Alan Nixon saying that we do have to sign him onto an extension. But then again, I've heard that we have an option to extend potentially for a year. So it's a bit confusing.
You know what?
So we just have to wait. So we have to just wait to trigger it. Probably we have to wait until the end of this year.
I think we'll find out more once the dust is settled down.
That is serious money off the wage bill if he's gone. He's on $100,000 a week.
Yeah, well, it's going to Nketiah. So
listen,
yeah.
After the performance he put in on Saturday, see you, mate.
I'm happy with this as well. Not just Saturday. I just think we've seen enough of him to realize his strengths and weaknesses, and unfortunately, it's just not going to work at Palace.
I mean, Leicester fans are
one-dimensional. You can never play as a number 10.
Leicester fans are complaining about them signing Ayew. I know they love him now because he scored a worldly, but like, trust me. Odsonne Edouard is going to
awful as well, Dan.
He's not, but he'll infuriate them. I'm not saying he's awful. He's scored I wouldn't say significant, but an amount of goals at Premier League level. Like, you can't knock it, but he's just like 2 steps behind where he needs to be a Premier League, a top Premier League, like a decent mid-table Premier League player. He's probably about
Yeah. Look, I do think it makes a lot of sense for the newly promoted sides to be linked with him. Because look, he scored goals in the Premier League, and the striker market right now stinks. There isn't that many great strikers out there to buy. So when Ipswich were rumored, I was like, here we go, finally. It took a long time, but it seems like they're focusing back on Broja, which was meant to be off. It's a bit confusing in terms of what's going on there. It's on and off, on and off. They're just deciding based on absolutely nothing that I know about the Broja deal, but apparently it's on right now. And Leicester's another side that got promoted. Ayew's gone there, Edouard's gone there. Edouard has scored goals in the Premier League, so let's see if there's a loan with an option to buy. Hopefully there is, or an obligation. That would be perfect for us. But I'm pretty sure even if there's an obligation to buy, it would include a relegation clause in it as well. I don't expect Leicester to trigger an obligation if they got relegated, because those were the talks with Ipswich as well. But I guess we'll find out. We'll find out with Odsonne Edouard.
A lot of people talking about Edouard coming back to haunt us and bag a goal against us. He can't play against us.
Yeah. He
can't play against us. He can't play against his parent team. Come on, guys.
Yeah, and he's not coming back to haunt us. It's not
going to happen.
That I can put my house on.
And if he does haunt us, it'll be 2 years down the road because they purchase him. But no, it's not going to happen.
Leicester do have a habit of giving players crazy contracts. I think when they went down, there were like 0 relegation clauses in their contracts and stuff as well. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see. I will say, guys, I sort of just realised this. It's funny how Palace, I don't want to like blow my own trumpet too much, but like how we've gone from being that club where, people loan their strikers that they don't want to us, to being that club that loans the strikers that we don't want to the sort of the lower teams. That is in effect a bit of progression, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is. And it made a lot of sense after bringing in Nketiah, which hasn't been announced, but the latest is that it is very close. So the announcement should be happening hopefully sooner rather than later with the Eddie Nketiah. But and look, the funny thing is, even us, when we're talking about strikers in the past, we've really struggled with strikers even scoring goals for Palace. But Odsonne Edouard has been a striker that has found the net at Palace. However, despite that, we've still asked questions: is he good enough? So it kind of shows where we're at as a football club, the fact that we're heading in the right direction, trying to look up the table rather than down. And I think that's where you draw the line with some of these players. And that's why Ayew left. Ayew is a fantastic servant for Palace. The fact that we've gone for £2.5 million is absolutely crazy. He's come up big when we've needed him. Of course, his end product hasn't always been there, but he's still scored goals for Palace. And he's done a lot of small things that's added up to us getting results, such as, it sounds basic, but such as winning fouls and slowing the game down. And that's why he's a very good prospect for the likes of Leicester. But however, when we have discussions about what we want to achieve, even looking at the season, does Jordan Ayew fit into, and could he help us achieve what we want to achieve in terms of potentially European spots and being a solid top 10 club? No, there's a ceiling. And I think that's the same with Odsonne Edouard as well. saying that, it doesn't mean that Ayew and Edouard are bad players. It's just with the level that we're going to, that's where you just have to, draw the line and say goodbye. Like it's been great having you here, and yeah.
You know, I say about Edouard though, I did notice, and I think you guys noticed it as well, because like towards the end of last season, we were like, "Oh, Edouard pissed me off today. He did this, he did that," and like his head wasn't there, man. Like it just wasn't there, and you could see that he just like he wasn't at the races. Whether like we sort of like cranked it up a notch or two, or whether he sort of just like went into a shell or something. I'm not saying that he's a bad player. Do you know what I mean? Because he's not. He's actually a really nice guy. By the way, as a person, he's a really nice guy. But yeah, I just think that he might do all right for them. To be fair, for about 18 months, we didn't really play the system that suited him, because he's very one-dimensional. He's like a ball along the box and he'll put it away. But anything else that, it's a 50-50 chance whether he finishes or not, right? He just, like, when he fluffed his lines against West Ham on last week, it was like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, I agree. But look, people, there's nearly 400 of you here watching us live. So if you haven't already done so, please hit the like button. Takes a second of your time, helps us grow the channel. So thank you to every single one of you that's been tuning in live. I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of you watching on replay as well. We will be here until the window shuts. By the way, I'm not playing games on my phone. I'm looking at my phone to see if there's any updates. So my eyes will be on that, as well as
constantly checking too.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I will be looking at that as well as the chat. Of course, there's a lot of chat. There are 400 people being here. So if you do miss any comments, sorry about that. There's a question here, T. I think you pinned it. So if you want, you can answer it. When was the last time Edouard started a competitive game in his preferred position? I think we're too harsh on him. Are we too harsh on him?
I don't think we're too harsh on him. I mean, I think some people are. I don't think we necessarily are super harsh on Edouard. I think there are some fans in the fan base that definitely are. I think there's sometimes where we've definitely been obviously disappointed sometimes. But answering the question, the last time he got a start in his natural position, well, I mean, preseason. I mean, he made starts there, but in a regular competition, shoot, probably before he got hurt last season. Right before he got hurt, or right before Nketiah took off.
And listen, the one thing I say about him is when we signed him, there were some big clubs in for him. Like there were big clubs in for him. Like he was linked with Villa. There was someone saying that he was at one point linked with Spurs even. I don't know if that's true or not. But there were some big clubs in for him. So he's not like he's obviously, I think he just isn't that, it hasn't worked out for him, but it doesn't mean he's like the worst player on the planet. Do you know what I mean?
Just quickly, for Odsonne Edouard, there is no option to buy according to Fabrizio Romano. So
it's a straight loan.
So yeah, straight loan, just similar to Chalobah. It seems like with the last minute deals, because you have to get medical paperwork all sorted, I think having the options and obligations, it makes it a bit more difficult. Saying that, a straight loan, we'll take it. All he has to do there, go there and hopefully score some goals. Get his rep up.
One thing, Reiss Nelson, ex-West Ham employee, Palace fan asked, if Palace have Turner and Chalobah on loans, why would we be in for a third loan, knowing there's 2 maximum? The answer is that he has not been offered on loan. He's offered as a permanent.
Who?
Reiss Nelson.
Reiss Nelson. Oh, yeah. Reiss Nelson isn't going to be – I haven't heard anything about it being a loan deal to this point.
Does he play right wing or left?
Yeah, right side. He plays on the right side. Reiss Nelson, I'm telling you, Reiss Nelson.
He plays on the right side.
He's a serious player.
He's also right-footed.
Yeah. And we'll talk about Reiss Nelson now, in fact, because when I did mention it, we were just going through Chalobah and the defense. But let's talk about Reiss Nelson. Of course, if you're just joining us live right now, according to ex-West Ham United employee, who's a very, very reliable source, is at Fulham, Palace and West Ham. are in with a chance of landing Reiss Nelson before the window closes. Of course, there's competition there, but Reiss Nelson, for me, I think that would be the icing on the cake. I think he's a good player. He plays on the right-hand side, so he fits into exactly what we need in terms of a right side. He plays out on the wing. He doesn't play like a normal number 10, but I can see him playing in the 10 position that we have under Oliver Glasner. Right-hand side. So when we talk about right side depth, number 10 option, he fits into that category. Still relatively young. And he hasn't really had that many opportunities. He's very similar to Nketiah as well. He's looked good whenever he's played. He's an exciting player, a direct player to take on a few of his players. If you look at some of the goals that he scored for Arsenal as well, he scored some big ones, such as the one against Bournemouth when they were going for the title race. He's an exciting prospect. He's an exciting prospect, and it makes a lot of sense to rotate between Kamada and Reiss Nelson if it was to happen. So, yeah, I think this is like another Palace move. Which would be low-key, which would raise some questions, but something that I'm not against. For you, T?
I mean, I'm definitely not against it. As long as he can do the job and do the work that we need him to do with the position, which, I feel like he could. I mean, he's used to playing both sides. So, if we can make it work financially, I mean, I definitely wouldn't be against it. He's a lot of people are going to say that we are then investing in the cast-offs of the top 6, but I could care less about that narrative to be completely honest.
You know what? I don't even know if they're cast-offs, to be fair, because they come through the academy, and I just think that if you look at Nketiah, I mean, listen, I'm probably still to be totally convinced by him, I'll be honest with you, but his pedigree is there. What did he play? He's 116 games, 116 starts he's had for Arsenal, the majority of off the bench. He's yet to have a proper run in any side. So,
well, if you watch that show that D was on with the other pundits, dude from Arsenal, he would make you think that Eddie Nketiah was dog water. The way he talked about him.
He said 50p.
You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't take it.
Who was that? Turkish?
No, it was Lee. It was Lee, wasn't it?
Yeah. I wouldn't take his word seriously because he said that Conor Gallagher would make Arsenal win the league as well. So, there's been some sensible Arsenal fans here. I'm not saying he's the best striker ever, but when he was announced, when we were doing the Palace News episodes, a lot of Arsenal fans did say, "Oh yeah, I am dying." I don't know if you lot noticed, but I'm just choking on my cookie that I had.
D can't believe that Palace have signed all these players.
Yeah. So I'll quickly finish my point and then clear my throat. But what was I saying about Nketiah? Yeah. So yeah, there was some super chats as well. Who from Arsenal fans saying, you know what, he's gonna come good for you lot. He's just, it's not the right time for him at Arsenal. There's a lot of expectation. He hasn't played consecutive games, so yeah, I wouldn't look at that. I mean, some Arsenal fans, of course, they just wrote him off, saying he's one of the worst footballers ever, which is not the case. And yeah, I'm excited by it, and it should be a good signing. Patrick with the super chat saying, funny how D likes every Arsenal player linked to Arsenal. Definitely a closet Guna. You can say I'm a bunch of things, but do not ever say that I'm a Guna. That is the last. That's where you draw the line. The line. That is, if you know how I feel about Arsenal, you know that I'm not Guna. And Arsenal fans know that as well. Because I've been on
notice how Patrick so eloquently and elegantly upped his contribution this time after he mentioned his millionaire status in the last show.
He wants to keep it longer, You keep it longer up there. He just wants to slander my name. That's what he wants to do. But funny enough, we'll be talking to Patrick in less than half an hour's time. So that'll be interesting to get his thoughts in terms of what he meant by that.
He said, "T, I would have done more than $5, but the show isn't that interesting right now." Well, we appreciate the $5.
We appreciate the $5.
And hopefully, it gets better. Matter of fact, I would love to see you give another donation while you're actually on the show. That would be a flex.
Yeah. D is good friends with Turkish, so that's why maybe he likes Arsenal. Be honest, like I don't know where people are getting this. I like Arsenal from. Like, yeah. And if you know me, you know that I don't like Arsenal, and Arsenal fans know that as well. But then again, I can be.
I mean, Lawless DM'd me and said that you were a closet West Ham fan.
Who?
Lawless DM'd me and said you were a closet West Ham fan.
Yeah, I'm a fan of every club apparently. So yeah.
Whichever way the wind is blowing in London.
Yeah, exactly. And if you watch how I talk about West Ham, I'm definitely not I have nothing good that I've said about West Ham recently. So yeah. Patrick buys half an hour scars, says Nick. I don't know what type of indirects are going on in the super chat, but thank you for that. We'll be also joined by Nick at 10 p.m.
Patrick's gone from diehard CPFC fan to football tourist.
Yeah. Patrick will be joining at 9 and Nick will be joining at 10 p.m. Around 9 p.m. we'll be also joined by Hambo as well. But yeah, where are we? Yeah, so Reiss Nelson, we'll see. By the way, Patrick, if you think today is there's nothing interesting going on, please watch the other transfer deadline day shows where we started the show with absolutely nothing to talk about. And there's only like one conversation for like 3-4 hours.
So listen to this. This Bobby Manzi just put this out on X. Per David Ornstein, Crystal Palace have agreed a straight loan deal for Chelsea for Trevor Chalobah. Rush to get the deadline to get paperwork in order. Huge coup for Oliver Glasner's side. The Eagles made an initial approach for the defender in January. It's likely that Crystal Palace will need a deal sheet that can be submitted from 9 p.m. Deal sheets offer 4 clubs an extra 2 hours to finalize moves.
Yeah. I think Chalobah should be sorted. I mean, that deal sheet gives us extra hours to be sorted. I think the club, look, according to reports, he's having his medical. So I think we'll
I wonder if that deal sheet will give them time to try to put some type of clause or option in there.
Nah, they wouldn't do it.
Nah, I don't think so. I think the deal sheet's like that's the deal sorted. You have to for them to include an obligation on loan. I mean, they would have to. Yeah, those would be a new set of talks, which I don't think Chelsea are willing to get into right now because they're still trying to sell a few of their players. So yeah, it's just a bit of an awkward timing. But look, Chalobah on loan for another season is still good enough for me. But yeah, in terms of left wing back, there's still been no updates. Glasner did mention it today that he's looking. Well, the club are looking to sign a left wing back, but as of right now, unless something is working behind the scenes, there's no updates on left wing back. But yeah, we'll keep our eye out on that. The rumors, the Hugo Ekitike saga 1 or 2 windows ago. Exactly, that's where we were. I mean, we've come a long way. Just this deadline day is genuinely exciting because I mean, still waiting on what do you call it? Still waiting on Nketiah to be announced. But today, before it's announced with our backup keeper Matt Turner, a lot of people were upset. So we'll get you lots thoughts on it in the chat as well as T and Stan. Matt Turner is set to join on loan to Palace. He should have traveled down earlier on in the day to complete his medical. But for us, how do we feel? A lot of people were upset saying, he's not good enough to be second choice. I'll start off with UT because I believe he plays for the US men's national team. So you know him better than the rest of us do, especially over here. He's played for Arsenal before. He's coming on loan from Forest. Is he good enough to be number 2?
Yeah, I think he's good enough to be number 2. I think he's good enough to be number 2. I think it's being a little bit overblown by our fan base, which go figure. Let's be honest. I mean, you're expecting to bring him on and hopefully not see more than a handful of appearances from the guy anyway. And on his day, he's a pretty decent keeper. So I don't mind the move at all. You know what I mean? And I think it positions us, being that it's just a loan, it positions us to, after 1 year, wipe our hands clean of it, find a more suitable replacement with more time in the window next year and move forward.
Yeah. For you, Stan, when it comes to backup goalies, I think Lafont was mentioned yesterday, who's a starter over in France for FC Nantes. How do you view the backup goalie position? Because I thought as soon as we sold Sam Johnston, which got announced today, of course, for £10 million, whatever we brought in was most likely going to be downgraded anyways, because that's why we ended up in that predicament by selling Sam Johnson, because it was just too good enough to be number two. So how important is the number two for the club, especially with Dean Henderson's injury concerns at times?
You know what? It is number two, but you had Sam Johnson here, and he was excellent, right? He was your number two, and he didn't want to be number two. He wants to go somewhere and play number one. I think the Matt Turner deal, to be honest, I don't think there's any loan fee involved with it. We're just covering his wages. He's coming on loan for a season. He came through Arsenal's academy, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah.
He's played. How many times has he played for the US?
He's played a good handful of matches. He's probably made around 20 caps for us.
Okay, so he's got 20 international appearances. He is a number two currently at a Premier League club. You don't do that by being absolutely terrible. And honestly, we're not paying any money for him. He's going to come and hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, Hendo doesn't get injured, and this guy's coming to sit on the bench. And also, we were in for Mark Travers. Do you realize how bad a goalkeeper he is?
I don't know a whole lot about that dude.
Dude, he's bad. Like, he is a bad goalkeeper. So, yeah, fine. I mean, he's number two, you know. I worry about it when he actually has to play, to be honest with you. I worry about it then. And we'll see whether he's good, whether he's bad. You know, that Spanish guy and the guy in France, they were never going to come as backup goalies if you're starting in a European league. Like, come on, man. Yeah. You know, could have got what's his name, the Polish guy Szczesny from Juventus as a number two, right? But he's retired, so
retired.
He didn't. Yeah. He also won't come in as a number two, right? So yeah, listen, yeah, I'm open to it. I don't mind that at all. He's got a bit of league experience as well. Yeah, I think people are like highlighting one bad game that he had for the US. He shipped 6 to Colombia or something ridiculous. So yeah, but whatever.
Yeah. Let's go through some of the super chats. There's more super chats coming. Thank you to every single one of you that has been supporting us today. Sam is saying club wants to win right now. Great window. Exactly. We're finally showing that ambition, which a lot of people were scared and nervous. I did say, let's just wait until the window closes. And yeah, I mean, hold up. Wow. So just a quick update on Reiss Nelson. Ipswich Town are in advanced talks to sign Reiss Nelson on loan from Arsenal. So Reiss Nelson, it seems like Ipswich out of nowhere. It was Fulham, West Ham and Palace that were mentioned. It seems like Ipswich right now are in advanced talks, and that's according to Fabrizio Romano.
It's a dead move, man. That is a dead move. Sorry, he's better than Ipswich. No disrespect, but like that is a dead move for him.
But yeah, I thought they were not going to send him out on loan. But yeah, okay, interesting. We'll look at that. Let's go through some more super chats. Thank you, Sam, for that. Really appreciate it. Jamie,
absolutely. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you so much for that, for all your efforts, D. I'm a big fan of Trevor, but not happy on a loan with no option, making Chelsea money going. Making Chelsea money again, and it's Connor and Ruben all over again. I think that's a fair point to make. But I feel like Chelsea have managed to take advantage of the situation due to it being so late on. I would have preferred an option to buy, and even an obligation, because I think Chalobah is a very good defender. There are rumors about £30 million. As Stan has mentioned here as well, it gives Chelsea advantage in terms of if he has a very good year with us, then he could be joining another club for a higher price, or even Chalobah an advantage as well. I think this deal suits Chalobah and Chelsea more than Palace in terms of the long term. And short term, it helps us out massively because Chalobah, I think, could be the difference maker, especially as we're looking up the table to European spots. But yeah, it is a bit frustrating. It's a bit frustrating that there's nothing around it, but I think that's what happens when you leave it late in the window with a few hours left. So yeah. But look, thank you once again for the super chat. Let's go through some more comments as well. There's a lot of comments. There's nearly 400 of you here. If you haven't already done so, people,
it's crazy, man.
You can support the channel by just dropping a like. That would be much appreciated. Really appreciate you all. Super chats, non-super chats, etc. We're building a great community here, and yeah, we're progressing really well. But also, whilst everyone is here on Sunday, live watch along, we'll have T and Tim for that. Then we'll have the live match reaction as well as a player rating. So there's more Palace content coming this weekend, trying to cover everything related to the Chelsea game. And in about 10 minutes' time, we'll be having Patrick and Hambo on around 10 p.m. We'll be having a few other people. We'll be rotating. So yeah, there'll be different opinions, keeping you up to date with all the latest before the window closes. Should be an exciting, well, nearly 2 hours. 2 hours, an hour.
Substitutions pending soon.
Yeah. We got squad depth.
Squad depth.
Big depth.
Yeah, big depth. Another super chat.
Another one.
From Michael saying, Sam, do you think we should have gone for? Oh, so he means Stan. He put Stan. Stan, do you think we should have gone for Tom Fellows? Would provide wingback cover either side and decent two-footed number 10. I believe he's a player from West Brom. Who's I don't know if you've heard of him.
I have heard of him. You know what? I am a little bit, I wouldn't say worried, but like I'm a bit wondering about what's going to happen in that sort of the guy that can play, attacking right on the, the tricky sort of creative player. But yeah, we'll see. I think Tom Fellows would have been a shout. I saw some highlight reels of him. He looked decent enough, but maybe they got something else up their sleeve. Maybe Marcus Edwards is coming in or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. T, would you have? He only got mentioned once, and then afterwards he went a bit quiet. I can't even remember the source, but would you have been open to a move like that?
I think I might have been open to it. I think the matter I think the talking point is, was he prepared for the Premier League? Is he prepared for this level? I think that's probably was my biggest question. I mean, he seems like he's a pretty decently talented player. Seems like he's really good with both feet and more of an attacking player. So I'm not sure how much defending he would be able to do, or if wingback is truly a place where we want to put him. But I mean, it sounds like he may end up going for upwards of 20 mil. So I don't know, but it seemed like he might be. I mean, and because I know I did read somewhere that West Brom wants to keep him.
Yeah, well, they're looking to push for promotion, right? So it wouldn't surprise me if they wanted to keep him.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. But Michael, really appreciate your super chat, and also I know you've been frustrated this summer. I remember your comments. Hopefully you'll get happier today. But yeah, it has been a long summer, so I really appreciate everyone that sent super chats and everyone that's been watching us all summer long. As I've mentioned, Palace News will still remain here, even though the window's closed. We'll be keeping up to date with all the latest news. But yeah, I mean, today, in terms of the business and hectic stuff, today's a finale. And maybe in a few days' time, we could find out potentially some deals that could have slipped off the radar. What's happened to the Cornet link? Yeah, Cornet was actually linked today. I believe he's joining Southampton, but the latest on that was that Southampton had to sell a player because they were over the 25-man mark.
Is that right?
Registered players. So yeah, Cornet is going to Southampton, and I'll be honest, unpopular opinion maybe, but I didn't want Cornet at Palace. I just thought it would have been a cheap option. I thought it would just been a cheap option. I don't know.
I don't think he's good enough. I don't think he's good enough.
Well, he was out injured all of last summer as well. At West Ham, I think he was very good at. He was good at Burnley, but I don't know. I just feel like I would have preferred maybe like a Kostic, an experienced player who can push Mitchell on. I don't know. Cornet would have, I guess, been good for depth, but
he would give you some good positional versatility because he could play on the wing too. Because he was a winger first.
Again, I don't want that to happen though, T, because that means that France won't be playing. And I want France that has to be open for France.
We're a long way from seeing him, mate.
Not that long. He's got a rib injury.
He's not even had a pre-season.
Mate,
we're a long way from
he didn't have a
seeing him.
Pre-season.
Yeah,
I
would not count on him.
Yeah. He will be going to Southampton. As of right now, we're still waiting on Nketiah, Matt Turner, Lacroix has been announced, and Trevor Chalobah. That's the one to look out for. I think Chalobah is the not concerning one, but it's an that's the one that's pretty much happening later on in the day. So hopefully we can get all the paperwork, medical, everything sorted. But the latest with Chalobah was that he is undergoing his medicals at Crystal Palace. Before we do move on, let's quickly have a quick mention on the left wing back position. As I mentioned at the start of the show, Glasner did say that we are looking to get a new left wing back in. However, with 2 hours left in the window, it seems like it's very quiet in that area. Cornet was mentioned today. What's our thoughts on the left wing back position and depth there? Because it's been an area that, I mean, we've been talking about all summer, but right now, with 2 hours left, it seems unlikely to. Is that a bit of a disappointment for you?
Yeah, it is. I think it's, but at the same time, out of everything that's transpired and everything that we have done and accomplished in the span of this time, players we've lost, I feel like it's a smaller consolation to the overall perspective of what we've done in this window. So if I had to give, as things stand, if all signings that have been rumored to happen or be completed, if we stand pat, nothing else happens, I'm probably around an 8 out of 10 with this window, 8.5 out of 10. You know what I mean? But at the same time, maybe now it just makes January the priority in January a lot more clear for us.
Well, the two. So you're saying left wing back and then maybe a creative forward.
Maybe creative forward or maybe right wing back cover. Like we have a little bit more focus.
Yeah. So,
I'll
say as well, T, just to add to your point as well. Earth Extreme, Stan, your building designer should get an award as your building background looks amazing. Thank you. I'm in the Apple store now. I'm not really. But I think what we've been used to in previous windows was that like add one here, one there, sort of like a lipstick on a pig type of thing. And then we wait for January with bated breath. And then not very much happens in January apart from the previous one. So I think this time where hopefully, fingers crossed, like Glasner can work with this crew, this core group. They look really good on paper. He'll probably get some results out of them. And then hopefully we're in a position where we, like you said, we can just add here, add there.
Yeah. It's
taking shape. But the overhaul of the squad since January is significant if you look at it because Munoz have come in. They come in January, right? Those were the two. Was there anyone? Am I missing someone else that came in?
No, those were the two that came in January.
And then you've had obviously some significant additions here. Obviously, Elise's gone. I mean, that's what's it called? He's a world-class player. You're never going to replace him really like for like. But I think that the squad is evolving and we're looking a lot better. There's clubs that are considerably richer than us and have apparently are considerably bigger clubs like Newcastle, who probably don't have the squad in some areas that we have. Obviously, they've got Isak and they've got Anthony Gordon, but their back line is like shocking, right? So I think, like I said, credit where it's due. There's some serious improvements there.
Yeah, there are some serious improvements. Super chat from Sergeant. Thank you so much for that. Saying, who do you think should start alongside Adam Wharton? We have spoke about this in a match review, but we'll quickly mention it now as well. Make sure to check that out if you haven't already done so, people. Tomorrow, as we're playing on Sunday, and the opposition preview as well. That's out on the channel. I'm not really as fast. Look, the ideal scenario would be Cheikh Doucouré if he's fit and ready, because I think he's the better player. But I think we've seen enough from Will Hughes to suggest that he should be, if he was to start, that he should be doing a good enough job.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Glasner has a high amount of trust in Will Hughes, enough to consistently play him, even when somebody like Doucouré is healthy, somebody like Lerma is healthy. Let's not forget Lerma is 100% healthy. No, not coming off of any injuries. Like he's good, and he's still not in the starting picture. So, yeah, there's a level of trust there for sure with Glasner when it comes to Will Hughes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stan, for
Go on,
you,
mate.
who would be your midfield two alongside, midfield partner alongside Adam Walton?
You know what? There's a number of options. I know people are saying that Lerma didn't have the greatest game last week. I actually thought he was all right. I thought when he went off is when the game went in the other team's favour. To be honest with you, because he did offer that stability. But you've got him. Hughes in a holding midfield position is a decent player, and we've seen that he's put in some good performances. He's not a 10, where a previous manager used to play him. That's why. He's not a 10, but as a holding midfielder, he's decent. Lerma is good. And obviously, Decore, he's coming back from a really big injury. He snapped his Achilles. He's had surgery on it. So it's going to take him a bit of time, but he's probably the best of the bunch. So I'm not really, I'm not too worried about who starts next to him.
Yeah, I think, by the way, people, I'm looking at my phone. I'm trying to see if there's any updates or so. So I did forget about Jefferson Lerma. I think Lerma probably, he makes sense defensively because I did speak about it in the opposition preview and also on Chelsea Fan TV as well. With the amount of attackers they'll be having, I think Lerma, defensively, what he brings to the side, I think he's probably better than Will Hughes. But Will Hughes is better on the ball. So based on that, I would either Lerma or Hughes. But now that we've mentioned, I think Lerma makes more sense next to Will Hughes for the time being. Let's bring on Patrick. I mean, let's not bring him on. He's brought himself on. How you doing, Patrick? You want to talk?
No.
What's up? Welcome to the show where Patrick is not going to talk.
I'm good.
$1 million man himself.
Anything going on today? I haven't paid attention. Anything going on today?
Not much, man. Not much, man.
That's what I've heard.
Is it? Is that today?
Yeah. Lacroix has been announced as well. I mean, it's not rumors.
No.
It's fact.
Really?
It's fact. Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
It's facts. How are you?
Any super chats today? Anything good? Super chat?
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of super chats.
Some geezer gave us a $5.
Nice.
Thanks to everyone who sent a super chat. Apart
I think
from,
he might have doubled his last contribution. So
Again, just want to contribute to the channel. That's all. Just trying to support.
Not interesting enough. According to the person who sent a super chat. So yeah, but thank you regardless to that Patrick. Anyway, so this Patrick is different. How are you doing though, Patrick? How's your day been? Have you enjoyed the golf?
I didn't play today. I was actually trying to relax. I didn't play today.
Oh, you didn't play?
No, because I'm sure you saw I play in a golf league and we won the championship last week. So we had a little dinner last night, little trophy ceremony, back-to-back champs. 3 out of 4 years. A lot like Man City. You know how it goes, D. Man City, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm like Man City when it comes to golf. You're definitely like Luton Town.
Yeah, we had that discussion.
I know Man City. Do you know Man City?
100%.
Do you know Man City?
Yeah.
You play handicap -10. That's what I heard. In fact, you do a bogey as well. So when it comes to golf, Patrick,
you do a bogey. Jesus.
Whoa. So Patrick plays 10 under par.
Nah, he plays over par. Sorry. Plus,
even that would be good, right? Stan. Even that would be good.
If his handicap was that would be.
I'm saying, like, if you play 10 under, then like you should be on the tour.
You're a tour player, and if you play 10 over, you're just a regular. You're decent 10 handicap. Which again, I'd take that 10, 11 handicap. Anyway,
also excellent.
Let's talk football, lads. How's it going? Is anything going? Lacroix? Anything else beside Lacroix today? Anything else going on today?
Let's get your thoughts on that. Lacroix has been announced. We've been talking about different positions and different areas of the pitch. We're still waiting on Nketiah, Trevor Chalobah, who should be joining Palace, as well as what's his name? Turnmer.
Oh, we got a goalkeeper. We got backup goalkeeper. Nice. Where are you from? What country?
Patrick messaged me. He messaged me and he was saying, in the thumbnail, why don't you have Matt Turner there?
Right.
I said, with all due respect, like, as much as, you might rate Matt Turner because he plays for the US men's
Never
national
said that
team
yet.
side.
Haven't commented on him yet, but go ahead.
Yeah. I think there's other players that should be in the thumbnail before Matt Turner.
I didn't say they shouldn't be, but if you're going to put Chalobah in there, if you're gonna put Nketiah who haven't officially been announced, why not put in Turner? He's not officially announced yet.
Well, Nketiah, I mean, he's a £30 million signing, and Chalobah is on loan, second choice goalie.
Yeah.
I think there's
let's get to Lacroix.
Yeah.
Great signing. Obviously, I love the Glasner connection. I love the way he plays. He's a little overly aggressive sometimes with his defending, but he's a great tackler. He knows how to play in Glasner's system. You should see him in the 3 as opposed to a 2 when he played at Wolfsburg, but I think he can handle it. And if you throw in Gahey and Chalobah there, you've got one of the best defenses, probably outside the top 6 in the league once they gel. So it's a great signing. It looks like a very, I saw the video, it looked like he's very happy to be here, which is a great 5-year contract at 24. I mean, what's not to like?
Literally, what's not to like? But I asked this question to T and Stan as well. Do you think that backline now is good enough to push for European spots? Because I think it is.
The backline is, but we still need to gel in other places, not midfield, probably up top. But yeah, we're going to have to score some goals, which hopefully comes. But defensively, we keep clean sheets. I think we'll win a lot of games, basically, right? So yeah.
Yeah, because you expect us to create chances as well.
I'm going to be quiet on talk of Europe because it is a very competitive part of the table that we're looking at, and a lot of teams around us have also strengthened. So we've done probably what the competition that we're going for probably did a couple of weeks ago. Do you know what I mean? But so
I want to be clear though. When I say Europe, I'm talking Conference League. I'm not.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about the last spot.
We're talking about Champions League winning.
Right.
Champions League defense.
That's Conference League is what, number 7?
Exactly.
Spot?
It's the last spot or League Cup. So I'll take either one. That's fine. I'm
7th
not that
spot?
crazy fan that says I think it's 7th, right? Because the top 4 is champions, next 2 are Europa. 7th is conference unless they win the and this is the League Cup winner wins the, if it's like a Man City, they don't take that spot. So again, it goes down to 8th. But again, I'm looking at whatever that bottom spot for Europa League, I'll take it. That's my focus. Or League Cup. Still in the Carabao Cup. So there is that. And I'm watching QPR today. They're not very good, by the way. But
what's the score?
Against Luton, right?
1-0 Luton.
1-0 Luton.
47th minute.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
I do think with that defense, as you mentioned, I think Patrick, you said it. Outside of the top 6, I think that's probably one of the best defenses. Yeah. So naturally, if that's the case, then for me, the defense, anyways, I'm not saying the whole team. I think the defense is European worthy, like to fight for European spots. I think it's good enough. Then again, even on midfield, I think maybe the questions are up front.
I said that. It's gonna be whether whoever the 3 are, whether it's Nketiah, Mateta, Eze, whether it's Eze, Mateta, Kamada. You know what I mean? Whatever the combinations are, I'm comfortable with the 3. By the way, I know you guys talking about. I know there's a Reiss Nelson thing out there. We get him, great. I know an Arsenal fan in the top left wants to sign Reiss Nelson because he loves every ex-Arsenal player. But we don't get Reiss Nelson. I'm fine with what we have. Kamada, Sarr, France, when he's fit, Eze, and Nketiah, Mateta. I mean, that's deep right there. You add in Reiss Nelson. I mean, that's a luxury item. And then now Edouard's gone. So, I mean, but I'll take him. If he comes, I'll take him. I like him. I think he's a good player. I actually rate him higher than I rate Nketiah.
Yeah. But Reiss Nelson, the latest is that Ipswich are closing in on a loan move for Reiss Nelson. So yeah,
that's a dead move, man. Sorry,
that's potentially off. But Patrick, just your thoughts on Glasner talking about left wing back position, and that we're trying to do more, and that's one of the areas that we could be targeting on deadline day. He said this in the afternoon. It seems quiet on that aspect. Do you think that's one of the downsides of this window, despite signing from all the other areas, or are you happy with our current squad?
I'm not going to have a downside. Chalobah to me was a major bonus. I'm not going to have a downside. Anything you get above Chalobah, whether it's a right-sided player or left wing back, is a bonus. In a perfect world, of course, left wing back is a position you want to strengthen. I noticed today, I watched the 21s play. That's why I didn't want to come on earlier. I was watching them play Leeds. They drew 1-1, and Frank Ouma played left wing back and played it pretty well today. And he's not going out on loan, clearly, because obviously he would have gone out on loan. They would have announced it, and he was playing today. So I wouldn't have a problem him getting more experience at 21s later on in the season, being the left wing back cover, or As someone mentioned, I think someone might have mentioned January, like last year, like Munoz get someone in January. But left wing back's a tough position, man. I don't want to block out. I know you guys think I don't want to block out Teo. So if we get in, I don't want it to be a 21, 22-year-old. I'd rather be an older, experienced player that Ty can learn from, and then obviously that wouldn't block one of our younger left wing backs. But again, Gossens went to, where'd he go? Somewhere in Italy?
Fiorentina.
I think he's just opted to stay at Juve now. He said he's staying.
Oh, okay.
No, that's Kostic.
That's Kostic.
Right, Kostic, right.
Yeah.
So Gossens, right. So I mean, those were my two favorites because of their age and their profile, and obviously Kostic played under Glasner. But it's a tough market, and again, people talking about against Maxwell Cornet, but he's not really a left wing back. He's versatile. He hasn't played in like 2 years since he left Burnley, but he could have played left wing back, left midfield, up top. But again, I mean, that I'm telling you right now, a left wing back is a present I'm not expecting. This has been I don't know. We're not going to rate it yet, obviously, until the end of the show. But it's been a very good window for me. A very good window, ins and outs. Yeah. And again, we kept Gahey, man. I banged on about that for a long time. I thought he was going to go for sure. So to keep Gahey is such a major bonus. That's like 2 new signings, not even 1.
I think you got to give kudos, and I know I've been one of his biggest critics, but you got to give kudos to Steve Parish here, man, because he's like this. He's had them on strings for weeks, bro.
No, listen, man. I told you. Once he bought Glasgow, when I was off the anti-Parrish stuff, because again, I just didn't like the Hodgson move, but I had no problem. You know me, I used to back Parrish big time. It was the Hodgson move that bothered me about him, not everything else. Everything else he didn't bother me as much. I didn't care about the no signings or I know what he was trying to do, but the Hodgson move made no sense to me. It just made no sense. So to get Glasgow, whether it was him or whatever, it's a great idea. So anyway,
let me just quickly stand. We're gonna do a substitution. Before you do go, you've been running, you've been pressing high. Before you do go, let's get your thoughts on the window so far. With a few more signings waiting to be announced. Are you happy with the direction that we're going in?
Yes, very happy.
Yeah, it is going in the right direction. Of course, we still need to sign a few more players. But look, Stan, great to have you on.
Absolute pleasure to be back on, and hope to be back on again soon. But up the Palace, and great window, and fingers crossed for the next few games. So I'll catch you all soon.
Right.
Yeah,
cheers.
Take care. Okay. At 10 o'clock, we're gonna bring on new fresh faces. We're gonna bring on Hambo because Hambo's actually even back of the nest. He didn't realize, but we've sold him. So Hambo, your fault.
Yeah,
you've actually been sold. How does it feel?
I mean, sometimes you got to do what's right for your family. Leighton Orient came in with a bid. I wasn't really expecting it. But they got a lot of
Newcastle. £140 million at a certain point.
No, well, that changed, didn't it? That we were talking, but the bid never materialised. They got upset, thought we were changing the price, and they've just gone off sulking now. So, but yeah, the late bid from Orient came in. They've got a big offer. I mean, who wouldn't want to be? Who wouldn't want to be a pundit on the Orient? It's a joke about it's like China, isn't it?
Just as an exclusive to everyone, I accept the £1 offer from Orient. As is their deadline day, technically you can't release a player for free. The minimum is £1 according to the FA rules. So Hambo's off. Enjoy your 2 hours at Premier League level because you won't be here soon enough. Expecting a bid from well, look, that bid has come, Hambo.
It happened between when I wrote the.
All jokes aside, it's good to have you here. What have you been up to? You've been doing a Chelsea podcast.
I was on the Chelsea Fancast. Yeah, it's on the Chelsea Fancast, just chatting about Chelsea. Chelsea.
Come on, Chelsea.
All that,
proper Chelsea, right? Proper Chelsea.
Proper Chelsea. No, they're good guys, and we had I like doing that show because they take a lot of time to actually talk about the opposition rather than themselves, and they ask lots of good probing questions about our players. We had a good long chat about Wharton and things like that, and they're nice, polite, and respectful, and listen to you. So, good guys. So if you are massively into your football in general as well as Palace, give the Chelsea Fancast a listen. Well worth doing.
Okay. Just let's quickly go around and get a quick update in terms of the latest situation with incomings and outgoings. So with outgoings, Odsonne Edouard is currently having his medical for a move to Leicester City. According to Fabrizio Romano, There isn't a option to buy, so it should be a straight loan move. We'll see what happens with his contract, because apparently he's only got a year left on his contract, but then other people have said that there's an option to extend. So that's with the outgoing. And to be fair, another outgoing that's gone very quiet is Ahamada. He was meant to go out on loan to France with an option to buy for the club. However, as of right now, with 2 hours left, there's been no other updates. That was very early on in the day. I believe it's near the morning that news broke out. So that's the 2 outgoings. And then the incomings, Lacroix, he's been announced on a 5-year deal, the 24-year-old. Which was a positive move. Of course, we spoke about that. And then there's also a few other incomings that we're expecting before we wrap up the show. That is Matt Turner, the Nottingham Forest goalie, should be coming to Palace on loan for the remainder of the season. And Eddie Nketiah, the latest on Nketiah was that it is very close and it should be announced soon. And that was around, let me just try to find the timing of that Nketiah deal, but Nketiah should be announced soon. That's around an hour ago, according to Sky Sports News. Is that it is very close to be confirmed. So it should all be sorted. It's just waiting for confirmation for Nketiah. Lacroix, as I've said, sorted. Nketiah very close to being announced. Matt Turner, the latest was his medical, but that should be sorted because that was in the afternoon. And then Trevor Chalobah is undergoing his medical, no option or obligation to buy. And yeah, that's the three signings potentially that we're waiting on.
So I wasn't really listening to you because I don't like to usually. It's just sort of noise, really. But did you mention Odsonne Edouard?
Yeah, you don't know about that.
Is he going to Leicester?
Yeah. He's going to Leicester on a loan move. Yeah. There's no option according to Fabrizio Romano to buy. So yeah, he's currently over at Leicester. We'll get your thoughts on it. Let me quickly get this super chat out the way. There was a super chat here from Sam saying Glasner equals winner, not here to play games. Exactly that. Even today, he did say in his press conference, we're going to Chelsea to win. That's the mentality, and it's a very important mentality to have, because I think in the past, I'm not saying we're going to dominate Chelsea in possession, but there's going to be a game plan in order for us to win. And we've seen that so far is coming. So yeah, he's a winner. He's a winner. But Hambo, as you were shocked about that Edouard news, just your thoughts on that?
Interesting move. I mean, I suppose looking at Leicester's squad, they need some competition up front in terms of especially looking for it's a long old season, isn't it? But that's not one I expected to see. I didn't honestly expect a Premier League club to come in for him. So, but yeah, it is what it is. It came a bit out of left field, and that does really point to the fact that Nketiah must be done. You talk about it being close. You're not letting Edouard go anywhere if Nketiah's not coming in. So, I mean, like you say, if there's no option or anything like that, hopefully he he goes and gets a bit of form, and we can see why we signed him in the first place. I think talking with the Chelsea boys, they were a little surprised at how down I was on Edouard when we were talking about who might start the match. So yeah, I'm surprised.
Edouard could be starting, by the way, just out of curiosity, to the Chelsea podcast.
They asked me. They asked me, would Mateta start, and I said, well, you're not going to pick Edouard, are you?
Okay.
And they looked a bit surprised, so we had a little bit of a back and forth as they were saying, I thought he was quite a good player, and I said, so did I. But unfortunately, hasn't cut it in the Premier League, and just doesn't look like he has the rhythm or confidence. Hasn't played enough games consistently to really kind of find that form. But But yeah.
Out of curiosity, why didn't you think Edouard could be joining another Premier League club? Because I thought a move to Ipswich, who was mentioned, and Leicester, it makes perfect sense because he scored goals in the Premier League. However, it's his other areas of the game and how consistent he can be that's been a problem. It's not like he's a terrible player.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, really. If you're a team that needs a finisher and you're creating lots of chances and you're going to play him centrally or alongside another striker, or maybe even coming in off the left a little bit, I think there's some good space. There's a good opportunity to get him in your side, right? but I don't think they to pointing out that he looks angry.
Yeah, exactly.
In the chat,
I'd love
bro.
that as well. I'd love that as well.
He doesn't
Like,
angry,
okay.
he don't have an angry face.
You look like he's had
Yeah.
enough of you already, and you've been in like 5 minutes.
Nah.
But yeah, I'm just look, from my perspective, it's I look at obviously teams like Ipswich and Leicester. They come up, so they'll have a little bit of momentum, but they're going to have people there who are going to work their socks off for 90 minutes, run down every lost opportunity, chase the channels. And Edouard is not a player to chase the channels, to batter the two centre backs for 90 minutes. He's just not that guy, and it's not really fair to ask him to be that guy either, which is a little bit what Hodgson kind of did with him at times. So that's just my feeling. People will have different opinions, and obviously the manager of Leicester has that opinion, that he is actually somebody who can work with their system.
Yeah, Patrick, you seem like you want to say something. I don't know why, but it seemed like it. The way you went off mute.
No, it was a while ago. Something that Hambo had said. It's not important. But I would say, as far as I can't remember what it was, but it was a while ago. But I will say, as far as the player that Hambo kind of described is actually Jordan Ayew. Guys who kind of draw fouls and chase things down. They already have him.
Yeah,
so
they already have him. Yeah.
Edouard thing. I don't get it either. I mean, again, I got nothing against Edouard. But I just don't understand why he go to Leicester. I think I had a discussion with you, D, one time. They seem to have enough forwards. They've got Vardy, they had Mavadivi, they have Paxton Daka. Maybe they're injured, but
Daka's out for the season.
Oh, he is. Okay, there you go. So that's that.
And I think they've been playing Mavadidi on the wing.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, they played Jordan Ayew through the center. They played when Jordan Ayew scored his goal. He was playing as striker.
Jordan has always said he's a striker, though. Jordan has already said in his whole career, even in the past, that he's a striker. He didn't want to play wide or in the middle. So let's play through the middle. So let's see what happens. It worked on midweek when he scored that cup goal. It was a great goal too, by the way. So.
Goal's a banger.
Yeah, Hammer, what do you make of Chalobah? It's come out last minute. Probably whilst he was recording with the Chelsea lot. But yeah, it seems like it's a low move, which I've said it a few times now, but I feel like adding Chalobah and Lacroix to this side, that back line is capable of pushing for European spots. That back line, not the whole team, the back line. I think that back line is complete and is as strong as it's ever been at Palace, in my opinion.
Those 2+ gays on at least gay on paper, that really looks incredible. It's like it's mouth-watering, that the talent in that back three. And then when you think you supplement that with Richards as well, who I think is an underrated player at Palace. I've got a lot of time for Chris Richards. Really strong defender, incredibly mobile. Good with his feet, and I think I think people
and Riyad
probably need to, and Riyad when he's fit as well. Again, looks a real prospect, doesn't he? So you think that's five for the 3 spots that should see you for the season. It really should at a very high level. And then you've got Lerma and Klein, who had storming, performances at centre back as well, and it's just like that's too good to be true, isn't it? So how's it happening? The Chelsea guys were absolutely like gutted with Trevor Chalobah. Like they were,
they think he's one of the best defenders at the club.
Yeah, they cannot understand why the guy doesn't play every week. Like they absolutely can't understand it. And more to the point, they just I can't remember who played in midweek for them, but they described them as the Chuckle Brothers.
Sassy and Batty Shield, they're awful together. Yeah, they're awful together.
Yeah, so there you go.
It's terrible.
Yeah, they've been starting Sassy at right wing back.
Yeah, so they are baffled. Absolutely baffled, and that tells you what you need to know. And he's a big unit. He's like scored a wonderful goal against us as well. And I just think, oh, sorry, we did forget Rob Holding, but Rob Holding's.
Hey, how would you like to be Rob Holding right about now?
That is actually sad because maybe he goes out on loan or somewhere, but he's
my
not
man went
be
from like
playing.
5th choice to like 8th.
Yeah, it is.
Well, just remember, D, Dougie doesn't miss.
There you go.
He doesn't miss though.
Sorry,
do you
I
want to
just
have this
realised.
debate right now? Do you want to have this debate right now, Patrick?
Rob,
'Cause
no, I'm
we
just
were
saying. I said
talking
Rob
about this.
Holding. Rob Holding made a mistake. I'm just saying one
He
mistake.
didn't make a
Don't
mistake.
get
Rob Holding wasn't a mistake for £1 million.
Don't
How's that a
get
mistake? How's that a mistake for £1 million?
Okay.
I thought we
Hey,
were
have the
a bit
debate.
more
how
than
that's
many,
what-
how
no,
many
that's my point.
appearances
How's
has
that a mistake
Rob
for
Holding
£1 million?
made for us?
We'll have the debate, but not now. I've got plenty of data to back up my argument that no one's perfect, but that's okay. We won't do it now because Hambo's here.
No,
How
but
many
Doug,
appearances has he
perfect.
made for us though? Like
I think
seriously,
one, the
Like,
League Cup
I
game,
thought
right?
it was. Oh, was it? Did he make an appearance? I thought it was zero.
The
But
Man
yeah,
United,
okay.
the Man United
Against
game
United.
last year. United,
Carabao
we lost
Cup.
3-0. Yeah.
my
Okay.
God.
Yeah, good memory.
Yeah,
Sorry,
don't
D.
think
I
Rob
just want to
Holding-
apologise. D. I just want to apologise. I didn't realise I wore my T-shirt that says shit on it again.
Oh yeah.
I wore that
Follow
last
that.
time. It's a penguin in a
The
with
beautiful
some bowling pins.
bowling. It's brilliant.
So
Love
yeah,
it.
He's in a
concerned.
precarious
That's what Hambo
situation.
thinks
to
of
say
back
the
of the
least.
nest now that
He
he's been
is,
transferred
yeah.
over. That's what he thinks of back of the nest now that he's now that he's been released as a free agent. That's what he thinks of back of the nest. But left wing back position, we spoke about Hambo. Let's get your thoughts on it. Glass has mentioned it in the press conference, saying that it could be an area that we could be targeting today. But less than 2 hours left in the window. And what's your stance on the left wing back position? And I've asked this question to everyone. Are you disappointed or are you okay with our business and, maybe not strengthening in that area?
No, I'm not okay with that. If I'm being brutally honest, I think it's an oversight, and we have history of ignoring kind of fullback / wing back positions.
I don't get it.
We ignored the need for a right back for 6 of the seasons we've been back in the Premier League. And we're now ignoring it on the left, and it doesn't mean I have a problem with Ty Mitchell, because I don't. I think he's a fantastic player, and I think he can get better. But I think we don't help him. I said it in the last match review. I don't think we're actually doing him any favors by not having somebody pushing him for his spot. I think it's just natural that you sit in your comfort zone, and he'll be trying as hard as he thinks he possibly can. But there's another level he can find if somebody is going to take that shirt from him. And he needs to be on that every week, every game. He needs to be in fear that someone's going to come and take his spot in the team. Otherwise, he cannot get that extra percentage that he needs, because we've seen him. He can defend one-on-one superbly. He can go forward. He can get great crosses into the box. He can go past players. They can rely on him, give him the ball. But every now and then you just think he's just very passive, and he's not trying to go around the outside, and he's not busting the gut to get back either. And we are getting hit down that side of the pitch at the start of the season. So he's got to have some competition. So that is an oversight for me. And I think Glasner knows it. And that's why it's something that's been mentioned a few times. But it's a hard market out there. You've got to find the right player, got to be the right character.
Yeah,
so I have a theory on that, Hambo, because you're right. If you think about international football in general, or football in general, the left back position, even for England, is a problem. All right, and it's a country that looks for a left back, because you have injured Shaw. You're playing a right foot Trippier in the Euros, a right foot player on the left side, and then you're talking about a left wing back, which is a new position. It's not a fullback; it's a left wing back. So you're playing a midfield and defending. There just are not enough of those players anywhere, not in England and not in the world. So when Palace identified like a Kostic or a Gossens, that's 2 out of I don't know how many more. You know what I mean? There just aren't enough players in that position that you can identify. Which is why I think that's the reason why we haven't gotten the left wing back. Not that we don't want to address it, but right wing back is so much easier. And the fact we didn't address it kind of earlier before Munoz was a total neglect on our part, because there were tons of right-footed right wing backs in the world or in England, but left side there just aren't enough, and that's the issue I think we have. And the fact we tried to convert Ty, and he's done a good job into a left wing back and made him into a decent one, is interesting, because when it's wing back, it's hard to play. You've got to be very adept at getting forward, crossing the ball, beat a man one-on-one, and then don't forget, if you lose the ball, track back and defend. It's not easy position to play. So for me, that's the problem. There aren't enough good players, and I think that's the reason why we haven't really addressed it.
Yeah. Sorry, there's another super chat before I forget. Let me put it up on the screen. Thank you again, David. You're saying quite a few super chats today. Best signing we made was getting Dougie to stay. Yeah, I mean, we did start the summer with Dougie and Glass that we mentioned with moves away from the football club, but that was an important moment to keep Dougie away from Newcastle for various different reasons. Because first of all, there were talks about his family being, up north, so he'll be closer to his family. And the Newcastle project, on paper, it looks with the money that they're supposed to have and, pushing on, etc. They played Champions League football not too long ago. It sounds a bit more exciting than Palace. So it seemed like Newcastle move made a lot of sense for Dougie to move there. However, he stayed at the football club, and I thought that was a key moment in terms of, you don't stay at Palace unless you have those conversations with Parish and maybe Glasner, and you think that there's a plan here to take us further. And that was a good sign that this summer could be an exciting summer, because we knew that we were going to lose a significant player. But despite that, Dougie felt that staying at Palace right now suited him better than leaving to join Newcastle.
There's another thing in play there as well. Dougie's left Palace twice and regretted it twice.
Yeah.
Massively. Like, he'll tell you when he left Palace to go to, was it Wolves then Forest, or Forest then Wolves, whichever way around that was. I forget. But
Wolves first, then Forest.
Yeah. But hated it. Absolutely, massively regretted it. Came back and finished his playing career with us a happy man. And then obviously, we chatted to him when we were called something different, and he was very candid about how the Bolton decision came about as manager, and how he made the wrong call, and he regrets it hugely, and felt like that he basically panicked into a decision there. So he's never going to make a really rash decision to leave Crystal Palace again, I don't think, because he knows the DNA of this football club. He's got a fantastic working relationship with Steve Parish now, and he can spot talent, and he's got a network of people that can spot talent. Patrick's right; he doesn't get it 100% right, but nobody does. But his hit rate is fantastic.
Right.
But most importantly, the vision that the club has, which is bringing in young, high potential talent, developing it, and then only selling them when they are ready to move on and move up, and you don't stand in their way. And that's how you bring the next level of player in afterwards. That's how you replace Elise eventually. We will find another player with that. Well, we found another player with that sort of ceiling in Adam Wharton, and there'll be more that we're already looking now. We're already trying to find the next ones now. And that's a level of progressive recruitment that we haven't seen in the past. We've been very reactive, and we've often bought players that have sort of fallen away and at the other end of their career and had like one last resurgence. Like Shamak was an amazing signing for us, if you remember Marouane Shamak. But he was, 28, 29 when we bought him, and his hair was about 45. So like he was like, fantastic for us, but for 2 years, and there's no resale, he just disappeared. And that's, we're not in that market anymore. So it's really positive, really, really positive. And keeping Dougie was fantastic.
Before you jump in,
go ahead, sorry.
There's about 420 of you watching this live right now. If you haven't already done so, please hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so as well. We'll be going through more comments after Patrick, and also keep you up to date. As of right now, what I've mentioned about 10 minutes ago, it remains. We're still waiting on around Nketiah, Turner, and Chalobah. 3 announcements at least, which haven't happened. And we got an hour and a half, or less than an hour and a half now. Patrick.
So real quick, Hamber, you're right. He went to Wolves, scored 10 in 29. And then he went to Forest, 18 in 70. So, but that wasn't what I wanted to ask about. Actually, and it's very simplistic, right? But keeping Dougie away from Newcastle, was he ever rumored to go to Newcastle? He was, right? Or was it Man United?
He was. Newcastle.
Both. But
there is no doubt.
It was both.
Right, but there's no doubt. If he goes to Newcastle, Gahey's at Newcastle right now. He's there right now, because he's not going to do a Paul Mitchell and not know how to negotiate. So that's another thing. It sounds really silly, but the funny thing is, had he gone to Newcastle, 100% Gahey's going with him. So in my opinion, anyway. So that's why another reason why I was very important to keep him. But you're right. Dougie, listen, Dougie's done great. He's just not perfect, but that's okay. No one is.
Okay, shall I be honest? Shall I be honest? My theory about you and why you made that comment about Dougie. You were just not happy with Nketiah. You just didn't want him. And that's why you made that comment about Dougie being amazing. It was.
No,
I remember. That's when you made that comment. You was not happy with Nketiah, £30 million.
That's untrue. I made it before this.
Nah, I'll bring up the timing of the chat. That's when you questioned Dougie. That's when you questioned Dougie. I get it. You weren't happy with the signing, and you still make jokes about it in our private chat about Mateta, etc.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Lucas Perry, Bakary Sacco, Jacob Montes, Luke
guys.
Nathan Ferguson,
Hey.
Alexander Sola, Victor Camarasa, Cenk Tosin. That's for you. The last one's for you, Cenk Tosin.
Okay, hold up. So Sirloff.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I got Sirloff wrong. Sirloff turned out to be a good striker.
That's what I'm saying. Just the one that didn't hit. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm just saying they didn't hit. I'm saying they were bad. I'm just throwing out that they aren't always perfect. And that's way before.
You said Edouard Rackett in there?
I can't understand a word anymore. I'm too old for this.
What? Understand what? Hambo, what did you say? What did you say, Hambo? Why are you quiet?
And I forgot on the other side. I forgot T, right.
What did he say?
Erdo Rackett, Yaroslav Yak. They're on the other side of the paper. I didn't turn the page.
Okay, what about the other signings?
No, again, you how old are you? You're very sensitive for your age. You're very sensitive.
I'm not sensitive.
I did not say he has not made a bunch of great signings.
So what
I laugh at you when you say to me, Dougie doesn't miss, because everyone misses. That's all I'm saying to you. I'm not saying Dougie's not a very good director of football and has not made some tremendous great signings, including today. All I'm saying to you, I like to make fun of you because you always act like he's perfect, like you, but he's not. That's all I'm saying. That's it. I get it. Dougie's fantastic. Or as Jean-Philippe Mateta, another great signing, would say, he's fantastic.
Well, he might not say that because we'll see based on the rumors whether they're true or not. But he's put celebrations on pause according to some reports.
Can I recommend something?
Which is crazy. Yeah.
When these two are arguing, right? What I really recommend you do is accidentally be on the stream and start the YouTube at the same time, so it's out of synchronization. It sounded like they were just screaming at each other continuously, and my brain couldn't cope. So that's why I looked so confused during that.
Oh, you got the YouTube on at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, wow. It was an experience.
Yeah, that would have been a lot.
Magical. It was double Patrick and double D shouting at each other.
Double Patrick.
That'll make.
No one needs that. No one needs that.
So I got a question for you guys. For you guys before I have to get off of here, because I think it's really a really worthy talking point right now. Because we're talking about all these moves that are coming in right now and how happy we are for what we're doing. But come Sunday, we're going to have a very thread bone team going into Chelsea with not having Ahmed available, without having Edouard available, without having any of our new signings to be available. Just what are y'all opinions on the team that we can put out there, hypothetically, for Chelsea?
We just have to survive.
Yes.
Just have to survive that game. That's what it feels like. I think we still got a strong enough team to go out there and win. But the depth is very thin. As you've mentioned, I mean, even when we're looking at the bench, do we have enough players to fill out the bench? With these 3 or 4 signings, that changes massively. Then that bench, out of the 9 players, you bring in 3-4 players, and then that bench and the starting 11 flips, and it's looking all great. But for the Chelsea game, as with the West Ham game, by selling some of these players and trying to replace them, it's come a bit too soon. Saying that, still, with how they're playing and how vulnerable they are in defense, I still think there's an opportunity to get at Chelsea. I don't think it's all done and dusted, regardless of how many players are available, with the starting 11 that we have anyways.
Well, just think about that as well. You mentioned the starting 11. That 11, knowing what's coming in behind it, the squad in general will already know. Everyone who's on the bench, there's at least 3 of those are going to be missing from the next bench. Like, and then the 11 that's in, they've got to play well enough to keep their place. So if we have got a range of signings, we've got 2 at the back and we've got Nketiah, and then hopefully everyone's picking up on the fact that I said double D earlier on, and I did notice it, and I chose to move on from it because I'm not a child.
Well, no one,
but no one else is moving on from
well, that's
it.
on you. That's on you.
Yes,
that's your fault.
yes, that's my fault, and I'm sorry. And I'm sorry I related you to a bra size. I can only apologise, and I won't do it again. However, I do think it's a Sunday is kind of that first 11 have got to perform, and it's just another reason that you do have to have a good transfer market, a transfer deadline day when you're down on players like we are. So we've got to be positive about these things and not fear anything from Chelsea, because they had their boys were telling me like they had a really good second half against Wolves, and it shocked them because they didn't think that their team could play like that at the moment. But they are so reliant on Cole Palmer. He makes everybody else tick. And Glasner will know that. He's got a plan to win every game, Glasner. So, and that will include, let's not let Cole Palmer have the ball, and let's get the 11 that we've got, whoever they are, let's get them all set up properly to exploit the space and the general kind of mistakes that are possible in that Chelsea back line, right?
This is why you're off. This is why you're off. Enjoy the last hour.
Yeah,
I'm tired.
Campbell, why not Crawley though? Why Orient?
He hates Crawley. He actually hates Crawley.
Yeah, I don't mind saying it on a stream. I hate Crawley and everyone who lives there. And my parents.
I remember going to games with
everywhere, and my parents live there.
Yeah, I'm from
that
there,
is out of pocket.
and I lived there the majority of my life. My parents are still there, and I
remember going to away games.
I hate everyone who lives there. Hi, Mom.
You always used to mention it. It's like I hate Crawley. Like he just does not like Crawley one bit. So
loads of all my friends are there.
All my friends are there, and I hate them because they live in
everyone from Crawley. His friends, family, everyone.
Themselves.
But yeah, sorry, what was you saying before I cut you off?
No.
Something about Palace.
Something about
maybe
Palace.
The chat will realize. Maybe someone in the chat that was focused will realize.
What was I saying, guys? Tell me.
By the way, whilst you're remembering that, that is not true. But yeah.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, what depends what for?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want to go down that topic. So the latest is, by the way, people. Nketiah, according to Sky Sports, about over an hour, it is very close to being announced. Lacroix has been announced. Matt Turner, the latest was that he was doing his medical, which was in the afternoon, so that should be announced relatively soon based on that. And Chalobah is undergoing his medical. That was the latest about an hour or 2 ago. So yeah, that's the latest in terms of incomings. Just a quick update on the outgoings. The latest is that Edouard was doing his medical for a loan move to Leicester City. And Ahamada, even though it's gone quiet, he's meant to move over to France on loan with an option to buy. But yeah, that's gone very quiet. So I don't know if that's done already behind the scenes. And because it's Ahamada, not, with all due respect, a player that's going to sell papers, etc. Or, that's going to get people excited. But yeah, I think that should be done. I'll be surprised if Ahamada doesn't move. Anyways, what was he talking about? The Chelsea defense.
They You're
talking about something. You're talking about something related to Palace. Even I went a bit off topic. Oh yeah, you did mention that we're facing Chelsea on Saturday, and then
Sunday.
You did, Then afterwards,
you think Jadon Sancho will be playing for him?
Is that?
Yeah, Sancho
just went. Yeah, Fabrizio Romano just announced it. Loan deal with an obligation to buy.
What is their problem? Have they forgotten that they have so many players? It's ridiculous.
I wonder how that makes a guy like Noni Madueke feel. Like you're playing out of your mind. You have a hat trick in the Prem, and then they bring in Jadon Sancho, who plays your exact same position. It's like, hey, great game. Here comes Jadon.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing. I'll be
That's
honest.
wild,
I'll be
bro.
honest. But yeah, Hamber, just remember, just remind you here as well in front of 300 people, in case I'll hold you accountable. We're doing a live match reaction together. It's on the Sunday, and we'll be doing the reaction at around 3:45 p.m., which you agreed to. Just to let you know.
I've agreed to that.
Yeah, you have. I've got evidence on
Is
messages.
it time to back out of it?
Yeah. Just to let you know.
Doesn't sound like me. I've done way too many of these already.
Question is, did you get it in writing? Because if you didn't get it in writing,
Yeah, well, the writing is there as well, but yeah, I thought,
you can't prove that it was me that wrote that
as well. But yeah, I mean, we're approaching the final hour. Is anyone getting nervous? A bit? None? Yeah.
I mean, you always do with Palace, don't you? And there's always, and then you get to the 11 o'clock, and you're like, are we gonna have one of those deals that went through, but we didn't report it? And then you wake up in the morning, you didn't.
No, but Nketiah is a bit of a weird one. The fact that we announced Lacroix before Nketiah, when Nketiah was the one that the deal should have been sorted first. Like Nketiah, we got it, here we goes earlier on in the week. So the fact that we're approaching the final hour and it hasn't.
I wonder if we're still trying to figure out his agent fees or something like that. It's holding it up or something.
We can't be at that. I mean,
wild.
Surely not.
You're bricking it, and I'm loving it. Hope they announce it after the show's over. You're bricking it. They're not going to announce it.
I'm not bricking it. No one's bricking it.
Yeah, you are. You sound so nervous.
I literally asked a question saying, is anyone worried? I'm just saying it's a bit weird with Lacroix being announced before Nketiah, but I'm pretty sure some of the chat will be upset over it. But so no one's nervous, yeah? I know someone in the chat.
I don't think it's anything to be nervous about, to be honest with you.
Henry saying I'm nervous because why hasn't Turner been announced? This club is just weird, man.
I'm not going to be.
I'll be honest. That's the funniest. Look, Henry, I really appreciate talking to you all the time, but I've never heard someone say I'm nervous because Matt Turner hasn't been announced. But it just shows how much I guess people may rate Matt Turner and how much people may worry about Remy Matthews being at the football club.
Have you talked about Turner much at all? Because obviously I was busy doing other stuff.
Oh, we have. But go ahead. What's your thoughts on that? With the second choice goalkeeper,
I was just interested in reading. I was reading the BBS earlier on. Don't know if people still do that sort of thing, but I was doing that just to get a bit of an idea of what people thought, because I haven't seen him play too much, to be honest with you. I've seen a few games here and there. I think he conceded 5 against us, didn't he, at one point? But anyway, I think I'm right in saying that. I don't know. I'll have to look that up. I've got a feeling I've seen him concede a substantial amount of goals in one game.
Gave up 6 against Colombia, I can tell you that much.
Well, there you go.
What, Munoz?
Munoz, yeah.
Huh?
Was that game when
Munoz didn't play in that one, I don't think.
Oh, you didn't play that one? Lerman played that, didn't he?
I think that might have been the one that Munoz was suspended for.
But yeah. Okay. Anyway, so like I was reading it, and people were like really sort of down on the standard of signing, and like, you know, he's a rubbish keeper. Oh, we've sold an England international and replacing him with a USA international. I was like, okay, I don't really understand the logic. Dean Henderson's number 1. Yes, you have to have a good backup, and Sam Johnson didn't want to be a backup. That's half the problem. Right. But like, then I also just cast my mind back to what happened when we bought Dean Henderson, which was the entire of the BBS and everywhere else screaming, why are we wasting 20 million quid on another keeper? Well, guess what? We're not wasting 20 million quid on another keeper, and you're still unhappy. And I didn't really understand any of that. I think, you know, Henderson's a good keeper. I kind of agree. I felt a little bit more with some of the people, and I felt a little bit more assured with Johnston in goal. I just felt he was just a little bit more solid. I don't know if anyone else feels like that, but like, there's not that much in it. And I think the rumours have been pretty clear that Johnston has wanted to leave Palace for a little while now, and didn't really settle in the south and wanted to go back to the Midlands. And I think that seems to have panned out, given that he's played for every club in the Midlands. So I think
Villa. Yeah,
he was at Villa, wasn't he?
I thought he was at West Brom. Now
you're right. Yes,
West Brom, Wolves.
Maybe it was. Yeah, not Walsall, right? Not Walsall and I'm
pretty sure he did do Walsall as well.
Did he? Oh, forget it.
I'm gonna quickly look. No,
Yeah,
maybe
you
not.
can
Wolves,
have a look
so-
about it. But I
No,
think the
but-
question
but-
really
Yeah.
is, I mean, it's difficult with second choice goalies because I think when we signed Henderson, we made up our mind right there with Henderson being our number one, and it was only going to be a matter of time before we moved on from Sam Johnston. And we've seen it with a similar case at Arsenal as well, which was that, you know, Aaron Ramsdale, for example, when Raya came into the football club, he basically just had to sit back and lost his spot after performing well. You just can't really have two number ones. So whoever we really brought in, I know Lafont was mentioned, who was a starter in his club, but realistically, getting two number ones at the football club, it just doesn't work like any other position. When looking at goalkeeper depth, you have a clear number one and a clear number two. You don't really have two number ones at the football club. So whoever we got was going to be a downgrade. Maybe some may debate that. Maybe not as much of a downgrade as Matt Turner, depending on how people view it, because some people are very upset over it. But yeah, funny enough, I wonder who this is. Mike.
Yeah, don't know that guy.
Sent a stupid stick. He sent a sticker.
But thank you for that.
Yeah.
I gotta
99.
say the name
Wait,
sounds
99.
the name sounds fairly familiar to me because he's called
Jeez,
Mikey
my
Fairley.
taste. We're gonna
makes
have
that
Nick in
joke
about
himself.
10 minutes time. Nick has influenced you massively.
T, sorry, D, can I speak on Matt Turner very quickly?
Yeah.
So again, you make some valid points. It was actually 5-1 T, not 6-1 Columbia. I just looked at
Oh,
it.
it's 5-1.
You can
Only
see five
five.
goals instead of six.
Only five.
Whoa,
Hey,
what a
every goal matters.
What a hands.
Every goal matters. No, that wasn't the main point. So again, it's a season-long loan with no obligation to buy. He's not going to be here. He's a definitive number 2. All right, he's not a number 1. He was number 1 for a little bit at Forest. He was clear number 2. He went to Arsenal. But he's a number 2 goalkeeper. There was no point bringing in another number 1 goalkeeper and had the same John Stone Henderson issue happen again. Or as DJ said, Raya and Ramsdale. Made no sense. We'll address it at the end of the season. We have 2 young keepers out on loan who have potential. So you don't want to block them either. Maybe one of them miraculously become number 2 next season. I'm not sure they will, but you never know. And there's really no fee involved as far as expensive. I think it's a no-brainer. Hopefully he doesn't play. He's not a bad keeper. He will tell you. Obviously, I live in America. So I watch a lot of U.S. national team. He's a great shot stopper. He's not great with his feet, which is going to be a problem for Glasner. But he's a good, and he has a confidence issue because if he gives up a goal, his head drops. He's excellent on penalty kicks, by the way. Excellent penalty kicks. But he's just not a bad goalkeeper. And I'm telling you right now, I've lived through Wayne Hennessy, and he's better than Hennessy. I don't care what he says in the chat or everywhere. So again, he's not going to play.
You dislike Hennessy massively. Like, do you actually mean that?
I agree.
You're better than Wayne Hennessy.
I honestly, I really do. I really believe that.
Okay, if he's better than Wayne Hennessy, I'm going to take a word for it. Then I'm fine with that. But I mean, if he's worse than Wayne Hennessy, then the worrying thing is Dean Henderson's got an injury past. So
that is very true.
Yeah.
So hopefully he stays fit, but there could be a good chance that we see Matt Turner. And I'm worried about the Chelsea game because we're talking about Crystal Palace here. After sending Sam Johnston, we got Chelsea coming up, and Dean Henderson's going to be in goal. Fingers crossed, nothing happens, but I'm just worried. I just know how Palace normally operate, and this is it'll be such a typical thing to sell Sam Johnston and the game after let Dean Henderson get injured, but hopefully that doesn't happen. But
you're not supposed to say it, so
Matt Turner. Look, someone asked a question. I think it's Bollocks. You asked a question saying, "What do people over in the stateside think about Matt Turner?"
Yeah, it says, "Do American correspondents rate Turner?" Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I mean, I think we rate him.
He's a starting goalkeeper for the international team.
He's a starting international goalkeeper. Like that says something. I mean, could say that America needs better goalkeepers. It could mean that, but it also means that he's played at a high level. I mean, it's a reason why Arsenal went out and got him. Like, it's a legitimate reason, and then it's a reason why Forest went out and acquired him. So, I think, and I kind of harken back to Hambo's example. You're never going to please everybody, no matter what we do. Whether we bring in a $20 million high level backup who could be a first team guy, or whether you bring in a low level Premier League guy on a loan for free, you're never gonna please everybody. Like you're never so there's the right move in a lot of people's eyes is never gonna happen. So the one thing I can't be mad about is the route at which we've come to this, because it was later in the window when we got rid of Sam Johnston, and we were able to find a credible option with Premier League experience, and we didn't have to come out out of our pocket. So,
Hambo and D, can you remind me what match was it that Hennessy let the goal go between his legs? What it was a midweek game. What team was that against?
I mean, it feels like he's done that quite a few times, and I will never forget the shuffles in free kicks. That was my personal favorite.
I'm going to guarantee you, and I'll make a side bet, whatever, that he does that kind of goal. Turner would never give a goal up like the one he gave him that Hennessy. He'll never give that goal.
Right.
Never. All right. Cool. So I know it's not a major shout. I'm just saying right now, he will never give a goal to his legs ever in his past career. Maybe for U.S. national team, but never for Palace.
Yeah. So I mean,
thinking about it, outside of when Dean Henderson was with us as our backup, and maybe how it was towards the end of Guaita's tenure with us, Turner stands to be one of the best backup goalkeepers we've had. Like as far as quality, experience, things of that nature. Like, but we're sitting here getting emotional about a second choice goalkeeper.
Like, it feels odd to me. I agree, T. It really is strange.
Super chat from CPFC Jordan. Thank you once again for your super chat. I like the Turner loan, so he agrees, saying doesn't block off pathways for the youngsters. If we need to, we can sign a free goalie at the end of the season anyway. So CPFC Jordan also agrees with you. Thank you once again for the super chat.
Because Patrick called that same scenario a few weeks ago, saying that if we do bring in a backup goalkeeper, I just hope that he's not a young guy, that he's an older, more experienced guy that doesn't clearly block the way for guys like Goodman or Whitworth.
Yeah, and both of those guys have, they've got real ability. And you look at what Whitworth's doing at Exeter at the moment. There's something definitely with penalties, isn't it, that he's got about him. He saved an incredible number of penalties. I think the other week he gave one away just so he could save it, but
he did.
But exactly. That was a great super chat, because that's so true. It's that 1 year thing, isn't it? And to answer Mary's comment, that cat I showed you there is called Wesley, and that's all you need to know about him.
We'll go back to Wesley in just a few minutes. Thank you to Ron. Just quickly, Patrick. Thanks to Ron for his super chat, saying thank you guys for your hard work and entertainment. Thank you, Ron, and thank you to every single one of you that's been tuning in all summer long. As I mentioned as well, Palace news will still be continuing. It's not just related to transfers. Whenever there's an update or anything related to the club, we'll be here to update you lot. And on Sunday, we'll be having loads of Chelsea content, post-match content. In fact, game content as well with the watch along with T and Tim. So make sure your eyes are open for those types of content. Subscribe if you haven't already done so, and like as well if you do enjoy the content. But thank you to it's a good time as well with all the super chats and everyone in the chat. Even tonight, we're hitting around 300 right now, 380 people to 400, and we've been live for about 2 hours now, and it's been consistent, the numbers. So thank you to every single one of you. Really appreciate you all. The channel's been growing massively. And of course, we can't do it without everyone, chipping in and helping out with the likes, with the subscribing, with the leaving down comments and on the videos, etc. So, we're heading in the right direction. As we've mentioned, we've got our sponsors, Ayew. So hopefully we'll be doing more ticket giveaways to give back to you lot. As I mentioned before, and I'll mention it again, I wish we were in a position to give tickets to all 300, 400 of you or thousands of you that watch the videos, but unfortunately we cannot buy out Sellers Park. We haven't reached that levels. So if you just check out Ayew and also Back of the Nest on X, you'll be able to not miss out on future ticket giveaways. So thank you to every single one of you for that. Hambo, you looked sideways like
I did. I was thinking. How do you spell ComAve? Our wonderful sponsor.
COMAVE.
Because it looks like ComAve, doesn't it?
ComAve, yeah, but they pronounce it Avi apparently.
ComAve. Anyway,
Yeah.
I saw.
They're actually French.
Oh,
Are they? Sounds like a lie to me. But there you go. Yeah. There's no accent over the E. It just doesn't stack up. I detect
makes
the
all the
lie.
sense in the world. Makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah,
Come on. Yeah.
ComAve.
In English is
Anyway, good guys, and they looked after you and Nick, didn't they, on Tuesday?
And
the game?
before that as well, they've been opening out the channel massively, so make sure to check that out. They're fantastic for us. But yeah, the links will be in the description down below, especially for the match reactions. And in fact, actually, I haven't got the authority right now. We need to get permission from them, but we'll show you the logo, hopefully in the live match reaction before we get in trouble. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. Let me just make sure there's no other super chats. And then actually, T, T, what are you doing here? T sent a super chat. He's literally right here. Explain yourself. You said close the window. What window?
You know, just trying to flex, man. You know, I'm about to jump off, so you know.
And the good thing is you get that $4.99 later on anyway, don't you? That's your appearance fee.
Something like that. You know.
I thought you were talking about my window because my window's actually open. So I thought you were talking about closing my window because it might be a bit too loud. When I realized,
now I'm about to jump off here because I'm about to go catch a plane to Belize and be on the beach. So
you're
wow,
gonna
enjoy.
Go to the beach.
Yeah. So
wait, you're doing a watch along from the beach on Sunday?
Oh yeah.
Oh my days, you are too dedicated.
Hey man, I love my club.
Exactly.
Right?
Watch the game, but don't do a watch along. You can watch the game.
I'm gonna be on the cabana. I'm just watching the game, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, brother. Listen, enjoy.
I'm gonna have my little Mai Tai in one hand. Let my computer go. You know.
Yeah,
enjoy, my friend.
But look, enjoy your holiday, T. Of course, we'll be in contact.
Fellas.
We always talk.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen.
Have a safe flight. We'll catch up with you soon.
All right, Nick. And Nick, see you soon, man.
Yeah, all right. I'll see you later.
Belize? I mean, I'm not jealous. I was in Glasgow this week, so.
I mean, with all due respect. Oh wait, what happened to Tampa? I didn't mean to remove you, but what's going on? I actually didn't mean to remove you. I even didn't remove you, but
what's this guy doing here? You didn't tell me this guy was going to show up.
Like the old days.
Yeah, I've been avoiding him. There he is.
You
mentioned him.
A Newcastle blog saying they still think Gay might be on because we've got Chalobah.
I mean, yeah. Nobody said that they had a grip on reality, did they? So
yeah. Look, people, we're in the last hour, so another update. Less than an hour left till the window shuts. Right now, as it stands, Lacroix, of course, has been announced on a 5-year deal. Nketiah, about 2 hours ago now, according to Sky Sports, was very close to being announced. Matt Turner, the latest was that he was heading to Paris to complete his medical. So that was in the afternoon. So you would expect that deal to be over the line. And Trevor Chalobah was undergoing his medical about 2 hours ago as well. So yeah, less than an hour to announce 3 players. Hopefully everything goes well. I think everything will go well. And Nketiah for me is the biggest, not worrying. I'm not worried about anyone. We're not going to fumble the bag like this. As I've said, we can technically sign the players. It's not like there's an obligation that if you sign a player, it has to be announced before 11 p.m. or, the paperwork can be complete. The announcement video can be done later on. So Nketiah, the reports earlier on was that Nketiah and Lacroix were both completed. So for those who are worried, that was a report from Ryan Taylor Sport, and that, they were going to be announced. Lacroix has been announced, and Nketiah only time will tell when it does get announced. Edouard should also an update on Edouard is that he was having his medical, but he should be on the move to Leicester City with no obligations to buy. So let's see if that gets announced as well. Oh, that's so harsh. Red said, I wanna sell Edouard. But no, he's going out on loan.
Andy.
Do you remember
Yeah.
on the cross when the HF refused to sing that song because they said no, it's a Celtic song,
Yeah.
and
Reiss,
Anyways,
I mean,
Nick, how did you-
maybe things would have been different, Nick, if they
Yeah.
just sung the song.
yeah.
Maybe that continuation, like when we did Steve for Steve Mandanda, that worked. Oh,
that was tremendous, wasn't it?
yeah, I just realised I disproved my own point. But anyway, still, it stands in some.
Was he
form.
the most impactful? He scored in 2 in 10 minutes on his first game, Edouard. And then
Yeah,
it
Well,
was just a disappointment from then on, wasn't it?
I remember Tom Ince and Joe Ledley joining the club and scoring on their debuts as well. It was nice impact from them.
yeah, it's never really.
What do you
never
think?
really
All right, let's
fully
start
did
off
it.
with that, Nick, because of course you just joined the show. There's quite a few players incoming and outgoing. Hamada could be one of them as well. But let's start off with Edouard. What's your thoughts on that? A move to Leicester on loan until the end of the season.
If we've got Nketiah coming in, yes, I think it's a good way forward because it's not really working for Edouard. Okay, he scored some good goals. The one against Fulham away last season to get us a draw, or maybe it was 2 seasons ago, was very, very good. But that miss against West Ham, it's just like Patrick, remind me, what's the word golfers get when they can't hit the ball straight? The gyps or something, is it? Patrick's on mute.
But
Patrick,
the yip.
Yips, thank you. Yeah, because I used to suggest that Hennessy had those, didn't I? If you remember. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, go on, Nick. Finish your point.
If Edouard goes and we've got a replacement, that's all good. But that still leaves just Nketiah and Mateta potential strikers because we haven't got Ayew to fill in there. Who in the squad have we got that can also fill in there?
Star can play there.
So I forgot about Star.
Yeah.
So I think what we've got to really look at is, are we looking better as a squad now than we were at the start of the window? And I think we are a lot. Okay, we've lost a world-class player, Elise. However, we've all the other players that have gone, I think we've improved upon. And the fact is, whoever does come in, you've got the Glasner effect. I mean, look at Will Hughes. How brilliant is he now under Glasner? A couple of other players you could say have improved, really improved under Glasner. So that's good.
I think that's a really good point about their improvement. And I think a lot of it comes down to fitness. If you just look at the condition, but Will Hughes is the great example of that. You know, he looked like a player last year who was, you know, you could see the talent he has, and he was trying his damnedest, but he looked like he was running in treacle, didn't he? Like, it was just, especially when you played him as a 10, you were just like, oh, stop doing this to the guy. But now you're just like, okay, I don't know how we've done it, but we've just pushed people to get in condition. And even though Edouard is an example of a player who's still not firing on all cylinders, if you look at the physique, it's changed dramatically under Glasner. You know, he looked very kind of, I'm going to say the word chunky, and I think I can say that as a chunky man. He looked a bit chunky and looks less chunky now. And yeah, I just think there's been a bit more attention to detail. What?
No, great observation. He looked a bit chunky. He looks less chunky now. So
yeah.
And same with Schlupp as well.
Yeah. Schlupp has definitely lost some chunkiness. I think we should keep using the word chunky. I like it.
Yes.
Well, yeah, sorry, what was he saying about chunkiness? Is that it?
I don't know. I think I've said it.
Yeah, we
really.
were just saying about fitness and whoever we bring in. I mean, how much of a hand has Glasner had in all of these? How much have been just Dougie choosing them?
I think it's been both of them. I think this is what irritates me. In fact, we had a debate with Patrick on messages about, you know, Glasner versus Dougie signings. For me, you can have signings which Glasner wants, which also Dougie wants, and vice versa. I think you can work together. Lacroix sounds like a Glasner signing, but that doesn't mean that Dougie is not happy with Lacroix, and vice versa. Nketiah who's been on our radar, sounds like a Dougie signing, but we've read out reports suggesting that Glasner and Eze have spoken to Nketiah to persuade him to join Palace rather than Forest. So I think it works both ways. Patrick is shaking his head. Go ahead.
No, because you act like I wasn't here when you said we had a debate, and you act like I wasn't down underneath you. Am I here? No, my point being is that I know what you're saying, and I agree with you to a point, but you cannot see. You always do this all the time. You cannot deny that Sarr and Nketiah were linked with Dougie 3 seasons ago. Glasner wasn't anywhere near Crystal Palace, so that's not debatable that they are Dougie signing. But again, let me finish. But that's okay though. But I will agree with you about Lacroix, and then obviously Chalobah. Even though we've been looking at Chalobah for quite a while too, by the way. But that's okay. He can like the players, and that's fine because the main goal is to keep him happy. But again, it's okay for the director of football to want certain players, but I would prefer that it also fit in with the manager. And I think that it does. That's my only point.
Is thanks, Mikey. Whose is the correct pronunciation, Chris? I can see you're laughing away. Yeah, Nick is a dinosaur. I beat Mikey fairly 5-0 at FIFA.
Okay. Did you beat his son or did you beat him?
I beat
him. Hammer, is it worth telling the story about how I nearly got kicked out of whole radio before it was back?
Oh good, yeah.
I think he's right. I think he's right because I'm here if it was probably for Hambo. But basically, people, this Mike Fairley who is sending super chats, I used to face him on FIFA, and it was, I don't know how to describe it. The best way of describing it, it's like taking a substance that's not good for you, but you keep taking it. And that was him facing me on FIFA, because every time I would beat him on FIFA. And then we were recording a show. I think it was something to do with Newcastle. And I don't even know if Patrick or Nick knows this story, but he literally smashed his controller in half. And he basically said to me, "You're not coming on the show."
Yeah,
I love Mikey so much.
And then Hambo was like, Hambo messaged me. Hambo told me off. This is probably 4 to 5 years ago. Hambo told me off, say, "Stop playing him on FIFA," because he just loses his head. And that's the funny story about Mike.
It's lucky
in this instance that he, he of course helps back with the net. Mike has been here and Hambo's been here longer than I have. But Hambo,
we made this thing, but you wouldn't be here if I hadn't given you that sage piece of advice, which is stop winding him up and playing him at FIFA.
He asked for it. That's the funniest thing.
Yeah, no, I know. You're right. He doesn't know what's good for him.
Then after
you're young, dear. You're young. One of the first rules in life is never beat the boss at anything.
Exactly right.
But the boss wanted to face me.
Can we go back to a point? I think, Nick, you're asking about pronunciation of Lacroix, right?
Yeah.
I looked this up earlier because obviously there's the water, isn't there, Lacroix? But that's apparently an Americanization of Lacroix, which literally translated means the cross. You're welcome.
Yes. But these calling it Lacroix, which is what we do since Hodgson left. I think it is Lacroix.
We Lacroix.
Yeah.
Just everybody at home. That was a joke. Nick does those, and it was Lacroix. That was the joke. It was a pun around Lacroix and Lacroix. Just so
that's Nick
show you up to speed. And with that, I think I genuinely have to go, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you have to go. Let me just quickly read the super chat, then we can say our goodbyes and show you the door where you'll never be back because you're going to Leyton Orient.
I've got to go pack my bag.
Yeah, you're forced on that. Hammer has actually been transferred on transfer deadline day. He needs to go do his medical.
Are you going to become part of Barry Hitman Hearn's matchroom squad at Orient then?
Absolutely right. I couldn't turn it down.
No.
David with another super chat. David sent a lot of super chats today. Thank you, David, for that. Really appreciate it. Saying the way we have traded is very Red Bull. Traded.
Yeah, I understand that. The whole kind of, what's it called? The sports thing. Sports something. No, Moneyball. I definitely need to go away because I've stopped remembering things. But yeah, it's very Moneyball, and that is not a coincidence either.
Yeah.
Everybody uses data and stuff now. But anyway, on that bombshell, thanks everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure. The comments were
Take care,
awesome.
Hambo. Great seeing you.
Yeah,
great seeing you,
take
Amber.
care,
We'll catch up with you on Sunday for the live match reaction.
Sorry for the headache that I caused
Bye-bye.
earlier.
Yeah.
I apologize.
No worries at all. I enjoyed Double Patrick and Double D. See you later.
I really hope Hambo's being shut out for a clock.
Someone's gone
Insane.
insane. Just as I'm leaving, someone's taken leave of their senses and they've given us money to defend Nick.
Nick,
Wow.
the guy, stop bullying him.
Wow.
I do have relatives in New Zealand.
That's true. Yeah. All jokes aside, we love Nick. That's why we still let him on this stuff.
Of course we do. Of course
we
we
love
do.
Nick.
And thank you for the super chat as well. Really
Cheers.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
But yeah,
Take care.
Hambo,
Bye. Bye.
You need to go.
All right, take care,
Hambo.
Hambo. Bye-bye.
All right, then take care. Yeah, look, we are about 45 minutes till the window ends. Someone said, "Is that Nick's burner account?" Nick has just wasted 10 Kiwi dollars. So Nick, they're saying you've actually donated that to defend yourself. That's what the chat is saying.
Get into Google Wallet to do me season ticket, let alone pay YouTube in a different bloody
Currency.
Oh, oi! By the way, didn't appreciate a half and half scarf joke. Don't think I forgot, mate. I'll be seeing you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
I
mean, you can sell it right now. You can sell it right now. I'll just,
he wants half and half scarves for the women's games as well, don't you?
I'm actually going to the first game against Tottenham, so I'm going to get one there. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I wanted to mention before, by the way, Reiss Nelson has chosen to go to Ipswich, by the way, just FYI.
Yeah. That was Fabrizio did mention that he's going out on loan to Ipswich. So Fulham, Palace, and West Ham were after him around 9 o'clock. So yeah, he's gone to Ipswich. So that's not going to be happening. But Nick, let's just quickly get your thoughts on a few other transfers. Let's talk about Nketiah, because he's good. I mean, once that's announced, that's going to be a very expensive signing. What's your thoughts on him coming in with Edouard going? Do you think that is money well spent? A lot of people have been looking at his goal scoring record and a bit worried about what else he can offer if he's struggling to score goals at Arsenal. But for you, do you think that's a signing in the right direction?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's only one game, but you've only got to look at that hat trick that he scored against Bournemouth and how well he played in that game. And I know you can't pick a player from one game, but he's good in the box. He's skillful. He holds up the ball. I mean, who was that striker we had who didn't score many but provided lots? You know, we've had a couple of those over the years. So
Cameron Jerome.
Cameron Jerome, yes, indeed. So I'm quite excited about it, and Dougie obviously sees something in him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chasing him so much, would he?
Yeah. What about Matt Turner, which we spoke about, I think, quite a bit on here, but people are talking about losing Sam Johnson and bringing in Turner, who I think is a downgrade, but the debate really is around, what second choice goalkeeper could we have gone for? Are you okay with a downgrade? Because for me, I don't really see two number ones being at Palace. I think that was a problem in the first place with Johnston leaving, and that's why he's left. Are you okay with a signing like that on loan till the end of the season, where we can bring in Whitworth or Goodman after their loan deals end at their clubs, or bring in another goalie next season? Are you fine with that? With him being number two?
I'd imagine there's a bring back clause in the loans if needed. Joe Whitworth, I thought, did well in the 3 appearances. Was it last season that he made? Yeah. He didn't.
No, season before when Vieira was here.
Evan in the chat has kind of agreed with me. No upgrade is going to sign to be number 2. And although we did like the fact that there would be 2 players that would be keen for it, that could be, it didn't matter who you picked because they were both as good as each other as far as I'm concerned. They all had, one had weaknesses, one had, they were both as good as each other. The only time it's really been is when Speroni was here. He started playing lost his place. And was it Gabakirali came in for a bit? And then Speroni just bided his time before coming back in again and becoming a Palace legend. Now, Sam Johnson isn't going to do that because Sam Johnson is within the sort of 3, 4, 5th, 3rd, 4th, 5th place for a pick for England. Is that good? And he wants to get that. So he's going to go for first team football. As for this Forest keeper, look, no keepers are crap. Come on, they wouldn't have got that far in the sport if they were rubbish, would they? So as long as they can do a half decent job, we've got a good defence in front of them now anyway, especially with the reinforcements we've brought in. So it's just a case of if he comes in, he's rubbish, we call one of the other two. But for a year, it's fine. It's just hoping that Hendo doesn't get injured.
Right, but this isn't a Wolves YouTube channel, but Johnston went to
People clarifying that. I mean, the red and blue diagonal lines. And the eagle.
Wait, look over there. Look.
Yeah.
Look. There's a wolf. There's a wolf scarf.
I think it would have been. I think it would have been pretty.
Wolves.
Oh, you got wolf scar. Oh yeah.
No, but the point is, my point being, there's no guarantee that Johnston outplays Jose Sarr at Wolves and gets another one job. He's gone into the same situation.
Well.
You know what I mean? So it's weird. It's very weird. Yeah. So
yeah, I did a quick video for Talking Wolves. They asked me to do a video on the deal, and I did mention that it's a bit weird to see Jose Sarr still being at the football club. I did ask them, like, is he potentially leaving the club? It was a video, so I couldn't get any response because I just talked to myself technically. But yeah, they should hopefully maybe respond in the comments. But yeah, that's a weird thing. I guess he's got assurances that he'll be starting because otherwise he's in the same position he was with at Palace. I guess the difference is that he's not England goalie.
England goalie, yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, it won't be direct.
But I want to add this: Ramsdale's gone to Southampton. He's going to be playing all year. He's going to be number 2 behind Pickford. So the best Johnson can hope for is number 3. The best he can hope for. So there's that.
Yeah, it is going to be hard. It is going to be
hard.
hard.
I give you Wayne Hennessy, Simon Taylor.
Yeah.
I look at that comment. I have no comment because I agree.
I think Nick actually coughed there. I don't think Nick was doing what you was doing, Patrick, but that was hilarious, the timing of it. Any left wing back news? And I think this is a good time to ask you, Nick, about this because Glasner earlier on today in his pre-Chelsea press conference, he was asked about left wing back, and he did say we are working on it. But it seems like with less than an hour left, I mean, we're approaching half an hour left of the window. It seems like we're not going to get it. The new left wing back who we've been talking about all summer long. For you, are you okay with the options that we've got there? Can you think Schlupp could do a decent backup job at left wing back?
Breaking news. Sorry.
Did we announce one?
Yeah, no. Ahmed has gone to Stade Rennes on a season-long loan. Just got announced on the website.
Okay. All right.
That's official now.
Oh yeah, just announced right now. Ahmed has joined.
Sorry, Nick.
Stade Rennes. Ren. Yeah. He's joined Rennes on a season-long loan. As we mentioned with the outgoings, we were expecting Ahmed to leave the club, and on a season loan. According to the sources out there, it seems like there's an option for Rennes as well to buy him for 8 million euros, which of course would mean that if they did trigger that Palace would be losing out on money on Ahmed. Let's quickly react to that, and then we'll go back to left wing back news and get involved in the chat as well. Ahmed left the club on a season-long move. For me, it makes sense. I didn't really see him getting much minutes. I think in midfield we're pretty much sorted. Maybe as a 10, could have got minutes. I'm not as disappointed. I mean, in Brentford game, he wasn't even on the bench, which shows where he ranked in terms of squad players. And in a West Ham game, the only reason he was on the bench was due to the fact that we had 1 or 2 injuries. But now if we're strengthening the squad, I think, it makes sense. It makes sense. But I guess the loan option might be a bit surprising. I'll start off with you, Patrick.
Yeah, my take on him. On Ahmed. I liked it when we signed him under Vieira. It didn't work out. No manager really let him play. He's kind of a hybrid midfield. He can play as an 8, as a 6, and as a 10. we never found it where he could really play. For me, he played that position most of the time when we played him. He wasn't playing the right position. He needs to play. So good luck to him. He's going back to France where he's played when he's young. He's played in Italy, he's played in Germany, he's played in France. He'll adapt well. As long as he gets to play, I'd be happy for him to come back and fight for it. But we spoke about it already. Midfield for us, we're stacked right now. Wharton, Decore, Hughes, Lerma. Those four are going to rotate in the middle. He playing with dual 10. He's not really a 10. You've got França, Eze, you've got Sarr, Kamada. He wasn't going to play. There's no point keeping someone that young on the bench who's not going to play. So good luck to him. Hope he plays. If it's a loan obligation or option to buy and he goes. Lose a little bit of money. It's unfortunate. I'd make a Dougie comment now, but I won't. But honestly, seriously, good luck to him.
Yeah, we didn't really see that much of him. I was just thinking he came from Arsenal, didn't he? And like Nketiah.
Arsenal.
No.
He came from Stuttgart.
Eintracht?
Stuttgart. Yeah, Stuttgart. 10 million pounds around that.
Endo, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, I won't make that point then.
Okay, fair enough. You just gave up on your point. But interestingly, though, Glasner did use him towards the end of last season, and we were talking how Glasner clearly sees something in the player, and that's why he was using him despite his performances. But clearly, that wasn't the case. Best of luck to him. We'll see. He might even end up at Palace if they don't rate him. But if he performs well there, then they've got decent player for low price. So yeah.
What do you think of the window? Because everybody's been moaning this past week across social media, we haven't done enough. They seem to forget that we did a little bit of business at the start of the window as well. It's almost like Kamada wasn't bought in this window. What do you think? Has that really kind of changed the moaniness of the social media, or will that always be anything there?
No. The reason for that is, despite bringing in Kamada and Riyadh, we still needed to do more business, which is why we're after 3 players on deadline day with half an hour left of the window. So I understand the frustrations, but the question that you can really ask is, did some people, I don't know, we'll see what happens at the end of the window. I guess it still hasn't closed. Were some people right about being frustrated? Were some people wrong? Because some people said we're not signing any other players. Some people said we'll sign 1 or 2. So yeah, I think people had the right to be frustrated. Me personally, I've been kind of calm this window, even though in previous windows I've been heavily critical. Because we've got Dougie at the football club, and despite what we think about Parish and maybe the ownership, they're not dumb as well. They're not, there's questions about whether we can push on with them. That's a whole debate for another show. But they're not going to put us in an awkward position by not replacing Anderson. Like, that was always going to happen. That's always going to happen. So yeah. You've got to
imagine that deal was all but done before Anderson went to Fulham, haven't you?
What was that?
What deal? What deal?
Whatever defenders, or we knew that we'd definitely be in with 1 or 2.
I think Lacroix was definitely one because of Glasner, but I don't think Chalobah was necessarily one. I think Chalobah's a great extra that we really have done some forward thinking on. But I think that Lacroix was definitely thought of. I don't think we wanted to sell Anderson. I'll be honest with you. I think that came out of the blue. It was like a moment opportunity. 30 million.
No, but look, he's a definite upgrade because he's a lot quicker.
Oh, 100%. I agree.
Yeah, I think it will be. There's a super chat here from CPFC Jordan saying, I would have liked us to sign a left-footed Cam and loan out França, but I guess that won't happen. If not, França will end up the same as Hamada. I don't think so. I think France has just had a few injuries. I think França will be depth option down the left-hand side. It's just pretty much been down the right-hand side. But is anyone else worried about France's career at Palace with the amount of injuries and lack of opportunities he's had last season as well?
I think that you spend that kind of money, you do the recruitment with a player like that, you have the hopes, you have the Ballon d'Or clause. You have to come good at some point in this season. I think he will. It's unfortunate the injuries from last year that went into this year, but I don't think loaning him out now would have made sense because then you leave yourself light on the left side with Eze. But I really feel that, again, didn't seem a lot. I love what I saw against Burnley and some other little cameos that he made. I think there's a player there, and I think he's under the right manager. I have a lot of faith in France this season. I really do.
Yeah, I do as well. Nick, for you, is it your mute? Is it a case of him just trying to stay fit more than anything, and then going from there? Because I mean, if you're injured, you're not going to play, of course.
Yeah, I
that's
think so.
the start of his Palace career.
And what didn't help was the whole Samba thing. When we got him, it was such. Well, I was going to say a carnival. It's such a carnival of an announcement.
He's got a Ballon d'Or clause, by the way.
And the Ballon d'Or clause. So I think we were expecting something a little bit more than we actually got. That said, when he has played, he's been all right. He's had to adapt to Premier League football, which is very different to where he was playing before. We were talking earlier about Schlupp and Edouard losing a lot of their bulk. I felt when I last saw him that he needed to bulk up a little bit to kind of get in with the hustle and bustle of the Premier League. But that said, you look at someone like Bernardo Silva at Man City, he's wispy, isn't he? So what do I know?
Yeah.
I will say this though. I said it to you, D, when we signed him. He didn't play a lot in Brazil. He really didn't. He didn't play a lot. So he was going to come from not playing a lot to trying to play a lot. And it was always going to take time. I never thought last year was going to be like a 30-game appearance type thing for him anyway. So it was just very stop and start with the injuries. But I really think that this second year, you just said new country, new style of play, everything. I think he'll adapt much better. Again, he just has to get fit. If he's not fit, this is a moot, it's a moot point, obviously. So.
Yeah. Look, thank you for the super chat, CPF to Jordan, and thanks to everyone else who's sent in the super chats. Of course, super chats get priority. But if you have been enjoying the show, please hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already done so to not miss out on future Palace content. Half an hour left in the window. Latest news and the breaking news is that Ahamada has left Palace out on loan to join Rennes on a season-long loan move, but still we're expecting Edouard to potentially leave as well, and incomings. I mean, we've got 29 minutes. So the latest with Matt Turner was that he was having his medical at Palace. That was earlier on in the day. That should be all complete by now. I guess we're just waiting for an announcement. Lacroix has been announced. Chalobah was having his medical about 2 hours ago, and also with Nketiah, they're just waiting for an announcement. Sky Sports reported 2 hours ago that it was very close to being announced, and we're still here. It hasn't been announced. So yeah, I mean, free signing could be happening at some point. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah,
go on.
No, I was going to say this last half hour is going to be interesting for the teams that need to get rid of players, Chelsea and such like. Is it going to be madness for them trying to offload these players that are training separately?
Yeah. It is going to be crazy, even for Palace, because I mean, as I've mentioned, there's still 3 players to be signed. As I've said before, a player could be signed, and that was the case with Nketiah, by the way, people. That it was from Ryan Taylor that Nketiah and Lacroix deals were both complete. Oliver Glasner did mention that no new signings will feature in the Chelsea game, but with Nketiah and Lacroix, which was reported earlier on in the day, is that it was just a matter of waiting for announcements. So Lacroix has been announced and Nketiah still hasn't. And I guess we will find out when that will be. Is a bit confusing right now in terms of why Nketiah has been announced and Lacroix has.
I just need to question something on his comment from Looney. He says, let's not forget how França was confidently taking on players and dropping them from the little we saw of him. He made a right back like Carl Walker go to the laundrettes when he took him in. Have you ever heard that before? What's that all about? Go to the laundrette? What, because he's dirty? He shat himself? I don't know.
Shat himself? I don't know. But it's basically trying to say he's sent to the shops. I like to say he got sent to the shops. What phrase do you use, Nick? Like when you leave a player behind, like I say, oh, he got sent to the shops, like he left them.
Left him in his wake.
Fair enough. What about you, Patrick? What did they say over in America?
We don't. There's no phrase. There's no phrase like that. I like sending to the shops. You know, I was born in England, correct? You know that, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Is it okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Jordan.
Look, Terry's
Okay,
saying
I
that as
guess.
well.
Yeah,
Cooking for the
I
cleaners.
guess.
That's what
Is
it
it?
means.
Yeah. I like it. Yep, I agree.
The other thing I was going to ask is I've got Sky Sports on in the background, and they keep flashing up the T-Rex in human form when they run Raheem Sterling. His deal with Arsenal is very, very close. Now, this is the Chelsea thing again. We were linked with Sterling, and everybody rubbished it. Now, what are they going to say about him if he goes to Arsenal? Why
I
do we
don't
want
know.
Sterling? It's
It's a good signing. By the way, for Ahmada, and this is from Bobby Manzi, is that the £6.7 million option to buy would be a £3.9 million loss. What's that?
Wilf has officially gone to Olympic Lyon.
Oh, okay.
No.
We'll quickly talk about that as well. So yeah, the Hamada move would be a £3.9 million loss on the £10.6 million we paid 18 months ago for him. So around £4 million loss if the option to buy is triggered for Palace. But
and
I mean,
what's the balance sheet then on all of this? Because we've made some money as well, haven't we?
yeah, but if you ask me to find a balance sheet from 18 months ago, I can find out for you. But I don't know about it off the top of my head, especially with players coming into the football club and players leaving. And I don't expect anyone in the chat to know. Yeah,
I actually did a little maths before. Players out, we got about 18 million, give or take a few. And players in, we spent about 44 million, not including loan fees. So I think we're up about 36 million around, give or take. Unofficial, but close enough. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why Mikey thinks I'm an Arsenal fan. I'm not an Arsenal fan. Why is he asking about Raheem Sterling?
We all think it. It's weird, isn't it? It's not just me then.
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah. Zaha, I mean, one of my highlights from Palace News was that Zaha was like, it was all heating up. And then Nick joined at the end of the show. And it's like, what's going on? Zaha could be joining. And then it just got called off. The whole deal just got called off. And then now Zaha's in Lyon. By the way, that's a nice move for them. And it's a good move for Zaha. Finally, I can look at Zaha and I can enjoy watching him play because he's not at that dusty club, which I told him not to join in the first place. And he's left there. Go ahead, Patrick.
Can I please support Fenerbahce now? Because I know you didn't like me supporting Galatasaray.
3-0 win today. 3-0 win today. And also, Jose Mourinho, Fred, and Amrabat will be facing Man United in the Europa League.
Oh, brilliant. So can I join? Can I jump on the bandwagon now officially?
You can.
But only if you get a Fenerbahce Galatasaray half and half scarf.
I wouldn't even do that. I'm not crazy.
I don't think they do that. I'll be honest.
I'm not crazy.
They're rare.
Yeah, that's like, that's crazy. That's crazy if anything like that was to happen. But look, people, the latest is that Ahmada, of course, has joined Rennes on loan. So yeah, and Zaha, if anyone still cares, he's been announced. He's going to be number 12. Yeah.
Can I explain? I mean, I know Nick's making fun of me. Can I explain to everyone the half and half? Why I buy the half and half scarf?
No.
No. Go ahead.
It's just a token of me when I go to matches, just for me to remember. Remember, I don't live in England anymore, so it's like a way to remember the matches. Like I buy a program and I buy the half. It's not like I want to display a half and half scarf in my house. I just like to say, okay, I went to the game and it reminds me of when I went to the match. It's not like I don't even wear them. Nick will tell you I didn't wear that scarf that day at West Ham. I didn't put that on. Right. So I just keep it as a memorial. So I don't want to get this whole
I was there with my son with Patrick, and he made us stand in the way of people so they couldn't see him buy it. And then
that is not true. That is so untrue. It's just a token of me to remember when I go to these matches. It's not like I want to display a West Ham scarf or a where else do we play? Liverpool or Bournemouth. I just want to have remember that I went to the match. I mean, I'm not like you. I can't go to Palace 90 times a season. I get to go to Palace like maybe 4 times. It's like I want to remember it. It means a lot to me. So I'm really hurt that you guys make fun of my half and half scarf. It's hurt. And the chat's really very rude too. The chat's been making fun of me too. I've seen some of your comments, some of you people. I'm watching you in that chat. I'm watching you.
I don't know. I've been too busy trying to find out what's going on. And
actually doing what we're here for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've been too busy with that. But yeah. I mean, half and half scarves, they're not allowed. But I get why. Oh look, this is a point from Henry. A program isn't enough of a token.
It's really not, Henry. No, it's not. It is a token, and I have a bunch of them, but the scarves are more of a memorial. So again, I don't expect you to understand because you haven't, you weren't born in England and then moved to another country and etc. But again, I'm just trying to explain it. You don't have to agree with it. I understand. I respect you don't agreeing with it, but no, a program by itself isn't enough. It's just a piece of paper. The scarf is more of a memorial. But again, I get it. It's a me thing. It's not a you thing.
Don't give me that move to another country heartbreak. The season that we went up and beat Burnley, you'd gone to America, hadn't you?
I moved a month before that match. It broke my heart.
And I moved to Cornwall a month after that match.
But you went to the game, though. I went to every game. I went to every home game that season except for that one. You can don't give me that Cornwall story. I know it. You told me that a lot of times, and I feel sorry for you, mate.
But Cornwall. But what got my goat more than anything else, it was my first real experience of plastics, because suddenly these, the old Adidas school bags over the shoulder, and
of course,
Crystal Palace ones appearing in Falmouth, and I'm like, you can't support my team. Go support Plymouth.
I'm gonna say, is that the closest team to Cornwall is Plymouth, I guess?
Yeah. I suppose you could go Truro City in the National League now. But
your knowledge of football is brilliant. I didn't even know. I've never heard of that team before. Interesting.
Yeah. I think I spoke to Rory Jennings yesterday on TalkSport. I was on TalkSport yesterday.
You were good, man. I listened. You were very good.
Yeah, and Rory Jennings. And I think Rory Jennings today, because he did mention about Joachim Andersen, and I did tell him that, from the outside looking in, I understand why you might think that's a negative move. However, if we do keep Gahey and also replace him with Lacroix, I think that's an improvement. And I think after the Chalobah news, Rory Jennings has said that Crystal Palace's defense is better than Chelsea's. And I agree. I agree as well. I agree as well. I think we have the best defense. If everything gets announced and everything goes smoothly, we have the best defense outside of the top six. Munoz, Gahey, Chalobah, Lacroix, Mitchell. That is filthy. And that's a defense, which is very important, because we've seen in the first 2 games of the season on the counter to be able to handle the counter. And Chalobah, Lacroix has that pace. They do have that pace, which should be good.
Where does that put Chris Richards, do you think?
Well, that's a good thing. I mean, we're going to have Chris Richards as a backup option with Chad Riyad. So if anything was to happen for injuries, it was, I think we've got a good enough squad. And that's the main purpose of this window, really, because we never went into this window talking about improving our starting 11. It's been a case of improving the squad, because the squad just wasn't good enough. The starting 11 was, for me, the starting 11, I don't think we've improved. And that's not a bad thing. But after sending Elise, you can never improve the starting 11, because he's that good of a player, regardless of who you bring in. I don't think we could have improved the starting 11. But the most important thing was selling Elise and still improving the squad. Lacroix, right now, we'll see what happens. But I think he'll be an improvement on Andersen. Chalobah is a massive plus. I think if you're looking at Chalobah versus Richards, I think Chalobah is an improvement on Richards. Nketiah, once is announced, will be an improvement on Edouard. Sarr is a plus on Jordan Ayew. So as I'm listing these players, not only have we improved them, but we've brought in enough options to cope with injuries. So I think the squad is in a healthy position. It really is. It's in a healthy position. So yeah, let's see. I think there's an announcement right now. Is my star boy here? And he is here. Your defense is in trouble. Nketiah is in the room. I've been waiting for this for a while. Nketiah has been officially announced by Crystal Palace. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this. But gents, £30 million move, as reported earlier on in the week. It seems like it was just a video. It was just an announcement video. That's been a hold up. But yes, Nketiah is announced. Get involved in the chat as well. As I was saying about Edouard going and Nketiah coming, that's an improvement. Palace are like, click the video, announce it. He's here. Everyone kind of knows how I feel about Nketiah. I think it's a positive move. A young player who hasn't had good run of games at Arsenal. But I think he would offer us more in terms of his overall game than what Edouard can. And that is an improvement to me. But Patrick, I don't know how you feel about it right now, but Nketiah, you wasn't really happy when it was first announced.
Okay, stop. Can you please stop doing that? I'll say it again. I will always support a Palace player. Stop doing that. I wasn't happy. I got no problem.
No. Okay, I'm not saying you weren't supporting, but it's not a transfer. For example, if Cornet signed, I would have not been happy. Like, I would have said, all right, I feel like that's a cheap option.
I've got no problem in Nketiah. I'm happy with the signing. With Edouard gone, I think it's an improvement for sure. I told you, I love his movement. He did really well on the youth level. He's got I didn't realize he actually knows Tyreek Mitchell also. He's got, a few players, Eze, obviously. No, I'm looking forward to it. I got no problem with the move. I'm not as happy as you are, but it doesn't mean I'm not happy. So I just don't want you to keep saying that I'm not happy. It's not fair. It's not true. Because now we'll go the whole thing. It can be Edouard versus Mateta. We're not doing that again, because that was the one that just went on for way too long. No problem with Nketiah. I'm happy that he's here. I hope he scores 25 goals. I'm not even trying to be funny. But stop saying I'm not happy. It's not true. I got no problem with it.
You don't wish the best.
I got no problem with it. I'm happy. Yeah, I'm good.
Some people let us know in the chat as well. My dad was fired.
There you go. Exactly. There was almost double D again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm good.
But just to make it easier to get a good feeling about how we're feeling, put a W if you're happy. Put an L if you're not about the signing. Let's see what the W's and the L's look like. But the phone is ringing. He's here. He is here, and hopefully we see many of these celebrations. Let's see how long his contract is as well. With the Nesport W, I think that's one of us lot. W's. Keep sending it in. I'm excited. I think it's a W. I think it's a W. But I'm just trying to find out more details. Nketiah is Palace. Palace have announced the signing. But yeah, Nketiah's a Palace player. Is here. 25 plus 5. £30 million. Nick, let's get your thoughts on it. I mean, we spoke about it earlier on. Now that it's announced. Happy?
Yeah, it's just a shame you can't play against the Chelsea, isn't it? But 30 million, right?
By the way.
It's very difficult to buy strikers. So the fact that we've got him is good. He can score goals. We've seen him score goals. And looking at comments from Arsenal fans across social media, they like him. And they think he's a good player.
Not everyone, Nad. I'm happy that side of social media that you looked at, I mean, was positive, but not every Arsenal fan thinks like that with Nketiah. I mean, Patrick, I think it was your nephew?
My nephew's a big Arsenal fan, yeah.
Yeah, and he was over the moon that they saw him. So it depends on what Arsenal fan you speak to.
My nephew is a good kid, but he trolls, and he's been asking me to buy Nketiah for, not joking, 3 years. So like a lot of Arsenal fans that I know, they're happy that he's gone because they don't really rate him, but that doesn't matter to me. They don't have to rate him. Again, he may not be Arsenal level, but if not Arsenal, it doesn't make you're not Palace level. So we're on different levels. One's going for Premier League titles and Champions League, which I've never won before, but whatever. And we're just trying to get into Europe for the first time ever. So again, I'll reiterate again. Glad it's official because I saw a lot of panic in the chat. I saw a lot of panic from our group chats, but I'm glad it's official. And I just hope he does really well. Listen, I got no problem. If he doesn't do well, I'm not gonna come back at you either, D, brother. I'm just gonna say I got no problem. I really hope he does well though. I don't want to go this back and forth with him about you're more happy than I am. I'm happy for you, but don't act like I'm not gonna say I got no issue. Good for him, and I hope he scores a ton of goals for Palace. A ton.
Yeah.
Is a 5-year deal kind of normal?
So let's go through the deal. 5-year deal from Arsenal. The forward started out in Chelsea's youth system, but moved to Arsenal age 14. He included 39 goals in 39 games for the under 18s. And then he went on to lift the FA Cup with Arsenal in 1920 and in October 2020. And he broke the England under-21 goal scoring record, finishing with 16 goals in just 17 games at that level. His senior England arrived late last October, debuting for the Three Lions against Australia. Nketiah concluded his time at Arsenal having netted 38 goals in 168 games, averaging a goal just under every 180 minutes played, and having scored his first Premier League hat-trick against Sheffield United last season. He becomes the club's fifth signing of the summer window, joining Chadi Riyad, Kamada, Ismail Assar, Lacroix in Palace's squad, and will wear the number 9. And what Nketiah said the following: "It's amazing to sign for Crystal Palace. I'm excited to get going. Every time I come back to South London, it always puts a smile on my face. And the most important thing that puts a smile on my face is he ended up saying, so it's good to be back home. It's good to be back home, which is what you want to hear from a player.
D, what does that mean?
What?
Be back home. What does that mean?
He's back to South London. He's from South London.
I didn't know that. What part? Do you know?
I think T said it. I think from Deptford. Yeah.
Oh,
Deptford.
Wow. I didn't know that. Oh,
It's
great.
Southeast.
Okay.
It's
I knew it
from
was London,
Southeast
but I didn't know it was South London. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, it's from Southeast London. He's from Southeast London. I'm happy, and I hope he performs well for us. I've got high expectations. But the reason for that is, I just find it. There might be some Arsenal fans watching now. I just find it frustrating. I mean, we've had our academy players who hasn't worked out, but some Arsenal fans, the disrespect towards Nketiah has been unreal. The fact that he's come basically from the academy up. I know he was at Chelsea Academy, then he came to Arsenal, but it's been unreal. I've had some people saying he's worth 50p to me. Some people saying he's one of the worst striker in the league. After the stats I read out, there's no sign of that. I mean, the most amount of consecutive games that he started for Arsenal, I believe, is 9, which is T said. I think one Arsenal fan I spoke to said 15. Like, that's not a lot of run of games that he's played for him to prove himself.
How long does it take for Mateta to get warmed up? 3
years.
Okay, well, yeah. Going back to a little background on Nketiah, I didn't realize this. Chris Patterson, new number 9, was born and raised in Deptford. One of his closest friends, Edouard and Ayew, who grew up in nearby Greenwich. Mark Gahey is another childhood friend of his. I didn't know that either. So I mean, he's got a lot. It's got a lot of. That's great. I didn't know he had so many Palace connections. That's brilliant. That's
a lot of people in the chat saying it's from Lewisham, which, to be fair, is only down the.
Which is right the road from Deptford, isn't it? Yeah, my cousin lives in Lewisham. Yeah, so they're really close. Yeah.
You're talking left wing back. Just coming away from Nketiah, I noticed PVA is a free agent.
Okay. Anyways, we got more.
No. Get him out. Get him out.
Let me just handle this.
How do we get Nick
Let's just
Nick
continue swiftly, and I wish there was a dump button so no one had to hear what you said. But yeah. Anyways, we're not going to be talking about that. We're not going to even be mentioning that. But look, it's good. I'm happy that Nketiah has signed. And as I was talking about, some of the disrespect from Arsenal fans towards Nketiah, not all of them, because some of them have come in the chat and said that, you know what, it'll be a good signing for Palace. Arsenal is a bit too much, high expectations. But some of them are just straight disrespect. And I just don't like it. I feel like he's got a point to prove as well. And I'm behind him to prove that point. I really want this to work out for him to, show that basically the middle finger to those Arsenal fans that were disrespecting him, not even making valuable comments, just straight out disrespecting him, and show what he can do. Because I feel like the disrespect has been there. It's been there, and it hasn't been good enough at all. So, yeah, I'm all behind Nketiah, and he has been announced on a 5-year deal, South London boy, and he's here. He's here from north to south. I'll take it. I'm behind him. I am behind him all the way. Now, who are we waiting on? Nketiah's been
Nick, part of the delay was he actually went back to Deptford for the video and talked about where he grew up. So that's the reason why it took so long to announce it. They did like an 8-minute video, him going home where he was, where he brought up at his old house and where he played football. So I know people hate the announcement videos of why it takes so long, but actually I'm watching that. It's actually very, very good.
Was there any cultural appropriation in this one, or was it all right?
I've got no comment. I haven't been watching it yet.
I don't think he's watched an 8-minute video, Nick. I mean, it just got released probably right about now. So yeah, I don't think he's been able to watch that. But yeah, exactly. I agree with Lewis as well. The disrespect is crazy considering he's an academy product. So where does he fit in? who's our first choice? This is a good question from Blob. Let's bring it up on the screen. Is he there to share time with Matters or take his place? What do you think about this? Let's first of all start with where he fits in. Of course, he's a number 9. That's why he's got a number 9 kit as well. But my wild take is I won't be surprised that unless Glasner changes his system and goes 2 up front, Nketiah's starting, by the way. We don't sign Nketiah for around £30 million for him to hold bench. He's starting. The question is, where does he start? Because we're playing 1 up front. So there's two ways we can approach this. 1, we go 2 up front, or 2, I'm not against. I would like him to try in that role. Is that he plays behind Mateta alongside Eze as a potential number 10, and see what happens there. Because of course it's more of like an inside forward, that number 10 role. So what do we reckon?
Where does that leave a left and right wing? We'd have to change that up front completely, wouldn't we?
What do you mean?
Well, no, because normally we would have had Ayew on one side and Eze on the other. How much we complain about Eze, we thought that was his wrong position. But if you've got Eze and Nketiah and Mateta in front of them, that's 3. Okay, you're left with 7 more outfield players. You've got 5 at the back. What are the other 2?
No, Dean and I spoke about this, Nick. It's a change in formation. So right now we play a 3-4-3. We don't play wingers. We play 2 number 10. So it would be Kamada and Eze with Mateta ahead. What Dean and I was saying, I think could happen at some point, maybe not right away. You go with two strikers, so Mateta and Nketiah, and you have Eze behind him. So there is no Kamada. So Kamada drops out. You still have the same midfield of, let's say, Wharton and Decore, and you still have the wing backs in Munoz and Mitchell. And the thing is, Munoz and Mitchell are like wing backs, but they're also midfielders, so they get forward. So you have those 2 with the 3 attackers, meaning Mateta, Nketiah, and Eze. It can work. I don't know what he's going to do. This is the good thing. I think Glasner will figure it out. He's a great manager. If we start with Kamada and Eze with Mateta, that's fine. And then if you want to change at some point, but Dee's right. You're not paying 25 plus 5 for a guy to sit on the bench. He's going to start at some point, whether it's with Mateta or instead of Mateta, whatever works out. But either way, it's going to be based on the following 3 things: form, fitness, availability. Whoever's the informal play, if Mateta's not fit, he won't play, and you know who's available. So I'm not worried about that. Like it'll work itself out. But I definitely think at some point they'll play together. Sorry.
Do you remember a few years ago when we had the McJedley midfield?
McJedley, yeah.
And we bought
quickly an update. Sorry to cut you both off,
Okay.
but an update on Trevor Chalobah. As I mentioned, the latest with him was that he was doing his medical. According to football journalist for BBC Sport, Nizar, who's got over 500k followers, he's saying that it looks like Trevor Chalobah to Crystal Palace will need the deal sheet. It will give Palace and Chelsea 2 hours extra to complete the deal until 1 a.m. So fingers crossed that still goes ahead.
We haven't got to stay online till then, have we?
I'm going to say we're on till 1 o'clock now.
No, well,
right.
I mean, probably not, but I'm fine right now talking. I've got nothing else to do anyways at 11 p.m. if the chat wants to remain here for a bit. So yeah.
I still think the best news of the day is Glasner turning around in press conference and saying that Gay's not going to Newcastle. I don't think he ever was. Do you?
I think it was possible, but I'm with you. I think that the best news of the day is that we kept him because, Dean and I have discussed it many times, Nick. To lose him and really stay in the same window is borderline disastrous. Throw in Anderson, it would have been a disaster. I don't care who we got in place of them, but to keep our captain, who's now our captain, to me, he's our best defender. I think it's a massive statement of intent. What I want to see now is the following. You got to sign him to a contract, though, at some point. Sign him, sign Eze to longer-term contracts. Because to have him for 1 more year, I'll take it. But that's not going to be like, instead of 70 million, we'd ask next year maybe for 40 million. So, but that's another problem. I'm worried about this season. I'm worried about Sunday's game. And the next home game when I'll get to see Nketiah's debut. Oh, that's sweet, D. I'll be there for Nketiah's debut. Brilliant. Yeah. I just realized that. Nice one. Nice.
Yeah, I have to update about the tickets because unfortunately you won't be getting.
I've got my own season ticket, bro. I'm good.
Anyways.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Don't worry. I'm good. Yeah, no worries.
So yeah, No, I'm just looking at the Trevor Chalobah deal, by the way, people. Nketiah has just said his goodbyes to Arsenal as well. So quickly read that out.
Has Edouard actually got to Leicester? Has he actually gone now? Or
Edouard. So yeah, waiting on that. Ahmad has been announced, but he hasn't been announced yet. Odson Edouard, because that's that another outgoing. Hold up. Yeah. So Bobby Manzi just tweeted right now, as expected. Don't go to bed. Still expecting a couple of announcements before 1 a.m. So yeah, 25. Yeah. Well, it's Matt Turner's one of them. I expect, unless there's like a shock signing out of nowhere.
We've got 45 seconds.
Yeah, 45 seconds till the window closes. But yeah, so Matt Turner. But look, I'm so happy. I'm happy Lacroix and Nketiah, they're over the line more than anything. I'm happy with that. We've still strengthened in attack, which we needed. Maybe we might need another number 10, right? We'll see what happens with Nketiah. But I think that is a positive step. 5-year contract. We signed 25-year-old and a 24-year-old on 5-year deals. So when you're looking at the future of the football club, it's not like we signed like a 28, 29-year-old. We signed still young players who's got potential and talent, and they could end up like some of these other players.
3, 2.
It's actually you're late. It's actually it's 11 p.m. before your countdown finished. But yeah, the transfer window is officially shut. But we are still expecting a couple of announcements. Bollocks said, "I'm going to bed. Don't tell me how to live, Manzi." We're still expecting a couple of announcements, which is, of course, Turner and Chalobah. Chalobah's a big one. Chalobah is a big one. I know some people may be excited about Turner, but Chalobah is a big one. If you can get that over the line, which according to journalists over on BBC Sport, that we need a deal sheet for that, that would be massive. Would be massive.
The Chalobah thing is that's going to be a loan without an option, isn't it? Aren't we just bloody
no option, no obligation.
Gallaghering ourselves again?
What was that?
Aren't we Conor Gallaghering ourselves again? Sorry to turn Conor Gallagher into a verb, but
I feel like we haven't had much.
We're in love with these loan players, and we lose them. Yeah,
but we didn't really have an option. I think it's a great opportunity which we couldn't really turn down. So late in the window, as there's talking about right now, going to a deal sheet. It's not a case of like FIFA where you just buy a player for 150 coins and he's at your football club.
Yeah, no,
you got contracts to sign, you got paperwork to complete, and because it was so late on in the window, I don't think we had any time for an option or obligation. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but I'll still take it for I think it still improves our squad.
It'll be interesting then to see who's paying his wages.
Well, I think it'll be Palace. I think it'll be Palace. Otherwise, it makes no sense for Chelsea. So I think there'll be a loan fee.
There are loans. There are loan deals where the parent club still pays a portion of the wages.
Yeah. I don't know, but I'd expect it to be Palace. Otherwise, like Chelsea, just they might have fumbled the bag. But yeah, I expect that to be Palace. But yeah, let's wait and see. Yeah.
Breaking news. It's somewhat pad-related, maybe. Reiss Nelson and Mana Broja to Ipswich are both off.
Okay.
Did Broja fail a fitness test?
Well, but they went back in anyway, apparently.
Yeah. He did, and then afterwards they basically walked away, and then they came back to the deal. They walked away, and you're telling me they've come back to the deal and walked away again. Like, what on earth is going on there? I don't know what's going on with Broja. And
but I was more about the Nelson part of it. That's interesting, huh?
Well, you know what I mean? I saw someone in the chat say that Reiss Nelson's going to Fulham.
Oh, that's new. That's weird because that's weird that they signed but they were going to sign Muama from Lyon. They didn't get Muama from Lyon, or they got both.
I don't know, bro. I've been busy trying to ask you a lot of questions, get involved with the chat. I haven't really looked at all the other transfers, but yeah. So
and who says they can't multitask, eh?
I'll do it.
Yeah, I can multitask, but there's about like 5 different things going on at the same time. Yeah, Reiss Nelson is going to Fulham, not Ipswich. Deal sheet being submitted to get the deal done in time. So we'll see if that gets done in time. But he's not coming to Palace. So yeah, he'll be going to Fulham. But yeah, let's just quickly go through Glasner's comments, which he spoke ahead of the Chelsea game. A lot of W's, by the way, for the Nketiah move. A lot of people sent W's in the chat. I barely saw any else, so a lot of people are happy, which is good. We have to back him. He didn't get that backing from Arsenal, so let's get behind him, and get his full support. Yeah, saw a lot of W's. In fact, let me see if I saw any. I think it was like 1L. WWW. I saw 1L from Blob, and from actually 2 L's. Yeah, majority, basically everyone's happy with the deal, which is good. And then Nketiah video, I think that's the reason why it took so long for it to be announced, is because we'll put some time and effort into it, which I'm going to be watching after we wrap up. But yeah, as I was mentioning, let's go through some Glasner comments, general comments. So no new signings for the Chelsea game. Nketiah and Lacroix won't be there, as well as Turner. Interesting. So it'll be Raymond Matthews, I guess, will be the backup goalie. Are we concerned about the Chelsea game with maybe depth? We kind of spoke about it earlier on, but we're kind of thin right now because of the new signings not appearing. But once the new signings appear, that bench is going to look very strong. Well, stronger than ever before. But for the Chelsea game, are we concerned, Nick?
A little, but Glasner will go out to win the game. I think, we've lost our first 2 games, but we didn't lose them badly, and we could have easily won those 2 games were it not for hitting the post, hitting the bar, having goals disallowed, this, that, and the other. So although I think it will be difficult to get a win, I don't think we're going to get a drubbing like Wolves did.
Yeah, I agree with that as well, Patrick. Did we ask you this question before? It's been a long day.
No, we didn't. No, but like I said, I mean, listen, we lost to them 13 times in a row. I don't think having Nketiah guy would have helped necessarily this close to the window being closed. Let's say we got them over the line. They haven't really trained with us, etc. So we have a 12 or 13 players. I won't go through the entire lineup, but let's say we just, what we had on Tuesday versus Norwich was fine. You throw in, you've got players like Salt off the bench, and you have Lerma off the bench, or Hughes, to come in. It's not going to be a disaster. You know what I mean? I don't think you're going to have Klein in the back 3 and Richards and Gahey. We've seen that before, and it's done well against Liverpool last year and West Ham, and last year. So it's just, I know I think you picked a draw, D. I just think beating Chelsea is difficult because they're very good at attack. But defensively, you're right. They're shaky. We got to take advantage of that somehow, But I'm not worried about Sunday, because I'm looking big picture, and the future is very bright. We got 2 weeks now to work with these new players, etc. Guys that come back from. I'm so happy with the signings, and now looking forward. Glasner has his squad. He has 2 players in position. He's going to work with them and work stuff out. No, if we lose to Chelsea on Sunday, I'm not bothered, because I'm looking much further ahead. It's not a great start to the season, obviously 3 losses in a row in the league, but I'm looking forward to, Leicester and Man United and that kind of stuff. No, this is, you got to look. I try and look at the football a little more big picture than one game in isolation. Do I want to win the game? Yes, but if we happen to lose on Sunday, we got reinforcements coming in.
Quickly, this puts a smile on my face. This puts a real smile on my face. It's on Nketiah again. Surprise. Oh, here we go. Update. Odsonne Edouard, just right now from Fabrizio Romano. Odsonne Edouard deal completed in time. He's joining Leicester City from Crystal Palace on a loan deal. So that has been completed. The official announcement hasn't dropped yet, but Fabrizio Romano just dropping it literally right now, saying that the deal has been completed in time. So we'll see. We'll wait for the official announcement. Leaving the club.
With what I've put on the screen there, D, from Stuart, with none of the new signings registered in time, we've only got 18 fit senior players for Chelsea. Now, this makes me think the window's a bit crap. Actually, shutting a couple. Not the window's crap, but actually stopping once the season has started. Why is it not stopped before the season starts? So we don't have this. And I'm sure there will be other teams that'll have that kind of transition stage that we've got at the moment, where players aren't available, even though they are Palace players. It's a bit shit, isn't it? What do you think, D? Do you think the window should shut before the season starts, or?
There's been that debate that's going about. I don't know. I think that's a good debate to have. But if the window was shut before the season starts, then God knows how many signings Palace make. The fact that we're here talking about 2 signings after the deadline is complete, and we're in late August. But yeah, I get it. I get some people, talking about the timing of the window, etc. But as Patrick said, I'm more leaning towards Patrick's comments. We got a week to work with some of these players. The timing is perfect in that aspect.
Yeah,
they won't play for the Chelsea game, but we've got time to get them up to speed and get to know Glasner. I think with Lacroix, it won't take that long because he knows Glasner as well. And we've got a massive game against Leicester, so it's not free hit, by the way. Glasner did say that he's approaching the game with the mentality of winning, which should be the approach. But the break is ideal for us. It is ideal for us.
And do you think with the Leicester game and Edouard going to Leicester, do you think we've put a clause in saying that he must play against us?
That's brilliant. Oh, Nicholas, that is so mean, but very funny. Very funny.
That's harsh, but yeah, I'm not as bothered about it because I think, as Patrick said, I agree. The timing is good. We got time for them to bed in. I do want to quickly show a video. In fact, I'll try to bring it up on the screen here. Even though when I try to do that, my laptop decides to kind of explode. It doesn't, because it is a very old laptop with a broken screen as well from the Brentford game. So he's on his last live laptop.
Get those super chats in for these.
Yeah, get the super chats and fix the screen. Exactly. Thanks to everyone, by the way, that sent in the super chat. And even if you haven't, just joining us live, hitting the like button, subscribing. I know there's a lot of people that subscribe and join us, join the community, which has been growing massively. So thank to all and every single one of you. What should we do? We should look at this video, which put a smile on my face. And it'll put a smile on a lot of people's faces as well when they see it. But I don't know how true that is. I've seen a few people in the chat say about Reguilón coming to Palace. I've not seen that anywhere, so I don't know where people got that from, but let me know. This is on. Hold on, let me just go here.
I'm going to come off screen to make it a bit bigger for our viewers. D, while you do that, yeah.
You don't have to, but if you want to, because
you're going to cover the whole screen anyway.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm going to cover it up. when it's, as I've said, my laptop is a bit slow right now. So yeah. All right. Let me bring the video up here. So this is an announcement video. I can tell already because Nketiah is speaking over the video. Let me share the screen. Share screen. I'm gonna not share the audio. From Tommy CPFC. This is maybe Tommy's even watching this because he follows back with the nest. Look who that is. Nketiah and who? I can't see the screen properly because half my screen is cracked, but it's Eze. You can see. Look at them. They've got that connection.
Yeah.
Smiles already at the football club. I guess that's after his medical, and it's important. It's important that these players have the connection at Palace, and Eze, as the reports have suggested, has a good connection with Nketiah, and that's going to be big. That's going to be big for Nketiah to settle in at Palace and be a success. Patrick, I know you're laughing. You're probably thinking, "Oh my days, enough of the Nketiah propaganda." But
no, D, I'm good. No, okay. D, listen, I'm very happy for you. See, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, I know we go back and forth. People in the chat don't understand our relationship that we have, but no, I got no. If you're happy and you want
to, is that you?
Videos,
sorry. Shout out to
Oh, Rexy. Oh,
I
nice.
did
Nice.
say if you're watching the
Nice.
streaming, there's probably a
Yeah.
good chance that you
It's
are.
a great video. I saw it online too. So yeah, I mean, listen, that connection is. I agree with you. It's always nice when players have a connection to the club, the other players, and the supporters. It just matters, especially for a club like ours. So the fact that he again is from Southeast London, knows Ebbs, knows Gahey, knows Mitchell. It can't hurt. And look at the smile on Ebbs' face. I mean, he's one of his boys there. He lost. At least he gets Nketiah. So this is brilliant. So yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
happy
good for him as well. Yeah, it's good for him as well because, of course, he lost a massive bromance in Elise, which broke all of our hearts.
Question: can Nketiah play chess? We'll find out. Can he
We'll
play?
find out. We'll find out.
I
Yeah.
love it when we've got people who have joined the stream late but are watching it a bit behind because this has just come up when we were talking about
Sent to the shop, sent to the
Whoa.
keys.
That was about like an hour ago, no?
I love that. That's
Was that
brilliant.
not an
Thank you.
hour ago?
Thank
That topic. By the way, according to Edmund Brack, as I said, there's more now coming out. Crystal Palace were offered a chance to sign a winger from Ajax, Carlos Forbes, who we turned down the chance.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
we turned him down.
Decent player. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So interesting why we turned him down. Do you reckon that's because of Nketiah coming to the football club?
Yeah, I just think, like I said, I think we're up top. I think we're fine for this season. I just don't think there's necessarily. And again, we have that Jez recall right for January. If God forbid we need to bring a player back and need another winger, another attacking player. I keep saying winger. We don't play wingers. You know what I mean? I just think the numbers are great right now. I know how Glasgow likes to work. I don't think we need to, because you don't want a player he's not going to play because who wants to play but can't play. You know, why bring in a player who's not going to play, or why have a player come in and take a spot? Let's say he comes in and takes France's minutes. You want to see that happen? I don't want to see that happen. Do you know what I mean? So, no, I think we're good numbers-wise. I think we're really good. I'm very excited about this season right now. I kind of was falling off a little bit when I thought Gay was going to leave. I get a little depressed. I'm not going to lie to you. And I wasn't worried about signing. I was worried about losing players. But no, I'm very happy. And I can't even say how much I love this manager. Seriously, it's scary. He's so good. And
I'm so tempted right now to DM Palace to ask, like, can we watch the video? Do we have permission to watch the video?
Put it on.
It'll be perfect timing. And I mean, they do follow back of the Nest, of course, the Palace official account. So, but I guess they're too busy to probably reply to us right now. So I'll leave them alone. I'll let them continue with the announcement videos, etc. But it would have been nice to watch. I don't think they'll cause a problem anyways, Palace. I doubt Palace will cause a problem if we watch the Nketiah video here live. But it's not even Palace. I think my laptop would just give up on me if we did do that. Is the Chalobah deal still on? Yes. Yes, the Chalobah deal is still on. The deal sheet was put in time for it to be completed. So it gives us an extra 2 hours. But yeah, let's quickly talk about our ratings for this window. I think it's a good time. I was thinking of maybe doing a separate video, but as we've been here, even if you do a separate video and talk about it with others, it's still good to get our opinions right now. It could change after sleeping on it. I'll give the window 8 out of 10. Who should we start with? I don't want to start because my brain has been overcooked with a bunch of different stuff going through it. So I need to think about the rating.
I'll go first.
Who wants to start?
Okay, go ahead. I'll go first. So we've got Riyad, Kamada, Sarr, and Nketiah Lacroix official with hopefully Turner and Chalobah. I need to add that we did not lose Eze and Gahey because to me, not losing a player is like signing a new player. We lost Olise, obviously massive loss. Ayew, Edouard, Anderson, Ahamada, and then a bunch of Johnstone, obviously, and a bunch of kids that went on the academy kids like Abue, Ozo. For me, before today is probably going to be 6.5. I'm going to give it 8.5 because the only position we didn't get that I wanted was a left wing back. I didn't want another number 10 unless he was left footed. And again, I've said it through the whole stream. I don't think we needed to add another player, just add another player. But for me, nailed it, D. Nailed it. And again, the losing Anderson when we lost him and then getting Lacroix and then getting Chalobah, didn't think that could ever happen. Seriously. Didn't think it would happen. We were progressive early, getting Riyad, getting Kamada, getting Sarr. And then adding Nketiah. And then obviously for Edouard. getting a backup keeper again. Johnson, another one, lost late in the window, weren't really expecting it, then having to get a backup keeper. No, I think the window, because let's say Dougie don't miss, so 8.5 out of 10.
Dougie don't miss indeed. Nick, whilst you're talking, I have to quickly grab my charger. So what's your thoughts on the window?
I'd give it an 8 out of 10. Firstly, we got a couple of players in early. It's just unfortunate that one of them got clattered on Tuesday night. Riyadh got clattered, and we don't know how long he's going to be out for. But Kamada looks a very good purchase. And Nketiah, I'm quite excited for to see what he can do. So the squads, we've definitely got better players there, and Chalobah and Lacroix makes our defence look absolutely, I won't say impenetrable. However,
you just did it. You just said impenetrable.
Yes.
But then,
however, as much as we knew the moment we bought Elise, it would be almost a ships in the night thing. I'm gutted we lost him because he was genuinely a pleasure to watch. The fact we haven't got cover for wing back, I'm hoping there's a reason for that, and there's somebody they're looking at in the youth or even recalling. I know, no, he's right wing back, isn't it? I'm going to watch Bromley Crew tomorrow with my friend who's doing the 92 grounds, and of course every season if a new team comes up that hasn't been in before, he has to do another new one. So we've got that right back, Danny Imre. Yeah. He is bloody good. Now whether he can play at the left back, I don't know, but he's showing what the loans can do. So D's talking, kind of dismissing the youngsters going out on loan a little bit, but when you see what Danny Imre is doing at Bromley and how much it's helping him develop his play and playing competitive matches rather than, proper full-blooded competitive matches rather than under 23s and under 21s. Because do you remember when we first started the EFL Cup and we're having reserve teams in it? Did we play somebody like, it might have been Sutton United, and we thought we had a chance, but it really was men against boys, and that's why you need the loan out to get the full-blooded competitive games. So, 8 out of 10, just because of the lack of left wing back and losing Elise and Ayew, who I fucking love.
Yeah, let me go through the chat, then I'll give my rating. Let us know your ratings as well. Jamie saying 7 out of 10. We lost a fair bit of quality and experience. New sign is okay, but not the impact of Munoz or Wharton. Early days.
Interesting. Okay.
Kyle saying 8 out of 10. Wingback cover would make it a 9. Can't be a 10 losing Elisa, even though there wasn't anything we can do. So if there wasn't anything we could do, then it's not really our fault, but I understand where you're coming from. 7 out of 10 losing Elisa, which is tough to replace. No right wing back and left wing back cover, so -3 points. Rexy saying 8.5 out of 10. Wing back would have made it a 9.9. Red saying 8 out of 10. So a lot of people are happy, which is good. Geiger saying solid 8 out of 10. Jason saying if we don't get Chalobah and Turner, then it drops to 7 out of 10. So Jason, by the way, Jason's always, unhappy about our business. So the fact that Jason gives it a 7 out of 10 is good. It means we've done something right. And that's if we don't sign Chalobah and Turner, which we will, then he drops to a 7 out of 10. So right now it must be surely a 9 out of 10 for Jason, which is good. Which is good that Jason's happy. Jeff saying 7.5 out of 10. Good sales, great incomings, kept 2 stars, no wing back cover, borderline neglectful. Hamada is gone, out on loan. Carl saying 9 out of 10. Andrew 8 out of 10. Yeah, I haven't seen anything lower than a 7 or 8. So you know what? I'll give it a 5. I'm joking. In terms of my rating, look, let's break it down. So let's start with the outgoings. I mean, we lost Anderson, Elise, Sam Johnston, Ayew, Scott Banks also left, Riederwald, Ahamada, Raksaki, Ebue, Whitworth, Ozo, Ferguson, Tompkins. There's been a lot of players. The outgoings. And I feel like we've done a good enough job, and we can go through the incomings. I think with the youngsters going out on loan, that was a positive because it was a bit quiet and we didn't really push for it recently. So finally, they've got their loan moves sorted. So that was a positive. But look, we're never replacing Elise. I'm sorry to disappoint people, but we're never replacing Elise. You can't replace Elise. We should know as Palace fans how good he was. So you just can't replace a player like that. So we lost Elise, brought in Kamada. I think Kamada is still an exciting signing. He might need a bit of time adjusting to life in the Premier League, but I'm not writing him off by any means. We saw glimpses of what he can do against Norwich, getting a goal and an assist. I think, in fact, that type of signing on free transfer, I'm expecting him to have Lerma types of impact this season. We saw of Lerma. It's not sake of getting free transfer because he's a bad player. It's a free transfer because, of the whole situation with his contract. So I think getting him on free was fantastic. And if we got him for £20 million, a lot of people would be happy as well. So I think he's a player that's probably worth around 20 to 25 million pounds. Chadi Riyad, we improved the depth in defense. He's only 21 years old. We've seen in preseason what he can do as well. And I think he's going to be a very good signing for us. I spoke to someone who does watch La Liga football, and he did say that that's a very good signing for Palace, around 15 million euros, which is less than 15 million pounds. So for me, Chadi Riyad was just an improvement to squad depth. So we improved the squad depth as centre-backs because he joined before Anderson left. Sarr was Ayew's replacement. We already brought in Ayew's replacement before he left the football club. He's younger, faster. As good as Ayew has been for us, I think that's an improvement on Ayew. So we improve the squad like that. Lacroix, time will tell, but for around £15 million, I do think with 24 years old, over 100 Bundesliga appearances, has played under Glasner. I think, I don't know, time will tell, as I said, but I think that's going to be an improvement on Joachim Andersen in the long run. I think we're going to see.
Most definitely.
We're going to see signs of that. Which is why I am excited about that, because I think it'll be an improvement on Anderson. And then Chalobah. Chalobah's a plus. Chalobah's a plus that we didn't even need on top of Chadi Riyad, which is even more fantastic. Turner, not the most exciting, but I'm not going to I'm not going to judge him in my ratings. Sam Johnson's gone, which he had to go. I'm surprised it took him this long. Even when we started the Palace news at the start of the summer, that's always been the case. So look, as I've gone through the players, I've listed a lot of improvements to the team for different reasons. Of course, Elise, you cannot improve on Elise, but we have improved the depth. We have got a team now. We've got a team that should be pushing for cup competitions as well as the league. We've got a team that should be dealing better with injuries as well. I gave it a 6.5 about a few weeks ago. But right now, I mean, left wing back we didn't solve, right wing back we didn't solve. But apart from that, we've improved massively. 8 out of 10 at least for me. 8 out of 10. I mean, it's been a strong end to the window. And we kept Gahey, which we needed to do after losing Anderson. I was open to the move before Anderson leaving. And Eze remain at the football club. That was smart to have an expiry date on his release clause. So there's no possibility of him leaving within the last week of the window closing or the last few hours of transfer deadline day. So from a 6.5 a few weeks ago, I'm looking at the window being an 8 out of 10 for now. Go ahead, Patrick.
I want to add about, I don't know if anybody watched the Glasner's press conference today, but he said that Sarr got a touch on the Ebb shot, so the goal is going to officially be Sarr's goal. So technically, both Sarr and Kamada are already off the mark as far as scoring goals for Palace. So, which is a definitely.
Well, he didn't count Sarr's goals, but I understand what he's talking about.
But no, but they're going to give him the goal. I mean, what do you mean they didn't count Sarr's goal? It's going to be his goal officially.
No, it's officially Sarr's goal. It's been given to him.
Is it? Okay,
can I ask both and wonder what people think in the chat, how this compares to other windows? I mean, we can look at windows where we signed that bloke from Wolves on loan in the last, Kevin Doyle, was it? Where we signed nobody else. We had the.
You want to go that back? I can bring out the business. How back do you want to go?
Well, Ian Holloway, that scattergun year, that was ridiculous, wasn't it?
Should we go back to when we got promoted? Should we actually? I mean, I don't want to keep you two here. I can still talk.
No, I'm just saying that this window has been really good simply because it seems like our manager's been backed. which has been lacking. Now, I know we've brought players in and Roy's played them in the wrong position or whatever, but this has been a really, really good window compared. Well, it might be the best one since we've come up, possibly.
You reckon?
So real quick, I know D, if you look it up, but the two wins that I can remember being the best were, you mentioned the Tom, Ince, and Ledley when they scored.
Yeah.
That window was very good, very
Scott
good.
Dan joined as well in that window, I believe.
Exactly right. But you might look it up exactly. And then for me, the Vieira window, exactly. Olise, Gahey, Anderson, Hughes, Edouard. And he had to rebuild that side because we had a bunch of players that left out of contract. So for me, off the top of my head, I think those are the two. The worst, I think the scattergun one Nick mentioned was, but it wasn't Holloway's fault. We got promoted late, obviously for the playoffs and our first year back in gosh knows how long. But I think for me, off the top of my head, those are the two best winners I remember. Oh, there was one under Sam, Big
I can
Sam.
show you
that was
all the
good too.
windows here as well.
Under
I can
Big
show you
Sam.
all the windows.
Yeah, go ahead, sure, go ahead.
I can show it on the screen. So we can go back as far as you lot want. Let me present it on the screen so the chat can see as well. Hopefully the ads don't mess it all up. But do you agree with Jason's comment? Best window since Vieira's one. This one does this. I don't know if this tops Vieira's one. It's hard to say because Vieira's one. Elise, Gahey, Anderson,
right.
Decore.
I think it's close, but I think losing Elise is what really hurts. Yeah. If we kept Elise and got this window.
Oh, yeah. That
you know, exactly.
I mean, anything less than European football then would have been disastrous for Glasgow.
Yeah, I think honestly, Jason nailed it. I think just the Elise really hurts. So, and you can't, like you've been saying the whole time, you can't like replace him, and you can't like think of who you can get. But again, I'll roll with Saw and Kamada and take my chances because you can't replace them, but you can do your best to kind of put some goals that will work and change the system around a little bit and that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. Evil saying this window is a 7. The Vieira window was a 9. By the way, people, spoiler alert, we can look ahead to next season signings here. Look, 25-26 season. So should we do that or should we just keep down the locker for next deadline day?
Locker.
If I press this play, you can see who's leaving and joining Crystal Palace next season.
No, we're good. 3.5 hours.
No, we'll leave that for now. But there's an option there.
Palace News. That's a Palace News episode. I can see it.
Well, then the whole
break.
point of Palace News won't exist if I click that button because, I mean, all the rumors or
Palace Future News, you call it? Palace Future News.
Everything's revealed for the upcoming season. So yeah. What window do you want to look at? I mean, we can look at whatever window you want. It goes all the way back to literally, I mean, if we want to go back to Nick's time and Patrick's time, we can look at the 31-32 season.
Rude. Very rude. Very disrespectful. Very rude. Not funny.
We can look at the 31-32 season.
My parents were born back then. Not my parents. That's not funny. No, rude.
That is funny. Should we actually look at the 31-32 season? Who on earth did we sign in the 31-32 season?
I'm just for the viewers' sake. I think you're getting delirious, mate.
He's been on for 3.5 hours. He probably has been on too long. D, can we just maybe do like 2013, maybe, and then a couple of others? Don't go crazy.
Can I quickly? I just want to quickly look at 31-32 season because I'm actually curious about who we signed and what our net spend. Oh, okay.
Jerry Murphy.
We saw
not the Jerry Murphy. That's the other Jerry Murphy, right, Nick? Not the Jerry Murphy.
It can't be the Jerry Murphy, can it?
No, obviously not. Only Nick and I understand that comment. So
was this related to
Hopkins the curl one?
Yeah, the real Hopkins.
Yeah.
What's the real Hopkins called? I forgot. What's it called?
What'd you say?
Real Hopkins' first name.
I'm not telling you. You're too young.
Hopkins looking to call one.
Right.
Yeah.
What's his name?
I'm not telling you. You're too young. You don't deserve to know his name.
Jeff Hopkins.
No, that's the defender. Good one.
Jeff Hopkins called it past David, didn't he?
Hopkins.
That's how old I am.
Yeah.
And
quickly, just quick. Well, our net spend there was 0. So typical Palace, not spend the money, just going.
There it is. You want it? There it is. right?
David Hopkins. That's it. David Hopkins. My brain stopped. Look, I've been here for 3 hours. Can you blame me? Quickly, before we look at the most recent window, let's look at the 59-60 season. Let's see if we spent any money there. And then we will look at proper positions. Oh, look. I mean, we brought in Dave Sexton. The sad thing is...
former QPR manager. I didn't even know he played for Palace. Did you know that?
He
Nick?
managed Man United the season they got beat by Southampton.
Right.
The cup.
Only one he used to manage. Only one he was also a former Palace manager.
Yeah.
Dave Sexton.
Yeah.
I didn't know he played for Palace. Is that right?
See, it's like a little history lesson. You was all complaining about 5 seconds ago. You're like, oh no, don't show players. Show certain off. And
it's like a memory lane for me and Nick. Really?
Yeah, exactly. Memory lane.
Funny.
51-56 season, we brought in that player. Anyways, no, 59-60 season, let me be corrected. Just quickly, in our existence, in 1876, and this is the last one. Sorry, chat. This is the last one. Let me have a bit of fun. I've been just staring at my screen. Who did we bring in? Just Arthur Savage. That's it. Well, he left the club. That was a good window. That was a good window because we just lost one player.
Not the best window.
We just lost one player.
Yeah.
And I remember that season as well. That season, we were only like 2 points off winning the league. So it was very important to not lose that many players. And what season was this? I forgot the season. I remember it well. 1876. It was a good season. So just losing Arthur Savage.
We were only 15 years old that year. It's our 15th season.
Yeah. Does it go back to 1861?
You might as well go to the first one. Go ahead. Do it.
No, it doesn't.
You might as well do it.
It doesn't. That's it. It stops at 76. 76. And when we were founded,
it's
1905.
No, 1861.
Okay, but officially, officially, yeah, I got 1861 kit as well before anyone. Only one signing. Well, funny enough, our signing that we made, he left the club. He joined and he left. How does that work?
He was only 15.
Roy Hodgson was 20.
He was 15 years old. My days. 15 years old. Prodigy.
Yeah.
He was a prodigy. 15 years old. Wow. Amazing.
Orlin says such a shame about Nketiah. What a terrible window. I don't know if he's trolling or not, but yeah. But yeah. Look, we can look at a window. Does anyone want to look at a window when we got promoted or any window in particular?
Yes, please.
Let me know.
Yeah,
what window?
2013, right?
Yeah, 2013. 13
summer 2013, 2012, 2013, 2014. I think.
Yeah, 2013.
Said in the chat, D, that they reckon there are 9 Premier League deal sheets. We could be involved in 3 of those. So what's that?
Wow.
Chalobah.
Who said that?
That's there. I'll put it on the screen. But I don't know who they are.
There's 2. I know there's 2, but I don't know about the third one.
So Turner and Chalobah, obviously, right? The 2 that you know about, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that is funny from Luke, by the way. He said, my bird is sick and tired of me watching you boys every night. Does he post videos every day? Keep it up. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
That's fantastic.
That's a funny comment. That's a funny comment that I have to take a photo of. But yeah, so we're expecting 2 more to come in. We're expecting 2 more, not 3. That'll be a shock.
Somebody's saying involved in Turner, Chalobah, and Edouard. So that's the outgoing is the third one.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. So this is the 13. This is the season where we got promoted. I remember this window. This window was crazy.
Is Wayne Hennessy.
Who on earth didn't we bring in this window? Like
me, you, and Nick didn't get signed up.
Yeah, exactly. Like, look at this. This is all the incomings. We spent around a sum of 33, but we brought in like 1. Well, end of loans don't really count, do they?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, the bottom.
Rambo team from Crawley.
Cameron Jerome. Yeah.
Morange.
Punch. You joined on loan then.
By the way, one of our best loans ever, Jason Puncheon, and it's not a debate. It's not a debate. It's not. It really
over Zaha? Because Zaha joined on loan.
I said one of the best. I would put Zaha right there. You're right. I put Zaha there. Another one of our best loans, easily.
Kevin Phillips.
Jimmy Kebe. There he is. Jimmy Kebe. My life is complete. Stephen Dobby.
That incredible goal scorer in Scotland.
Stephen Dobby.
Yeah, Stephen Dobby. Yeah.
Jimmy
Elliot.
Jose
Kebe,
Campagna.
Shamak was very good for us.
He was.
He's
I love
such an
Shamak.
underrated player. He
He's
was
a
scared.
what do you call it? Folk hero? No.
He had some stat that when he took a shot, more time he did go in. But the problem is, like, he was scared to shoot. Like, he was frustrating.
Here's one
by
for
the
you,
way,
Nick.
Raheem Sterling's gone to Arsenal. Loan deal.
Nick,
now,
Jack-
that's why.
Jack Hunt.
Oh, I was
Ian,
high on Jack Hunt.
Didn't he?
Jack Hunt. Right back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Nick. I'm sorry, dude. What did you say? Who went somewhere? I'm sorry. I had to make
He
that
went to
joke.
Bromley, didn't he? Ended up at Bromley.
Yeah, at the end.
Who? Hunt. Jack Hunt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Out of the
Jack
league.
Hunt, I was
yeah,
actually
pretty much.
excited about. It just sounded like an exciting signing, but I never saw it because he got injured
He
straight
got,
away.
he got injured right away. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
How old were you
I'm
back
a
then?
rapper.
What were you like 12 back then? Seriously, don't joking. How old were you in
I'm not even joking. I was 13.
Yeah, I was gonna say I knew you were young. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I was 13. I was 13 back then.
Wayne Hennessy. Enough said.
Wayne Hennessy, yeah.
Dwight Gale.
Gale was good coming off the bench as well. He was good coming off
We
the
got
bench.
him
Never really
from,
got in the Premier League.
Peterborough, didn't we?
Yeah, we
Because
relegated him, right? Didn't we relegate him the year before? Remember, he was in that team that relegated at Selhurst
yeah.
Park. Yeah. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I was talking over you. Who did you say got signed? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Campana was exciting as well at the time.
No, I thought you said someone got signed in this window. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you said
I
someone
don't know.
got
I
signed.
don't know. Maybe I said it. Maybe I don't know what
Never
I said.
mind.
I forgot what I said. Joe Ledley got signed as well. Scott Down, etc. Who actually left?
Yeah.
is
Moritz
that
left.
the year that Sean Scannell left, or did he leave the year before?
Nah, Scannell left before.
It was this season. Yeah,
It was
because
before. Remember, we played him in the championship.
interviewed,
Remember, he was in Huddersfield, right?
Yeah. We interviewed Ian Holloway the day that Scannell played against us. I think he scored. They beat us 1-0. But yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Jermaine Easter. Jermaine Easter. Jermaine Easter. Alex Marrow. These are some serious.
Yeah.
I'm having some major flashbacks right now. Seriously, wow. These players.
Right.
We were just signing anyone and everyone. Thankfully, it worked because
bodies
came in.
Bodies, bodies.
And it managed to work out. But I mean, geez, like we've come a long way.
Yeah.
We have come a long way. The last 10 years, let's just say that. The last 11 years. Oh yeah.
People don't get it, D. Seriously. Palace had always been, Nick will back me up. Premier League, since the Premier League thing. Once we were the Premier League starters, but once we got relegated, when we went down the next year, every single time we could never stay up.
I
This
know.
is the first time we're able to stay up for this long.
I know.
It's
I'm
amazing.
so glad.
We're all blessed, aren't we?
Yeah.
I'm so glad
my
son. So glad my son saw a few years in the Championship, simply because I know
appreciate it more.
People he knows that are 3 or 4 years younger than him have only known Palace in the Premier League. So, and that's where much of the chagrin comes from, I think, on Twitter.
Did you go to the playoff final?
Nah, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I was 13 at the time, and my family.
I was there. I was wondering.
I don't come from a football family, so yeah.
Nick, were you there?
I remember my first Palace game was against Preston North End.
I saw your brother. I saw your brother that day. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I thought you were there. Yeah. Saw Hambo.
It was actually from Palace for Life. I remember. I think it was it's still called Palace for Life then, was it? Or it was some there was some connection with a school, and I used to go there after school at a very young age, of course. This was before when I was 13, and they gave free tickets to Palace versus Preston North End, and Calvin Andrew scored in that game.
Oh, big Cal.
So yeah, exactly. It was a very rare game. It was a very rare game.
Yeah, he did score a lot of goals. You're lucky.
Calvin Andrews sounds like a Primark brand of underpants.
I was literally, my playoff experience was I couldn't watch the game on the TV. As I said, I wasn't coming from a football family. I was literally sitting on my stairs, listening to the game on the radio.
Like, a good old-fashioned way. I love that. That's good. That's how I watch.
Yeah, I was listening to the game. Radio, exactly. Yeah. I know you're 13, listening to the radio.
Different experience.
It's not like 2013 was when no technology existed. Technology did exist, but that was the best way of following the game.
For years when I was in America, I followed Palace 2 ways. My dad would buy a newspaper on Mondays, the English paper in New York City, and I get results a day or two later. And then I bought a shortwave radio. I'd listen to BBC World Service, and they'd have the second half of whatever game was on. They give me the results. For years, it was only the radio, and then finally, technology took over, and you started having like these services that gave you the Crystal Palace results on the internet. This email.
CP Friss.
First, exactly that. Well, there you go, Nick. That, and then obviously they had games on the TV, but then obviously over here they don't show anything. They never show anything below the Premier League. So when Palace would come up that one year, I was in heaven. When they got relegated, I was back to the radio and the newspaper, and then finally, obviously, you got the internet came and it was easy. But for years, man, it was a struggle. I don't even know how I'm still a Palace fan. It was so many years I didn't even know what was going on until like a week later.
Yeah, I was listening to the game on the radio, and my heart was dropping from the radio. Like
it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, that Jules save was in the second half. I can't remember where he made that massive save in the playoff final.
Oh
Speroni.
Speroni, yeah. The Deeney save too. Yeah, the Deeney when he scooped it, off his foot. What a save. And the header by Ward off the line. The Ward header off the line too.
Yeah. Jules missed some. I mean, even before that against Brighton as well. That save from Ashley Barnes.
Brilliant. What a save. Off the
bar. That guy. Yeah. And also he's a top guy as well. I spoke to him before. It'd be actually nice to have him on here.
Do you know what? Funny, when Palace came, I don't know what year, I think it was on the Pew list. They came to America. Jules was in the stand, and I sat next to him. He sat in the stand with the fan. I took a picture right next to him. He's one, and he talked about like the whole second half of the game. I don't know why he wasn't playing in Virginia. One of the nice guys I've ever met in my life. Which is why I've always been my favorite goalkeeper was him because he's such a nice person.
Such a good guy. Like, honestly, if you haven't met him, like he's genuinely such a good guy. After games, even when I was a kid, like he would spend time. I'm not gonna. There's certain players who wouldn't. We'll talk about that off here. I'm not gonna say it here publicly. But Jules was never that guy. Jules would. I mean, honestly, I can't say anything bad about the guy. The way he stepped up for us when needed, like literally, he's a legend in my eyes. Anyways, he's a legend. He's a legend of the football.
Real quick, I'll give it a credit. My parents emigrated from Jamaica, and my parents moved to South London first, Brixton, and then Thornton Heath. So my dad Palace was maybe 10-minute walk from where I lived, and my brother was a ball boy for 3 years, and he was a very good football player. And he was at Palace, so my dad was a Palace fan. With my dad, I would probably support Man United. When I was a kid, Palace were not very good. So, but because of my dad, and I never believed. The Man United 5-0 game. Man United 5-0 game.
Wow.
Yeah. 72 or 73, yeah. Yeah, because I didn't go my first 2 years. I was only 7 years old when I went the first time. But I can remember 71 season a little bit, but yeah, 72, 73 was that season. 72, because they got relegated 73, yeah.
Oh, I love these Spurs, by the way. I think this is Nketiah. I'm assuming because I don't have any context with his dad. Like it seemed like we went in with this announcement video with the photos as well. Yeah, man. It's great to see. It's great to see that we try to understand him a bit better, and I think he's gonna pay back that love. Hopefully he does. But just quickly, if you two are good enough, do you want to look at any other windows, or are you done windows?
Yeah. No, you can do that in your own time.
So, Nick, do you wanna head off?
No, I was going to say my first game was 76. When my mum and dad split up, my mum wanted to take me to a football match, and it was either Charlton or Palace because I lived in Orpington at the time. Took me to Palace because my granddad's dad supported Palace, so I've got a family connection to Palace, probably going back 100 years from when Selhurst is over 100 years. Well, it's still 100 years old today, isn't it?
Today,
so we went to watch Palace. There was third division.
I was going to say Division 3. Yeah, Rashid Harkouk.
Yeah, 1976, and we beat Rotherham 2-1, and there was 17,000 there, and I learned lots of new words that I'm not going to say on here. But my mum was impressed when I repeated them.
Yeah.
That was So Palace went from Division 1, which is, let's say, the Premier League, to all the way down to like League 1 in 3 seconds. It got relegated 2 years in a row from the top division to the third division.
I don't know
That's
if
how
they
bad we
got
were.
survive that.
I don't know. And that was that's when I was like 10, 11. That's when I was like really into football. I was playing and we were so bad, but it didn't matter because it was my favorite local team. But Nick's right. 76 was we got big crowds, but we were bad.
Yeah, we had,
Was-
although we did have an England player and we did get to the semi-final of the
Taylor.
FA Cup, and we had
Yeah, we
Big
did.
Mal manager,
That
so
year.
we were quite.
And a great youth system, which
Yeah.
proved to be obviously a few years later. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying from the perspective of getting relegated back to back, that was tough, man.
I
mean,
remember
Rotherham, playing teams like Rotherham. Who's Rotherham?
that year. Well,
Rotherham.
it didn't bother me because it was all new and exciting,
Yeah,
and being pitch,
yeah.
walking from the top of the Homesdale right down to the bottom, knowing where you whoever you were with was stood, and you just found them at the end of the game. People throwing free stuff out, football
But
crazy.
wait, Nick, when we were kids, I always
Yeah.
was in the Whitehalls. Weren't there away fans in the Homesdale to the left?
I'll be back in 5 minutes
As
while
you-
you do this reminiscing chat. I'll be back in 5.
Yeah, go ahead. Right,
As
Nick,
you-
or no?
As you're looking at the Homesdale, if you're on the pitch, the away fans
Right.
were in that left-hand corner.
Yeah,
rest-
that's all I remember.
rest-
Right.
The rest of the Homesdale was Palace.
Was Palace, yeah, exactly. I remember on the left, right, they kept putting them. I didn't put right, so I could see them. When I was in the White House, I could look straight in. They were on the left hand side, and then we obviously had the family stand and the upper weight. But remember, like I would always see them there. So when they moved, I was like, wow, why would they move them? But it made no sense to have them in the same area. That would have just a lot of. And back then, when we were young, lots of fighting was going on in football.
Yeah.
Lots of. So it's amazing they were actually that close to each other. Well, again, that's why we used to play Millwall all the time, Charlton, Leyton Orient, Cardiff. Let me tell you, Cardiff fans, my days, they were so.
Well, I once, when I
Aggressive.
spent a bit of time living in Reading, and
Okay.
I used to go and watch them if I wasn't watching Palace. If Palace weren't playing and Reading were at home, I'd go and watch Reading.
Right.
Just 'cause I like watching. I'm like you went to watch Charlton when you were over, just because it's a game to watch and it's nearby. And it's
Exactly. I would never go except for that reason. Exactly. Yeah.
And I went to Reading v Cardiff. Man, it was mental in there. It was a
It
Wednesday,
was.
absolute chaos. But yeah, that was good fun at the old Elm Park, and it was weird because I used to stand in the Reading end, and then when we played them, we beat them 5-0, and I was in the away end. And my sister Amy missed every goal. It was one of the first games I took her to. She was about 5 or 6. And she kept going to the shop to buy a packet of crisps. And every time she went to the little hut to buy a packet of crisps, Palace scored. So I kept going to get her to buy crisps. And every time we scored.
So Andrew,
it's
I was
team.
lucky enough that back when I was young, the team of 80s was actually in a youth team. So that was probably like Nick's 76, 77, won Youth Cup 77 and 78. And back then you could actually go into the game for free. So I actually remember seeing Kenny Sansom, Vince Hilaire, Jerry Murphy, Terry Fennick, Peter Nicholas, Billy Gilbert.
Yeah.
All of them came for youth system. So I saw them before the 80s. I actually left in 1980. I
Who's
left the year
keeper
that they
then?
became. David Fry was the keeper for that team.
David Fry, yeah. And
David
also
Fry was
the
the keeper. Yeah.
first team keeper, was that Paul Hammond?
Paul Hammond was the first team. And then obviously Burridge came with his handstands and all that kind of. He was. I watched him warm up because he was doing like he was. Did you watch him warm? He do handstands and all.
Yeah.
The greatest warm up I've ever seen. It was, but he would do it in front of the in the 18-yard box. It was so strange. I never did keep warm up like that. He's doing handstands and rolling on the floor and doing all kind of. It was funny. John Burridge was Budgie was the brilliant to watch him. So, but yeah, that was. So I saw Team 81 before they became. Really
Going
good,
back
yeah.
to 1976, I wasn't allowed to go. I'd been to a few games. We had the cup run. My mum wouldn't let me go to Bridge, but she went.
Okay.
But that season, I bought the single Power to the Palace, and it had the team photo on the back and whatever.
Oh,
and at
man.
the bottom, it said Coach Terry Venables, and I genuinely thought he was the bloke that drove the coach to
Drove the
match.
coach. Brilliant. But how would you not think that, right? You don't know the coach is
Why
really.
are they putting the coach driver's
is
name
so
on the back of
funny.
his single?
Oh my days. Funny, I just watched a documentary about him, Terry Venables. I didn't know how good of a player he was. He was a very good player. He actually played every level of England England up to
Yeah.
international. Yeah, England youth, England schoolboys, under 18s, under 21s. It was, yeah. But I think he's such a great player. It's a shame that he came back and ruined his legacy because he was really really good manager for that team that got us promoted and obviously kept us. We went top of the league like against we beat Forest that year. Went top of the league for like a day or so, or Liverpool, 1979-80. I think it was Forest we beat. We beat Forest with the European champions that year, which is mad.
Yeah.
Imagine beating European champions, being Palace.
But imagine a team winning the division below, coming up, winning the league, and then winning European champions.
That is the most amazing thing I remember as a kid. Nottingham Forest were the second division champions, then first division champions, then European champions, and then again they won it again because Brian Clough was maybe the most underrated English manager in the history of football. That man was amazing. Him and his name. Yeah, Peter Taylor, right, were absolutely brilliant. But yeah, I remember that, and I was like, "What? Nottingham Forest, top of the league, and then winning the league, and then the European Cup." But that team was a good team. I mean, they had great players. I mean, that was. Yeah. I mean, but he knew how to identify. Talk about like Glasson with his like idea of talent. Taylor and Clough knew how to identify the players they wanted, and they got them from Derby to Forest. Thank God it didn't work at Brighton, right, Nick? Imagine if they'd done that in Brighton. We'd be, oh my God.
Funnily enough, I watched the Damn United the other day. It's a good film.
It is good. Yeah.
Are you all refreshed, D?
No. Yeah, I just quickly had to do something.
We just reminisced for like 20 minutes. Thank you for that. We needed that. He and I, we're old and we like to talk about old stuff.
You know, just talking about
just
like...
coming after that, you know, I said that I moved the season we went up. And I was really fed up because of all these kids in Cornwall with their Palace bags. By the time we moved back, was just before Coppell took over, and we were getting like 5,000-6,000 people at Selhurst. It was absolutely terrible. Talk about, and the last game I went to had over 51,000. Well, 61,000, I reckon, the amount of people in there. To go from that down to 6,000 in a, well, yeah, the stadium wasn't even a fifth full back in them days. And just to see that rise under Coppell as well, and see that team come through, because that was exciting to watch. That's been my favourite season so far, I think, as a supporter, is the season with Coppell when we finished third. We had played with such fluency. We had Wright and Bright, Solarco, Jeff Thomas. It was just incredible. In fact,
and Nick,
better than the team it is.
I came over that year. I don't know why. I guess it was because I would engaged to my wife to be, and I brought over to meet my family in England. And I actually came over. I went to the Forest game at home. I think it was a 1-1 because Stuart Pearce scored a free kick. I went to White Hart Lane and we drew there also. And back then, remember, they didn't have seats. So I think Jeff Thomas equalized for Palace, and they did the surge.
Yeah,
my wife almost got killed. I'm not joking. They came down. They were, they surged to the front, and she wasn't expecting it. And they must have brought her like 6 or 7 rows ahead, and she was petrified. She said she never got to the game again.
Why everything football's got to be in your secret bunker now?
Yes, kind of. No, she just texted me right away about, are you still doing the show? I'm like, yeah, I'm still doing the show.
Oh, wait. Do you want to wrap? Do you need to go?
Nah, it's not a big deal. Are we gonna get any more sightings through the door before?
I don't even know. I've been
enjoying it. I was only joking about this 1 o'clock thing, to be honest.
I was enjoying the conversation, but of course, if you don't want to wrap up, then we can wrap up.
No, I'm not gonna go now.
You need to go, Nick. I feel like you need to go.
I'm all right. I might take 2 minutes.
Let me know when you have to go. Chat's still here. I'm surprised. There's still. I mean, we've been streaming for nearly 4 hours.
You have. You're a maniac, by the way.
Nearly 4 hours, and for the majority, of course, I expect it to not remain there. But for the majority of the time, we were very close to 400, and then of course we stabilized in 300 for a long time, and now we're approaching 12 a.m. We're still over 200 people. So thank you to every single one of you that's been watching us. I didn't expect this many people to watching around 12 a.m.
Information. They didn't win. They finished third, Forest, that season when they went up. So they didn't
they were promoted, then won Division 1 and the European Cup. Oh wow! I didn't realize that. Who won? Who won it that year?
League. I don't know. 77, second division.
I'm looking up now because that's I didn't realize they didn't win. Wow, that feat is even more ridiculous than to get promoted and then but not win the not. I could have sworn they won the division. That's weird. Okay, I didn't even realize that. That would be 76, right? 76,
Yeah.
77. They come from, yeah.
Yeah.
9
a.m. in Australia. Imagine waking up to. I mean, that's crazy. So in Australia, you basically missed deadline day. You basically wake up after it's all over. What time is it around? So 10 p.m. Australia time. What time is it over in UK?
Yeah.
I don't even know. That's a bit crazy.
Reiss has put here. My first game was 1-1 versus Bournemouth when a Scott Dan scored a header from outside the box. Do you remember seasons ago when we went to away game?
But that's the thing, though. We've got different ages in the fan base. You've got even in the chat. There's some people saying the first game was in the 80s, 90s. Some people saying the first game was 2015. I met someone. I doubt Leon is awake now, but when I went to the game on Tuesday, I met someone there, and Leon, still like relatively young fan who watches his channel. So yeah, we've got people from all ages.
It was good meeting competition winners, wasn't it, D? They had a great time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Because I'm thinking about West Ham as well, and that one was a bit different to the one against Norwich. Because the West Ham, and there was a 6-year-old who had his pants kit on, who was cheering up West Ham for 90 minutes of the game, and it was fun at the start until West Ham were 2-0 up. Until then, after I just looked straight on. I didn't know left or right. But yeah.
You ready, Nick? Listen to these teams promoted 76-77.
God.
Wolverhampton Wanderers were the champions. Yes.
Yeah.
Second place, Chelsea. Yes, Chelsea were a second division side back then, and then Forest were third. Relegated, Carlisle United, Plymouth Argyle, Hereford United. The good old days.
Hereford aren't even going anymore, are they?
Say again?
Hereford aren't even going anymore, are they?
Yeah.
Hereford, I think they started again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they went for administration or something.
I'm so tempted to say Bull, but I won't.
16 or 17 season, I think, or 15, 16. That was the first
No,
game.
You're right. They dissolved in 2014, D. Hereford United.
Yeah. My first game
around
was
for 100 years. 100
a
years.
1-1 home draw.
No. Wow.
Wow.
Brilliant. You know what? I gotta clap that.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
You've gone through a lot. You've gone through a lot. Oh, thank you for the super chat as well from Jules saying, watching from California. Really enjoy the content from you guys. Keep up the great work. Really appreciate that. Thank you for that. And thanks to everyone else who sent super chats and liked the video as well and subscribed. There's a lot of new subscribers that's joined the channel. Just a spoiler alert: none of you are getting a stream tomorrow. After this, enjoy it whilst it lasts.
It is tomorrow. You've actually got a stream today because it's gone midnight. So you don't have to bother.
Technically, it's gone into. Well, in August it goes up to the 31st, isn't it? So,
all right. Edouard is official.
Oh yeah, Edouard is official. So that's been confirmed. Odson Edouard has joined to Leicester on loan on a season-long loan deal. It has been announced, I believe. It's been announced.
Just announced.
So let's bring it up on the screen. Might as well. Whilst we're here. So Odson Edouard on loan till the end of the season. Kind of asked that quite a few times, but for those who just joined us in the chat as well, let us know your thoughts with Edouard being confirmed to leave the club on a season-long loan deal. Patrick, happy?
Like I said, I just thought he's put himself under a lot of pressure, missing those chances, being offside, and it just hasn't worked out for him. We have able replacements. Once Nketiah was confirmed or was linked, I knew he'd be gone. I'm fine with it. Again, wage bill off. I'm not sure what the ramifications are for, possibly a permanent move at some point, but I wouldn't say I'm happy. I never had a problem with Eddie, honestly. But I'm just, we just move on, as it were. Yeah.
He turned out to be exactly like Celtic Johnny told me when we first bought him is he'll get goals here and there, but he can be really lazy, and he didn't seem to be that mobile, did he?
Nah, and that's the thing. Like, he will score goals, but he had limitations to his game. Big limitations to his game, and that's why I think Nketiah will help us in that regard. Edouard had joined on loan. He reunites, of course, with Jordan Ayew, who left on a permanent deal this summer. Edouard has made 103 appearances for the club, scoring 21 goals over 3 seasons after arriving from Celtic. Everyone at Crystal Palace wishes Hodgson the best of luck at Leicester City this season. So, yeah, we expect there to be no option to buy as well. So, Edouard should technically be returning to Palace at some point.
Who had that bingo card? Ayew and Edouard to the same club in the same window? I would never have ever guessed that. I'm not joking, ever. You know what I mean? Never. Not to the same team. You know? That's mad.
I think it helps them as well, because Ayew and Edouard, they played with each other, they kind of know each other.
I agree, but you know, that just think about it. That doesn't ever happen. With 2 players from the same team, and one goes long, one gets sold to another. It's strange. But again, it's just funny, just the circumstances of it happening.
By the way, it's very good move from Leicester. Very good move from Leicester. It's an underrated move, by the way. I mean, Ayew and Edouard joining them. But yeah, he had the contract situation, which is interesting, because does that mean he signed a new deal at the club? I don't know. I guess, as I said, tomorrow and the day after, or probably going into next week, we'll probably find out more about that, because that was one of the holding points. Jason said Edouard scored on his first game in like 10 minutes, and I thought it was going to be a great signing. All downhill from there. Yeah.
He's not wrong.
No option obligation. He has 1 year left on a CPFC deal with an option for a further year. Now, when they say option for a further year, is it Edouard's option or the club's option? I'm going to actually ask Bobby this question as well.
So for me, if it's not the club's option, then the loan makes no sense unless we don't care to lose him for nothing in his loan. Do you know what I mean? Just get the wages off. To me, it's most likely a club option where we can just say that end of the season we're kind of like what we did at India when we signed Ayew and then we sold him anyway, right? Because Ayew was out of contract last year. We signed him up and we're not selling him the next year. So, but I don't know the details. Bobby would probably know more than I would. So it's a good question.
So yeah, with the Ayew one, what happened?
Remember we signed him up for another year. It was end
yeah.
I'm saying this last season he Hughes and Klein, remember, were out of contract. We signed him up for another year and we ended up selling him, which is very rare. Normally we just let him go. We let Tompkins go, we let Gyro go, but we gave Ayew another year and then we ended up selling him. So maybe do that next year with Edouard. I don't know.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
Strange. It's very strange.
I'm gonna try to find that out. Well, hold up. Club. So Bobby's replied to me. He said the club holds the option.
Then he's back next year. Then he's back.
Yeah.
We can sell him. Yeah.
So yeah, that's good. That gives us the advantage in that situation. Then. So
agree.
Thank you to Bobby Manzi for clarifying that. That makes a lot of sense now with Edouard.
Chris has said his first admission price was 60p. Mine was 35.
Oh yeah, mine was not anything. I wouldn't be able to afford anything more than anything over 50p. So
that's crazy.
Yeah.
40p to go to a game. That is wild. Got a super chat from Sergeant, which is the type of questions you should be asking at 12 a.m. Who would win in a fight, Nketiah or Gay?
No idea.
I mean, that is a very good question. I actually don't know.
Given the way that Nketiah can kick the corner flag, I wouldn't be surprised if he could come up with a couple of roundhouse kicks. Now, can Gay match that, or can he move out of the way quick enough? That'd be my take on it.
Sorry, what did you just say?
Looking at the way Nketiah kicks the corner flag,
yeah,
I bet he can do a good roundhouse kick. So if we're talking not Queensbury rules, but just like a scrap at school, they'll probably just roll around in a bundle while everybody else claps fight till the headmaster, Mr. Glasner, comes. Yeah, so I think with Nketiah's kicking ability, I don't think Gay would stand a chance.
Yeah, you're right. The way it kicks a corner flag, I think that's a good
But
indication.
if he's not allowed to kick, then he's got a better reach.
Patrick,
I have a weird. I don't know the answer to the question, but I have another question. And I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm just trying to be honest. Who do you think, and Nick's gonna like this one, or I'm gonna say it funnily, who's gonna be our next scapegoat?
Next scapegoat.
is it even a scapegoat? It's scapegoat, not
I
a
know
scapegoat.
it's inside. It's a joke.
That's escaped.
Go back, old podcast. You'll get the joke. It's an old back in the nest radio joke.
What sound does a goat make?
It's a big mistake that lots of people make, but it's scapegoat. Yeah.
No, but Nick, can you make a goat sound, please?
What?
You're kidding.
Oh, good one. I like that. There you go. A young goat's called a kid. Good one.
Yeah. What's a young sheep called, Patrick?
Don't you dare do that to me again.
Patrick, the man who said a lamb and sheep, the same animal.
You know, Nick, that was
Diaz.
what are you bringing up again for? I made a
rubbed
mistake.
up on you.
That's someone else.
We have new listeners. They're gonna know that I don't know what a young sheep is. Thanks.
Yeah.
No,
But
serious
where was
question.
we? How did we end up here? Oh, scapegoat. I think that's a
Scapegoat.
very good question.
Edouard gone. Ayew gone.
Who can I blame next? I need to think
Right.
about it.
I'm looking at you, top left.
It's going to be Turner when
No, but that's a poor one. Come on, Nick. You have to be
when
better
Hendo
than that.
gets
He's
injured.
second choice
play
goalie.
enough,
He's not going to be a
please. Don't do
scapegoat
that.
for what goes on the pitch because he's a second choice goalie. That's a very good Schlupp. Yeah, Schlupp is at the club and the chat is saying Schlupp. But then again, Schlupp doesn't really play.
Let
You know
won't
what?
play a lot, but it's a
You know
decent
what?
shout.
I reckon if results don't go our way, I can see a lot of eyes being put on Eze.
Wow, big shout.
I
Big
think
shout.
so. I think
Big
so.
shout.
I with the expectation because there's a high expectations.
Mitchell's
Naturally,
injured.
I don't know because Schlupp is not starting. Lerma. Then again, I expect Decore to look. I expect Decore and Wharton to be starting, and then Eze and Nketiah and Mateta. So maybe Nketiah. I don't know. I feel like because of the price tag involved. Kamada. I think Kamada's a good shout. Kamada's a good shout. Richards. He shouldn't be starting with Chalobah coming in. But yeah. Kamada's not bad.
I'm with Mad Dog. I just
already
blame
as well.
Hennessy still. I'm with Mad Dog. I'm with him. Just keep blaming Hennessy.
You lot went over the top with Wayne Hennessy because even when he had good games, I remember having these conversations. Back then, we weren't doing YouTube, we was doing podcasts. It was just ridiculous. I remember even talking to Nav as well. I don't know why Nav came to my head.
I love Nav. Really nice guy. Nice guy.
Like I just remember. I don't know why I remember this. Is Nav still on Twitter, by the way?
No, I've got to tell you a story about Nav.
left.
Before we go
He's
on, Nav put something on Blue Sky, which Dee's
What's
never
that?
heard of.
Oh
He's-
yeah, he's on Blue Sky. Oh yeah,
Put
look, I've
something
just
on
gone
Blue
on Twitter.
Sky, and he was going to go to Wisley Gardens with his family. Put Wisley Gardens into Google Map, fell asleep, woke up when his wife had parked somewhere in Farnborough because there's a Wisley Gardens in Farnborough. So she went completely the wrong place.
Wow.
Yeah, but I just remember having this debate with about Hennessy. Hennessy wasn't great for us, but even in his good games, people were onto him. It was so toxic with Wayne Hennessy. So toxic. Beyond, I don't remember a player. Maybe you lot can let me know, but was there a player that received the toxicity that Hennessy received?
When I was young,
Garvey,
Jerry Murphy got a lot of stick when I was a kid.
Owen Garvey used to get a bit.
Garvin did.
What was it Garvin said to what was it? He said, "I'll be here longer than you."
Longer than you will. Yeah.
Who did he say that to?
I'm gonna. Was it Pulis? It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been Holloway. I think it was Pulis. Was he right though? Was he here longer than? I don't know if he didn't play after Holloway.
One of my son's greatest life moments at the Crystal Palace children's Christmas party when he was about 5 was being served onion rings by Owen Garvin. Imagine that being one of your life's
onion ring by Owen Garvin.
Onion rings by Owen Garvin.
Garvin, that's like one of his highlights. That's why he became a Palace fan, because he just loved
That was the same party. We bought raffle tickets and we got the first prize, and little Will went up and wanted to pick a tin of Quality Street and not the signed shirt. Get your free tins of Quality Street.
That is a highlight. That is a highlight. I'll say that. Spaff is saying if we play both of them, then we're going back to no competition for the spot, like Munoz and Mitchell. And he had a point. I don't know if we agree with him. He's saying,
part of that. Yeah,
he's saying I don't think we should be playing Nketiah and Nketiah. They should be fine in the same spot. I don't see a scenario of Nketiah joining us and rejecting Forest if he didn't have assurances that he'll be playing at Palace. He had this problem at Arsenal where he couldn't play consecutive games, and that's why I don't think we saw the best out of Nketiah. So I think they will be playing together. The question is, where does Nketiah play? But do you lot agree with Spaffy in terms of they should be fighting out with the spots up front? Or do you think that could be the case? I'm not ruling out right now. Like, that could be the case, but I'd be shocked if Nketiah doesn't start for Palace.
Yeah,
spending £30 million on him.
Yeah, it's a lot of money to spend, isn't it, to not play? But then, yeah,
Patrick get involved as well.
But having said that, I don't think you should guarantee anyone a spot, because then you won't necessarily fight for it. So I think you should be able to fight for it. I know what you're saying, D. Hopefully he'll win the spot. But again, we got a guy last year who scored 19 goals in a very short amount of time. Well, 14 goals, a short time with the manager, who's played well in his system. Let Nketiah fight out, and if he ends up scoring 19 goals and Nketiah gets 19 goals, we're golden. But it's a great question. Listen, what do we always say? What do you talk about? Squad depth. It just builds the squad, man. I think it's good to have two guys like that. We haven't had it because Edouard didn't push Mateta. Mateta pushed himself. Let's be honest, because if Edouard pushed himself, he probably could beat Mateta out. He really, you know what I mean? But he wasn't able to. Mateta, once he got the spot, which again, credit to Hodgson, because Hodgson started it, and then Glasser took it to a whole new level of Mateta's play, hold-up play, link-up plays, finishing. Finishing was ridiculous. But Edouard just never was able to keep up. But I fully expect Nketiah to get on the pitch and do well. But I wouldn't say, oh, here's number 9 shirt, you start over Mateta. Let him earn it. If Mateta goes through a poor streak, you give Nketiah, or, like we've been saying before, you change the system around where they can both play and hopefully both flourish. But it's a great problem to have. All I got to say, it's a great problem to have.
Just on the subject of strikers, just going to the Chelsea game, we've only got Mateta as our known striker. What happens if he gets injured in the first 15 minutes, Dave?
Saw.
Oh, we've had this before, haven't we? So we are going backwards now.
It's been too long on the stream, yeah.
Another good question here from John W. How do we feel about Sessegnon now that we haven't signed any left wing back cover? Have we messed up?
Well, I don't think we messed up, because clearly we rejected Sessegnon. I mean, we had an option to sign Sessegnon, and he had his trial, and Glasner didn't like what he saw from him. How many games has he played for Fulham since the start of the season? I can't remember.
Look it up now. It's not that many. Maybe the League Cup game.
Maybe from the league games that I've watched, I can't remember Sessegnon playing. I mean, the left back for them has been Robinson.
It's one of those weird pictures on Twitter, isn't it, of a player in a Palace shirt who didn't actually sign for us. We've had a couple of those.
That happened with Flynn Downs. He went to West Ham. All the media was sorted, then he went to West Ham. So
that's what's missing this window. West Ham hijacking all the people we want to buy.
They didn't need to hijack because they've signed a lot of players.
They've done well this window.
Yeah, D. He played 90 minutes against Birmingham. He did. That's the only time he played this season. So, and you're right. Listen, I know it's not a USA bias, but Anthony Robinson's better than Ryan Sessegnon.
Yeah.
And if he's fit, Sessegnon will not play for Fulham, barring.
So I think we rejected him.
So But
Yeah,
also he came to the academy, right? He's from that's basically his home, Fulham. So I understand why he went back there. So I'm not that bad. Again, I wish we could got on that left back, right back cover, but I'm not really that bothered. I obviously I think Mitchell needs a rest every once in a while, as does Munoz. But I don't. I mean, again, not like we're not in Europe. That'll be next season. We'll get a left back and right back. That'll be because next year, what are we looking at? Oh, let's go into the future, D. So next window, what would you like to do? We've got strikers. We're good in midfield. We're good in the goalkeeping. What do you think we should strengthen next season? Oh, didn't like my question.
Richards.
Huh?
Nah, I messaged.
What happened to Nick?
I'm laughing. Where's Nick? Oh, the Nick.
Yeah, he went.
I'm laughing because I sent my missus a message. I said I'm still on the stream, and she said, like, literally no way are you still on it. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, we're not normal. My wife downstairs just said to me, "You still doing the stream?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she's downstairs.
Well, you know the thing is, when you talk to Palace, like, you can just talk. Like, it's not even a case of like I don't even realize about the time. Like, I've actually enjoyed talking about Palace, and like there's still over like 200 people here. We're still talking. It doesn't really feel like a burden. Do you get it? It's not like something.
I have to ask you a question though, because you're a YouTube expert. This is a 4-hour stream. Do you think anyone who hasn't watched it live is gonna go back and watch it from the beginning?
Nah, they're not. They're not.
So
I mean, why on earth would you? But I've had my fun here. I've had my fun here talking to people. I mean, there's still 200 people here.
Can we get the likes up then? Can we get the likes? If you haven't liked, please like the stream. I want to get the likes up because.
Well, I mean, you can't really get the likes further up. Like, that's the reason why I haven't asked, because
how many do we have? I didn't look.
420 likes, and there's like 209 people here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Record.
Like,
wait. Clap the chat.
Exactly.
I didn't know. That's
for the super chat, for the
wow.
likes, for the new subscribers.
400 likes.
Yeah, 400 likes.
Wow, that's a record. That's a record.
Well, 422 now. So,
by the way, D, 3 YouTube records tonight. I guarantee you. 1, number of likes. 2, length of stream. 4 hours. No, we've not done a 4-hour stream. And 3, super chats. There's no way
super chat,
right?
The fourth one that I'm looking at is I don't think we'll beat it, but the most views.
Oh, okay.
We will find out the total once the stream ends. But what a lot of people do, as you said, they won't watch the 4 hours, but they'll 100% there's people that will click on the video afterwards. 420, you say. And so the views always go up after the stream ends. So that's not the full picture. But I'm actually so
Darren, if you watch it again, I just have to say thank you, because you're phenomenal. Not us. You're phenomenal. Let me tell you. You go watch this again. You're phenomenal, my friend. You're phenomenal.
Yeah.
Hey D, good shout here. What about this for next summer? Fantastic business. How about getting Job next summer? Replace Wharton.
Yeah, but he's giving it another go. Over there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we were really after him. We did want him, but he just didn't want to leave. And I respect him for that, innit? Like, he plays at Palace, who, you know, they stayed at the football club rather than moving to a bigger side, and we've been happy about that. So yeah, like, it just depends on, you know, it just depends on what he wants. And right now, if he thought that he would get more minutes and continue his development at Sunderland, I think that made more sense. There were some questions. Well, a question here from Spiritual. Did Palace back Glasner enough? I think we all agree, because we gave it 8 out of 10.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 8 out of 10. I think he's got that back in. Well, we didn't get, funny enough, the left wing back. We didn't solve that, which is what he wanted. Angus saying, if they both start, then Kamada won't start. Do you think he'll be happy with this? He has to fight for his spot. Everyone and that's the good thing. If you have Kamada coming off the bench, that's fantastic. Great depth. Yeah. Jack saying, out of any signs we've got, do you see Glasner changing their playing position? No. Apart from Nketiah, that's the only question marks. Anyone else?
I have one.
Yeah.
Ready? Lerma to right wing back. He's played right back before. Just to cover.
That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, no, hold on. I was asked a question and I answered it. I mean, it's just my opinion. You don't have to agree, but the way you came back at me like that, I'm hurt.
Yeah. Patrick, like, first of all, it was too late to even entertain this. Maybe the chat agrees with you, but for me, I don't think loan off is enough going forward. It just doesn't make much sense. It doesn't
I
make
got a better
much
one.
sense.
All right, you're right. Matt Turner, left wing back.
maybe that's the left wing back that Glasgow.
It'll be more effective there.
Yeah, I mean,
Ouch.
Klein went to centre back.
This is an important point from Mitch Blank, that we're in the 5 sub era, and that we do need.
Great point.
We do need this problem.
I have a better one. Remember last year? I have it written down here. At one point in the season, these players are all injured at the same time. Sam Johnston, Rob Holding, Mark Gahey, Michael Lise, Mateus França, Chris Richards, Czech Decore, Nathan Ferguson doesn't really count. He's always using his whole career. Jared Riedewald and Jezrak Saki. At one point, they were all injured at the same time. Do you remember that, D?
You know what? Should we actually look at should we look at the previous game and bring in the new signings and look at how the bench would look and if anyone would miss out on the bench potentially? Should we do that?
What game?
Look at
Leicester?
I don't know, like the West Ham game, and then look at some players who left, some players who's come in, and then predict how we would go with the 11 and the bench. Should we actually look at the squad depth just quickly, or no?
Yeah, if you do it, as long as you do the last word, if you do it quickly, sure.
Yeah. It's not going to be something long, but we can just look at the West Ham game. So in a West Ham game, I'm
with Daniel though. That's another one. Henderson center forward. I mean, come on.
You are just going
Let's
crazy. Dean Henderson as a centre forward. You know how crazy that is. Please. So for score, Palace versus West Ham, because it'll be actually good to see. Because of course, not everyone. Do you reckon everyone makes the bench?
Well,
I guess
right
if we sign
now,
another number 10, Sarr could have potentially missed out, or whoever it was. I think that's why we didn't sign another number 10 after after Nketiah came to the football club. But against West Ham, I'll share the screen.
My maths, D. We've got. If you sign Chalobah, we'll have 25 players. Because now,
but of course, on the
Edouard
bench,
is gone.
95 players. You have 9.
Right, you can only have what? Is it 9?
Yeah,
9 subs. So that's 20. Yeah. So 5 players will miss out, right? Yeah. Holding, definitely. Schlupp and Ward. I'm sorry, those 3 are the first 3. And then the backup keeper, Remy Matthews, that's 4. We're talking about 1 player missing. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but just go through if you go through it, that's what it's going to be. It'll be Ward, Holding, the backup keeper, and Schlupp. And then
so can we see it now on the screen?
Yeah, Football Manager. Nice. Let's play Football Manager. My bad.
Can you see the screen?
I can see it, yeah.
So, in terms of the starting 11, new signing. So, I think Richard drops out.
Right.
Chadi Riyad, of course, drops out. This is from the West Ham game, by the way, people.
So, Lacroix
comes in when he's fit. And Chalobah comes in there. So, them 2 drop out, interestingly.
So, wait. So, Richards, Riyad. Go ahead. Got it. Lacroix and
Edouard, of course, he's left Chalobah. The club. So, yeah.
So, Edouard. And that would be Nketiah or Kamada. What are you going to do? Nketiah, right?
I'm going Nketiah. I think Nketiah probably starts with the price that we paid for him.
Okay.
Nketiah comes in.
3.
So yeah. So I think those are the changes to the starting 11. Now, let's look at the bench with these 3 players dropping out and look at who we had on the bench and who misses out on the bench. So, I mean, we dropped Richards and Riyad. Who was the defensive options on the bench? So Joe Ward comes out and Rob Holding.
D, it's already solved. Let's feel Riyad is injured. It's already solved. He's the 5th player.
I know, but when everyone's fit.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. All right. Gotcha. Go ahead.
So Riyad and Richards take Holding and Joe Ward, which is a massive blow for Rob Holding. I don't know what the future holds for him at the football club, which is very good. Ward, that's an improvement there.
So Ward and Holding. Go ahead. I agree.
Kamada still remains on the bench. I think so. Chalobah's coming. We talked about the defense. Edouard is gone, so that helps out with the bench with Edouard being gone. With the attacking option, Hamada's gone.
Right.
So what do we do? So Nketiah's come in. So it's not like Edouard can be dropped to the bench. Edouard's not even at the football club. Ahmada's gone as well. As my brain stopped. So we got Kamala. But okay, so what I think happens is I think when France is fit, France takes Schlapp's position. Or does I don't know. It's late in the night. But what happened? My brain is just frozen. What happens with the Edouard? So Nketiah comes into the starting 11. Edouard is, of course, not going to be part of the squad.
Right.
And Ahmada's also left. So what happens and who comes in on the bench?
Well,
Because
is
we
France
basically
fit
lost
now?
2 players there.
Is France fit? You add him back. He's not around right now.
So if France is big, okay, so are we saying then Jeff Schlupp remains on the bench then? Because if we got
Right.
another number 10, then I think Schlupp would have probably missed out.
Right.
Okay, interesting. And then who else? Turner, of course, is ahead of Sam Johnston.
That's the one. Turner.
So I mean, we're looking on with everyone fit. We can have Kamada, Sarr, Schlupp, Franca, Turner, Riyad, Richards, Decore, and did I say Schlupp?
You did say Schlapp.
So who takes Ahmada's spot?
One of the youth.
You reckon?
One of the
The
youngsters.
bench should
Yeah.
be stronger though. The bench should be stronger.
I
So
think we need
for
to
Ayew.
pen and paper and write it down properly.
Ayew wasn't there. Yeah, exactly. Patrick's been writing it down. So Hughes, flip. Will Hughes. Yeah.
I got Hughes. I wrote Hughes down. I got Hughes.
So look, I mean, I think Decore will be starting. So I think it'll be Lerma and Hughes off the bench as midfield option, which is great.
So wait, you're starting Decore now?
Yeah, you start Decore.
Okay.
I think when everyone's fit, you start Decore. You start Decore and you have Hughes and Lerma off the bench. Then you have Klein as the wing back option because he can play as the right and the left. We have assigned another wing back. We improve on Ward and Holding because we have Richards and Riyad there. Matt Turner comes in. Now, so does Schlupp. With that being said, because remember when I talked about Ahmada and Schlupp taking that spot, does Schlupp actually miss out then when France is back?
Oh, I got it. You ready?
Yeah,
I got it. Are you ready? So the sub would be Turner, Richards 2, Riyad 3, Lerma 4, Kamada 5, Hughes 6, Sarr 7, Franca 8, and then you have a choice then because you have Schlupp, Holding, and Ward the last 3. Any of those?
Someone.
Who? So I know I did. I'm trying to figure who it is though. Oh,
Wait,
Klein.
say it again.
Klein. I miss Klein. So again,
Yeah, Klein. Yeah, you miss Klein. Klein probably gets in there.
No, on the bench, right? So Turner, Richards, Riyad 3, Lerma 4, Kamada 5, Hughes 6, Klein 7, Sarr 8, Franca 9. So you got a choice of Schlupp, Holding, or Ward for the 10th player. That's all it's going to be. There's no one else.
And it's a good spread across the team because we
That's
did.
Good, then that means Schlupp actually drops out then.
It's brilliant because you've got choices of veterans that you can come on but won't really play. You've got depth at every other position. I think it works out great. But again, that's only if everyone is fit, which never happens.
Do you remember that game where nearly every sub, apart from the goalie, was a defender?
You got the worst memories of things that make me just want to be sad.
So, yeah, exactly. There was a question. Sorry,
you go ahead.
I just want to answer this. I was there Boxing Day against.
Yeah, I was there as well.
I watched it
all day. Oh my
and God. He came on when we were 3-0 down for 10 minutes. My baggy supporting fan was gutted when he left West Brom, but he said he was one of the best players he's ever seen, and he's 20 years older than me, this bloke. So, mind you, it is only West Brom.
So D 24, 13 players, and then the 11 starters. So we got 24 on. That's why the 25th spot would have been a left wing back if we could have gotten it. You know what I mean? That's why.
Then how
that's
would
the
have
only thing.
left wing back fitted in? I think the left wing back probably would have took Klein's position then. Klein's spot on the bench.
Klein or Richards, because you don't need both of them because they both can play kind of like centre back and right back.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. Richards, Klein would have been.
I mean, if you read out that bench again, that bench is looking juicy. Like it's looking strong.
You ready?
Like
so
impact
again,
players.
Turner, Richards, Riyad, Lerma, Kamada, Hughes, França, Sarr, Klein, and again, the last spot can be.
That's a very strong bench.
Come on, what more do you want from a team that's
a strong bench? That's a strong
Brilliant.
bench. Maybe you could have brought in one more attacker. No, not really. You got Sarr there.
We got three now.
He's gonna give you that option up front. I think everyone eats.
Sarr to França. To me, that's all three of them can kind of play.
Everywhere.
Come on, go midfield.
Midfield.
You know what I mean?
Look, is that the best depth that we've had at football club since getting promoted?
It's not close. Yeah, it's not close. It's not close.
Yeah, it is the best, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's the best squad. It's the best squad we've ever had. Maybe not the best 11 because I thought with Elise last year was a very good 11 with Elise. But as far as the squad, anybody says it's not, I don't know what they've been watching. I cannot think of a better squad than that.
I think it's a good point as well. How often will we be able to?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think very
it's not
often.
realistic to name that bench, but then the point is that we've got these players, we've got better players from previous seasons, so it's more than likely, that we should be having adequate replacements if players do get injured, which wasn't the case before because the drop off was massive.
So I told you I watched the 21s today. They played and drew with Leeds away. They took off at halftime. Devaney, Rodney, and Uma, because they're going to be on the bench on Sunday. Those three. Plus, they did not bring Matherin. He'll be on the bench too. So people talk about the bench being weak. It will be, but I can almost guarantee you're going to see Matherin, Devaney, Uma. I missed one, and Rodney on the bench on Sunday versus. They won't play, but they still won't be on the bench. It won't be like three goalkeepers. We don't have three right now because Turner hasn't even registered. So you add those four, then you'll have probably Ward, Holding, Sarr. Who else? Matthews, and Lerma and Decore most likely, or Hughes and one of those two. There won't be a terrible bench. Again, you got 5, so you probably use about 3 of them on Sunday. So we can win that game. I don't think we will, but we'll have enough. We'll have enough. But again, I'm looking forward. Leicester, United, going the FA, the League Cup. By the way, when are they going to decide that game? Anybody know when they're going to decide that game? Because I need to know for my.
Yeah, you need to know for your sake. Yeah.
For personal, when we're playing QPR. Probably
They
next
won,
week, right?
No,
Pardon?
they beat Luton 2-1.
Came back after I made fun of them. They came back 1-2-1. They must have heard me through the TV. How dare they? So yeah, they came back and won. Yeah. So. Well, I don't know football. You know that. I don't know nothing about football. What do I know about football? I'm rubbish. Right, D? I don't know.
Yeah, well, you know a bit about football.
Should we wrap up?
Right.
You want to?
Yeah.
I've had enough now, mate. So I'm going to go. But I don't know if you want to wrap up and tell everybody the ins and outs and kind of.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Brilliant. Yeah, wrap it up.
Yeah.
Give us a little wrap up. The official stuff, so that we know so far.
Well, I'll mention what's going on in the pipeline as well.
Okay, sure.
It's expected to be announced. So yeah, well, first of all, before I do wrap up, crazy of I know some of you have watched this 4.5-hour stream from the first minute to the last minute. So thank you for that. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for all your likes. Thank you for all your for all the new subscribers that joined the channel. Thank you to every single one of you that's also sending a super chat. All great. As you guys have noticed, there's still so much work to be done. 100%, without a doubt. We wanted to reach a level, and we've got targets. But we have improved, for example, the thumbnails, etc. There's more improvements in the pipeline, so hopefully we get that sorted during the international break. So every support matters, and it's been fantastic for us. So before I do wrap up, I just want to send my thank yous across. Sunday will be live for the watch along, as well as the match reaction, and then there will be the player ratings dropping as well. So there'll be loads of content around the Chelsea game. So look out for that. And also, not today. I mean, some of you who just joined now, maybe you got the energy, but match preview, opposition preview tomorrow. You can enjoy that content. So that's already out for the Chelsea to get you in the mood for the Chelsea game after new signings. But what's actually happened? We started the stream talking about 2 potential outgoings for Palace. Them outgoings have been completed, so we can tick them off. Odsonne Edouard has joined Leicester on loan for the remainder of the season. Palace, according to Bobby Manzi, asked him the question. He replied straight away. So thank you to him. Has said that Edouard, we have an option to extend his contract by another season. So he could come back to Palace with an option to extend for a further season. So we'll see what happens there. I think that will be triggered. I don't think we'll lose Edouard for free. So Edouard is completed. He's off to Leicester. And Ahamada has gone over to France, to Rennes for around for a loan move with an option to buy around 8 million euros, which, according to Bobby Manzi, that would be £3.9 million loss to Crystal Palace because it would bought for around £10 million if that option gets triggered. But Ahamada Edouard has left. Lacroix announced on a 5-year deal. Nketiah announced on a 5-year deal. Chalobah and Matt Turner, the deal sheets have been put in place. So those should be announced maybe in the morning if the media team is still awake, or it could be announced in the next hour or so. Technically, we've got till 1 a.m. to sort out them deals. So yeah, 2 deals announced, 2 more deals to come on top of Sarr, Kamada, and Riyadh. We spoke about the squad depth in the stream. So we're all happy. I give it 8 out of 10. Nick, what was your rating again?
Mine was 8 out of 10.
Yeah, 8 out of 10 as well. Patrick?
It's
8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, so we're all happy. I think majority of the chat are happy. But look, the transfers are here. Glasner has been backed. Left wing back, frustrating, maybe, but it is what it is. I mean, Chalobah coming in is still a massive improvement to that defense. It still helps us out. So now it's time to get into business. Let's make this an exciting season. It starts off with Chelsea, which, of course, well, with the new signings, it doesn't really start off with Chelsea because they're going to be coming after Leicester. Well, at the Leicester game. They won't be ready for that game. But things are looking good after frustrating summer. I know some of you lot were agitated. I did say stay calm. Stay calm. There's no way we act dumb with Glasner at the football club because we know that Glasner has high demands. And we did back him. So, yeah, let's see what happens. But look, that's going to be it from us. Nick, Patrick, thank you to both of you, of course. And Hambo, AJ, Stan, T, who joined us live as well today.
Wait, AJ was on? Did I miss him? Was AJ
no,
on?
AJ wasn't even on.
Oh, I'm
AJ was meant to join. But thanks to AJ anyways.
Of course. No. I didn't remember seeing him. Sorry.
Join anyways. But yeah, thanks to everyone who's joined us live. But tomorrow at that we'll be here. Because I'm probably going to be busy watching football and put my feet up. Sunday we'll be here. But yeah, if anything drastic happens tomorrow, we'll be live again. But until then, up the Palace and keep safe, people. Leave a like, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Well, that's it from us.